Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
You transform into the appearance of a demon and walk towards the depths of the cave. You know, the more skeletons there are, the closer it may be to the center of the cave. The cave is very long, and it takes you a full minute to reach the sixth branch entrance. During this time, you encounter a demon, but it does not attack you. You choose the branch with more skeletons again. This branch is unusually wide, and the ground is covered with fragments of crushed skeletons. In just 2 breaths, you encounter another demon, and as you go forward, there are more and more demons. Fortunately, these demons do not discover your anomaly and do not launch an attack on you. Half a minute later, the scene suddenly clears up before your eyes, and you see a huge underground cavern. Bender, this is a gathering place for demons, and there are at least 20 or 30 of them scattered around, deep in slumber. In the center of the demon stands a blue stone-carved altar on which lies an arm-thick skeleton. You are attracted by the skeleton. You see that the greater part of the skeleton has obviously decayed and been eroded by the wind, but its top is bright red and seems to have just been torn off of a demon. Very strange. You realize that the skeleton is not simple and decide to steal it. An altar, a skeleton. Sunan is surprised, not expecting such a scene in the depths of the mysterious cave. Looking at the description of the skeleton again, he hesitates and suddenly thinks of something Zhu Lingyan mentioned. Could it be ancient demonic creatures' essence and blood? He trembles inwardly. Zhu Lingyan said that after some ancient demonic creatures died, the essence and blood might remain in their accidentally left behind skeletons. Although he has not seen what such skeletons look like, he would definitely choose the one in front of him, which is mostly decayed but has a fresh piece. Thinking of this, Sunan's breath quickens. What was the reason for risking infiltrating the Wolf King Palace? Wasn't it for the essence and blood of the ancient demonic creatures? Now, a skeleton that may contain the essence and blood of an ancient demon is in front of him. How can he not be excited? You walk carefully towards the altar, trying not to disturb the other demons. These demons are powerful, but they are far from being able to see through your transformation art. In their eyes, you are one of them, and you easily approach the altar. Climbing the altar stairs and reaching the top, you see a giant skull carved on the flat surface of the altar. You don't know the meaning of it and don't think twice about it. You take advantage of the demons not paying attention and grab the skeleton. Congratulations! You have obtained the remains of Nether Wolf Demon God. Nether Wolf Demon God. Sunan's pupils constrict. Demon God, this is the first time he hears such a title in the game. Sunan doesn't know what the existence of a demon god is like, but he has a hunch that it must be a realm above a demonic emperor. With his heart pounding, he knows he has found a real treasure this time. Before you have time to look at the skeleton in your hand, you get ready to put it away. But before you can react, you suddenly feel that you have lost control of your body. What you don't know is, the moment you stepped on the altar, an unknown existence began observing you from within the darkness. The other party has seen through your transformation art and is very angry. You are dead. Dead. Seeing the information on foreknowledge, Sunan stops abruptly. Just as he thought he had everything in his hands and it was foolproof, he never expected in the end he would die, which caught him off guard. Sunan's expression is solemn, and for a moment he hesitates, not sure whether or not to take the skeleton. Dying once is nothing to him. He can simply wait and revive tomorrow. But what if the unknown existence still does not let him go after he revives? Just being watched is enough to cause death. Sunan can't imagine what kind of terrifying existence it could be. He dares not take the risk. But he doesn't want to give up either. The existence in the foreknowledge attacked me because it saw through my transformation art. Could it be because I am human? Sunan's gaze falls on the last part of the foreknowledge, and he wonders secretly. In order to get the skeleton, this seems to be the only breakthrough. To complete Zhang Yang's mission, He switched roles to Zhang Yang, and even if he transformed into a demon, he was still human in the eyes of powerful demons. If the unknown existence attacked him only because he was human, then this problem is not unsolvable. While it's impossible to turn me into demons that live in the cave, it's possible to turn me into a wolf demon. After acquiring the fate of Lang 13 in the game Judgment, he became a demon. He believes that only very few demons could see through his regal identity. Thinking of this, his eyes light up, and he immediately operates the life wheel scripture to switch his role to wolf demon. When the foreknowledge cooldown is over, he tries foreknowledge again. Entering the cavern at the end of the cave, you cautiously climb the altar. Although you don't notice anything strange, you know that an unknown existence is watching you in the dark. Feeling uneasy but holding your breath, you try to pick up the skeleton on the altar. To your surprise, nothing unexpected happens as you grab the skeleton. Congratulations, you have obtained the remains of Nether Wolf Demon God. Without time to inspect the skeleton, you immediately turn back the way you came. Your actions did not attract the attention of the demon beast, and you smoothly left the cave 2 minutes later. It actually worked this time. It seems that being targeted earlier was really because I am a human. That unknown existence that was watching me is a powerful demon beast. Sunan's face showed a hint of joy. It was lucky that he had the identity of the Sky Wolf demon, or else he might have missed the opportunity to obtain the relic of the demon god. Since there was no danger, he didn't hesitate any longer and continued deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, Sunan saw the blue stone altar. He didn't approach it immediately but switched back to Zhang Yang's role and took a circle around the cave. Zhang Yang's mission still had to be completed, as exploring the mysterious cave was a 3-star task, and the 15 points of demon power should not be wasted. After he had roughly circled the entire cave, a notification for task completion finally appeared. Congratulations! You have completed the daily task Explore the Mysterious Cave. 15 demon power points have been granted. Current available demonic power, 18 points. Finally done. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that to complete this task, he would have to raise the level of another bloodline to great perfection. Unexpectedly, he was able to complete the task with the good fortune brought by the heavenly luck ability. Not wasting any time, after switching role to Lang 13, he quickly approached the altar. Knowing the outcome, Sunan became bolder, grabbed the strange bone without even looking and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Sunan safely reached the path leading to the Thousand Wolf Cave. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Let me see what's so peculiar about this thing. Sunan couldn't wait to take out the bone. Remains of Nether Wolf Demon God. A bone left behind by one of the 12 ancient demon gods, the Nether Wolf Demon God. It contains a drop of essence blood from the Nether Wolf Demon God. Unfortunately, even the power of a demon god cannot resist the erosion of time throughout 10,000 years. The power within this drop of essence blood has been almost entirely depleted, and the mark belonging to the demon god has long been erased. Now this drop of essence blood can only maintain a mortal level realm. There really is essence blood. It's a pity that its power has almost been completely depleted. Sunan was both pleasantly surprised and regretful. Since the power of essence blood was exhausted, its value was greatly reduced, and it could even hardly be called the same thing in comparison to the original. That's fine too. If it were high realm essence blood, even if it were given to me, I wouldn't be able to integrate it. Mortal level essence blood is what I need. He had no choice but to comfort himself. Then he thought of several other issues. First, what kind of bloodline system does this drop of essence blood belong to? Second, how should he extract the essence blood from the bone? Third, what should he do without the corresponding demon sutra? A series of 3 questions appeared in his mind, and Sunan's brow gradually furrowed. The first issue wasn't much of a problem. Regardless of which bloodline system the essence blood belonged to, he needed it. The second problem was similar. Since the object was already in his hands, he would eventually find a way to get the essence blood out. The most important thing was the third issue, Demon Sutra. Integrating bloodlines requires the corresponding demon sutra. Before, when he didn't have the essence blood, he had never considered this issue. Now that he had practically obtained the essence blood, he naturally had to prepare for the integration. It seems that I can only ask Zhu Lingyan. Having no other choice, she was the only person in Sky Wolf Valley who might be able to answer that question. Su Nan returned to Kun Tian prison. Cell No. 24. As soon as the prison door opened before he could enter, Zhu Lingyan's voice came from inside the cell. You came just in time. The outsider has already mastered a part of the Kun Tian prison's power using the Rongling disc, and he is trying to open Cell 42. Cell 42. Wasn't that the cell that held the players? Su Nan was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhu Cheng could use the Rongling disc to control the power of the Kun Tian prison. However, he was even more amazed at Zhu Lingyan's abilities. Zhu Lingyan was actually aware of what Zhu Cheng was doing. This was simply terrifying. Su Nan even suspected that the entire Kun Tian prison was under Zhu Lingyan's control. It seems that Zhu Lingyan really did tamper with the Rongling disc. Su Nan thought to himself. Previously, Zhu Lingyan used the Kun Tian key to probe the first level, but now she clearly wasn't using it. Without thinking too much, he quickly headed towards cell number 42. To him, players were equivalent to demon power, and before new players arrived, he didn't want these players to escape. Even if killing them would only complete a 1-star task or a 2-star task. In cell number 42, a group of players were more excited than ever before. After so many days, they finally saw the hope of leaving their cells. Everyone stared at the prison door, their eyes full of anticipation. Finally, the prison door slowly opened. "Haha, I'm free!" The frontmost player shouted excitedly and rushed out without a second thought. However, the next moment his body suddenly halted. An electric light struck him and his body disappeared in the prison cell. Seeing this scene, the remaining people were stunned. Then they all thought of something simultaneously and their faces changed drastically. The wolf demon. It's that wolf demon. Damn it, it's him again. Let's fight him together. After a brief moment of fear, everyone became angry and rushed out regardless of the consequences. However, their efforts were destined to be futile. Just a few breaths later, the prison cell was empty. With 6 points of demon power added to his account, his usable demon power increased to 24 points. Zhu Cheng didn't come. He must still be on the 3rd floor. In that case, I'll go find him. With that thought, Su Nan headed towards the 3rd level of Kun Tian prison. In cell number 35 on the 3rd floor, Zhu Cheng looked at the faintly visible circular disc in front of him and said, "The prison door is open. They should be out by now. Now I just need to fuse the 4th bloodline. With the aid of the prison's power, I should be able to kill that wolf demon too." He revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth, opened the personal information panel, and saw the 30 demon points, then directly chose to upgrade. With 10 demon points consumed, the perfection-level Demon Sutra became a great perfection. But that's not all. He waved his hand, and a bloodline and Demon Sutra were taken out from his personal space. 2 minutes later, with another 14 demon points consumed, the 4th Demon Sutra reached great accomplishment. Looking at the ranking list again, he jumped from the 2nd place directly to the 1st place. At this moment, Su Nan, who had transformed into the great princess appearance and was walking towards the 3rd floor, also discovered the change in his Kai luck. Opening the ranking list, he saw the change in his rank. Instead of feeling upset about his rank falling, Su Nan laughed. To him, reaching the 1st place was just a matter of willingness. He didn't care about his temporary rank at all. On the contrary, he hoped that someone could replace him as number 1. I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get for hunting down the player with the highest Kai luck. Su Nan revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth. Although the Kai luck from the ranking list was fluctuating, the Kai luck plundered belonged to him. Plundering a top-ranked player would definitely yield great rewards. It has been 10 days since the public beta test began, and I have finally returned to the 1st place. In cell number 35, Zhu Cheng was proud. Opening the regional chat, he knew that the player's topic must be him replacing Wang Nan as the 1st place without even looking. However, just as he was enjoying the thrill of being first, he suddenly saw the door to his prison cell open. The person who came was Su Nan, who had once again transformed into the wolf demon. Zhu Cheng was taken aback. What's going on? Isn't he the guard of the first floor? How did he get the key to the third floor? Zhu Cheng was puzzled, then he thought of something and sneered in his heart. I wasn't going to look for you, but you came to me. That's fine too. There's no reason not to take the demon power that's being handed to me. Although he only controlled a very small portion of Kun Tian Prison's power, it was already enough. The Kun Tian Prison was once created by human experts to imprison demons, and it had a strong suppressive effect on bloodlines. Bender, he was confident that with his 4 bloodlines, as long as he could suppress the wolf demon's bloodline just a bit, he would have the opportunity to kill it. Yunan's sudden arrival took Zhu Cheng somewhat by surprise. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly calmed down and began to think about how to deal with Su Nan. Su Nan didn't know Zhu Cheng's plan, but he had foreknowledge. Far from being complacent because he had killed Zhu Cheng twice, he became even more cautious. Not to mention that Zhu Cheng held the Wrongling disc. Merely the fact that Zhu Cheng had completed the 4-star mainline task was enough to command his attention. The rewards of the 4-star mainline task include the Demon Sutra, Bloodline, Demon Power, and an additional special reward, which truly marks the value of the 4-star mainline task. Unaware of what Zhu Cheng's mainline reward was, Su Nan did not dare to be careless. He didn't want his ship to sink in the drain. You have arrived at Cell 35 on the 3rd level of the Kun Tian Prison, where a hidden outsider awaits whom you plan to hunt down. This same outsider also intends to hunt you. You have just entered the cell, and the outsider immediately summoned the power of Kun Tian Prison, which suppressed your bloodline and substantially weakened you. Without waiting for you to react, leaning on his advantage in speed, the outsider quickly launched an attack on you. You didn't flinch, choosing to use the power of Divine Soul to launch a mental attack on the outsider. Regrettably, as the power of Kun Tian Prison had suppressed your power of Divine Soul, the effectiveness of your power was halved, only enough to cause a minor hindrance to the outsider's movements. My strength was suppressed by half. Su Nan was startled. It was within Su Nan's expectations that Zhu Cheng could use the power of Kun Tian Prison, but he hadn't expected that Zhu Cheng's ability would suppress his strength to such a great extent. It should be known that Zhu Cheng is not the true master of the Wrongling disc, so the power he can utilize is quite limited. Upon contemplating a moment, Su Nan arrived at a possible explanation. This must be due to the exceptional strength of the Kun Tian Prison treasure. Even when it only exerts a tiny bit of its power, it's enough to suppress me. No wonder the Diangsing sect went to such lengths to get their hands on Kun Tian Prison. You took advantage of this opportunity and tried to end the fight quickly, but before your attack could come close, the outsider had shaken off the effects of your mental attack and swiftly evaded. The outsider used his advantage in speed to grapple with you. Surprisingly, both of you seemed evenly matched, with neither able to overcome the other. There's no way you could hunt him down in such a short time. 2 minutes passed, your power of Divine Soul was rapidly draining, and you began to grow anxious. Without the power of Divine Soul's assistance, and with your bloodline suppressed, you weren't a match for him. Unknown to you, the outsider was even more anxious than you. He couldn't control the power of Kun Tian Prison for a prolonged period. You wanted to leave the cell, planning to leverage your identity as the wolf demon guard to attract other guards. The outsider spotted your plan and became even more frantic. In his desperation, he pulled out a piece of paper covered in densely packed strange symbols. This was an ancient human clan talisman used to store power, containing a sliver of a powerful person's strength. The outsider affixed the talisman to himself and his power surged, leaving you severely wounded. The outsider didn't let up, launching consecutive attacks on you with a swift pace. You died. Just before your death, you realized that the outsider could only control the power within the cell, and not that in the corridor. You shouldn't have entered the cell. As expected, this guy had a backup plan. Was this his reward for the task, or was it given to him by the person behind the scenes? Sunan was both shocked and relieved. He didn't expect that his foreknowledge would actually fail him this time. Truly, he is worthy to compete with me for the first place, not to be underestimated. Sunan sighed. Bender, he had to admit, those who were able to rise to prominence in this game were all exceptional. It's easy not to go into the cell. Sunan had a plan in his mind. Without entering the cell and only relying on the strength of the law-controlling class, he could still deal with Zhu Cheng. However, before that, he needed to power up a notch. 14 points of demon power were consumed to enhance the water jet fish bloodline to great accomplishment, enhancing the overall strength of the law-controlling class. Strange, why isn't he coming in? Zhu Cheng prepared to fight at any moment. Half a day passed and there was no sign of the wolf demon, an illusion created by Su Nan, intending to enter the cell. Now, Zhu Cheng started to get anxious. He pondered on how to provoke the wolf demon to enter the cell. Yet, in the next moment, a lightning bolt shaped into a lightning snake was launched at him. Zhu Cheng's face turned grim. He immediately tried to dodge, but just as he started to move, his head began to ache as if a big hand was stirring within his brain. Crash! The lightning exploded, struck him squarely, and nearly made Zhu Cheng spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could react, a firebird attacked him immediately after. How can this be? Does he know I was going to deal with him inside the cell? Could he know what I'm thinking? Zhu Cheng appeared gloomy. It was clear to him that the wolf demon intended to bombard him inside the cell. He couldn't help but think of his first encounter with the wolf demon conjured by Su Nan. At that time, it seemed like the wolf demon was baiting him to attack, which led to the loss of the beast bone dagger. This wolf demon is too mysterious. Electric light and flames bombed him continuously. Every single attack hit Zhu Cheng squarely. In the face of the power of divine soul, his boasted speed was completely useless. Zhu Cheng was unwilling but helpless. He wanted to rush out of the cell to fight Su Nan, but eventually he restrained himself. Without the help of Kun Tian Prison's power, he was no match for the wolf demon unless he used that talisman. From the current situation, it seems that even if he uses talismans, he may not be able to kill the wolf demon. Finally, after 2 minutes of bombardment, Zhu Cheng collapses onto the ground, powerless. This is the third time he was killed by the wolf demon transformed by Su Nan. Successfully hunted a great luck person. Do you choose to plunder their luck? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 Kai luck points. As Zhu Cheng was killed, at the very moment his vision faded to black, he suddenly saw a message flashing before his eyes. He barely managed to catch a glimpse of it and couldn't even read the entire content. Warning: your luck has been plundered by unknown forces. As a result, your realm has fallen and your someone stole my luck. What's going on? With the last thought flashing through his mind, Zhu Cheng was forcibly logged out of the game. In the villa, a dozen players are already waiting for him. As Zhu Cheng crawled out of the game cabin, Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, big brother, on becoming the #1 player. Now no one in the game will ever be your match again, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Congratulations, Zhu bro. The others excitedly celebrated. Their mood instantly lifted after being killed by the wolf demon once again. In their eyes, the wolf demon wouldn't live for much longer. However, Zhu Cheng was anxious in his heart. Ignoring everyone's congratulations, he hurriedly opened the forum. On the forum, players were still discussing his topic of overtaking Wang Nan to become the #1. God Zhu Cheng raised one of his demon techniques from perfection to great perfection, and another one from beginner to great accomplishment, which cost him a total of 24 demon power points. We can basically be sure that God Zhu Cheng must have completed a 4-star mainline task. That's right, it must be so. A 4-star task. No wonder he's the #1 player. God Zhu Cheng is too strong. Upon seeing these posts, Zhu Cheng had lost all his previous pride. He quickly refreshed the web page, hoping to see the latest ranking list. This process didn't take long. Just a few breaths later, a new post entered his view. Shock! God Zhu Cheng's ranking has fallen back to 2nd place. Upon opening the post, there was an unmistakably screenshot of the rankings. In the screenshot, Zhu Cheng, who had originally been in first place, had changed into the second. What should have been 3 types of great demon art perfection, 1 type of great demon art success, had now changed into 2 types of great demon art perfection, 1 type of demon art perfection, and 1 type of demon art that hadn't even started yet. This meant he had just wasted 24 demon power points for nothing. How is this possible? Zhu Cheng's eyes seemed to split open, finding it hard to accept the reality before him. As soon as the post was released, within moments, it attracted a large number of players' replies. What's going on? Can the demon power be taken back after the demon technique is upgraded? No way, I've never heard of anyone being able to take back demon power. I know, Zhu Cheng must have obtained some kind of hidden strength method. Exactly, that must be it. Zhu Cheng is hiding his strength, which is too sneaky. At first, most players were curious about how Zhu Cheng had changed from first to second place. However, as time went on, most people believed that Zhu Cheng had used some means to hide his strength. Zhu Cheng felt bitter in his heart. He wished he could hide his strength, but reality wouldn't allow it. The wolf demon. It must be that damn wolf demon who's causing all this trouble. Zhu Cheng gritted his teeth. If he had known earlier that being killed by the wolf demon would have such consequences, he would have risked using a talisman to kill the wolf demon. Zhang Feng and the others had also seen the content of the forum, looking at each other. They hoped that Zhu Cheng had hidden his strength, but looking at Zhu Cheng's expression, they realized that it didn't seem like the other players had guessed correctly. Things didn't end there. Suddenly someone noticed something and immediately said, "Zhu bro, it's not good. Our entry into Sky Wolf Valley has been exposed. Current total Kai Luck value 127 points. Current available Kai Luck 20 points. The luck recovered from the ranking list has made me number 1 again. Available Kai Luck. What does this mean?" Looking at the available Kai Luck, several prompts suddenly popped up. You can consume Kai Luck to actively trigger adventure events. Consuming different amounts of Kai Luck can trigger different level adventure events. Consume 50 points of Kai Luck, trigger ordinary adventure event. Consume 100 points of Kai Luck, trigger rare adventure event. Consume 500 points of Kai Luck, trigger uncommon adventure event. Consume 1,000 points of Kai Luck, trigger epic adventure event. Consume 5,000 points of Kai Luck, trigger legendary adventure event. Your available Kai Luck is insufficient to activate any level of adventure event. Please keep working hard. Active initiation of adventures. This ability is perfect for me. Su Nan's eyes flashed, owning the character of Lang 13, and he would hunt players in the future. As long as he was willing, the acquisition of Kai Luck would be continuous. He checked the ranking list again. He noticed the change in ranking at a glance and understood what was going on after a little thought. He couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Robbing players of their Kai Luck actually reduces their strength. This is absurd. This ability can only be used when I become a wolf demon. Sunan quickly made up his mind. Not to mention the impact of plundering Kai Luck on players. Even in order to hide his identity as a wolf demon, he must use it cautiously. Zhu Cheng already knew that he could rob Kai Luck. If he later robbed other players in the name of Wang Nan or Zhang Yang, it would definitely cause a sensation. It would be difficult not to expose himself then. Congratulations, you have completed Hunt a Top 100 Outsider in Kai Luck and have been issued 5 Demon Power Points. Currently available Demon Power. 15 points. Only 1 Demon Power Point away from leveling up my Waterjet Fish Demon technique to perfection. Entering cell number 35, he saw that the Rongling disc had become extremely illusory. Sunan tried to touch it, but found that he couldn't touch the seemingly visible object, which was like a shadow. It's a pity that Zhu Cheng has the key to the prison cell and can control Kun Tian prison. Otherwise, maybe I could find a way to trap him in here forever. Shaking his head, Sunan turned around and left. He returned to the first floor. He visited cell No. 24 again. "Bender, did you deal with that outsider?" Zhu Lingyan asked. Sunan nodded and took out the remains of the nether wolf demon god. "Senior, how can I extract the essence and blood from this skeleton?" He wasn't afraid that Zhu Lingyan would covet his things. Although the essence and blood in the skeleton was once highly regarded, it was now just a drop of mortal-grade essence blood that was useless to Zhu Lingyan. Huh, you were able to get something like this. Zhu Lingyan was surprised when she saw the skeleton Su Nan took out. She didn't expect that Su Nan could obtain a drop of ancient demon beast blood essence with his own abilities. Su Nan didn't conceal anything and roughly explained the situation of the mysterious cave. After listening, Zhu Lingyan looked deeply at Su Nan and said, "You're really bold, stealing offerings meant for the demon monarch, but you were actually successful." Demon monarch. Su Nan's pupils shrank. What is the demon monarch? This was an existence that controlled this world. Zhu Lingyan didn't intend to explain further and continued, "It's simple to extract the essence and blood, just smash it." When it's that simple. Su Nan was surprised. He thought extracting essence and blood would be troublesome, but he didn't expect it to be that simple. Since Zhu Lingyan had said so, he naturally wouldn't doubt it. He continued to ask Senior, "What if I only have essence and blood but no demon technique?" Zhu Lingyan said, "It's simple to obtain a demon technique. You can go to Tiangong Pavilion to buy it. You can buy most low-ranked bloodlines and demon techniques in Tiangong Pavilion." Tiangong Pavilion. Su Nan had seen this influence on the forum but had never heard of it in the game. He had considered Tiangong Pavilion before, but the problem was that he couldn't leave Sky Wolf Valley now. Su Nan talked about his problem. Zhu Lingyan frowned and said, "The essence and blood in the skeleton is not physique series but secret power series. You won't be able to use it. What do you want its demon techniques for? Secret power system." A thought flashed across Su Nan's mind and he said without changing his expression, "I can't use it but others can. I have a friend who happens to be in the secret power system." "Really?" Zhu Lingyan stared at Su Nan, her expression enigmatic. Su Nan gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "Yes." At this moment, he was very suspicious that Zhu Lingyan already knew about his ability to merge 3 bloodline systems. After all, Zhu Lingyan could know about what happened in the prison through the Rongling disc, so it would be normal to discover that he could use 3 system powers. However, since Zhu Lingyan didn't expose it, he naturally wouldn't admit it either. Zhu Lingyan was silent for a moment and flipped her hand to take out a golden small tower that could be held in one hand. "This is a treasure forged by Tiangong Pavilion that can be used for trading with the Tiangong Pavilion anywhere." Spatial trading. Su Nan's eyes lit up, and he was very tempted. If he had something like this, why worry about not having demon sutras? He could completely trade with Tiangong Pavilion by hunting demons. Seemingly seeing through Su Nan's thoughts, Zhu Lingyan said indifferently, "Don't bother. There are only 100 or so of these in the Tiangong Pavilion, and only extremely powerful forces are qualified to have them. Only extremely powerful forces can have it." Hearing Zhu Lingyan's words, Su Nan became even more convinced that Zhu Lingyan came from a major power and obviously had an extraordinary status in it. Trading with Tiangong Pavilion requires essence and blood. "I don't have any, so you need to figure it out yourself." No essence and blood. Su Nan was somewhat incredulous, but since Zhu Lingyan had already said so, he had no choice but to say, "I don't have any either." Can demon corpses be used instead? Su Nan took out the 2 mortal-level demon corpses he had obtained not long ago. Zhu Lingyan shook her head and said, "1 mortal-level demon sutra requires 10 drops of mortal-level demon essence and blood." 10 drops. That's so expensive. Su Nan couldn't help but gasp. A single demon corpse was only worth 1 drop of essence and blood. He had originally intended to let Zhu Lingyan help him purchase bloodline demon sutras directly, but now it seemed to be somewhat difficult. Having no choice, Su Nan took out the corpse of the spirit-level monster he had hunted by the warm moon pond. "This is all I have." Spirit-level monster. Seems like you have hidden quite a few things. Zhu Lingyan looked at Su Nan and said meaningfully. Su Nan smiled and said, "It's just a fluke." Zhu Lingyan said, "1 spirit-level monster corpse will do." Without any visible action from Zhu Lingyan, the golden small tower flashed with golden light and the demon corpse was directly collected inside. Immediately she asked, "Which demon sutra do you need?" Su Nan said, "Netherwolf Clan's demon sutra." Netherwolf. Zhu Lingyan seemed to have thought of something, her brows furrowed slightly. but in the end she didn't say anything. Soon Zhu Lingyan's golden tower flashed with golden light, and a jade plate recording the Demon Sutra appeared. A look of joy appeared in Su Nan's eyes. With this Demon Sutra, he would be able to fuse the bloodline of the Nether Wolf demon god. This was the first ancient monster bloodline he was going to merge with, but not the last. Having achieved his goal, Su Nan didn't linger. After bidding farewell to Zhu Lingyan, he left cell No. 24. I wonder if that great monster guarding the passage is still there. He still had 6 foreknowledge attempts, and basically all the tasks he could do today were completed, so not using the remaining foreknowledge attempts would be a waste. Thinking about this, Su Nan entered the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. In his foreknowledge, the young girl guarding the passage hadn't left, just like last time caught red-handed. With a sigh, Su Nan could only quit the game. Starlight poured down. Under the night sky, 3 figures shrouded in black robes stood where Su Nan and Olda had fought, carefully observing. Olda has disappeared, but that Wang Nan is still alive. It seems Olda has failed. It shouldn't be. Olda has already recovered to the spirit level. Even if Wang Nan really got that bracelet, he couldn't have killed Olda. The night patrol also sent someone over, but that person is not a match for Olda. Even if he and Wang Nan joined forces, they couldn't have killed Olda. No matter what, let's report this information first and continue looking for Wang Nan. Moreover, we should catch that night patrol and interrogate him. Unbeknownst to when it started, Su Nan had developed the habit of browsing the forum every day. Clicking on the hardest post to scroll down, suddenly, a familiar post appeared before his eyes. It was the post he had asked Lai Hao to create. Compared to yesterday, this post had now become one of the hottest posts on the entire forum. In just one night, the number of views had reached tens of thousands, and there were thousands of replies. This post actually went viral. Su Nan was a little surprised and then delighted. From top to bottom, Su Nan read through most of the replies. He found that at the beginning not many people believed the post, mostly questioning it. However, as more people discussed it, more and more information about Sky Wolf Valley and the Sky Wolf clan was found, and the number of players who believed in the post increased. By now, many players believed it was true, all because of one thing. Several people discovered that members of Zhu Cheng's God-Sealing Guild had gone to Sky Wolf Valley. Bender Zhu Cheng has actually sent people again. What does he want to do? Su Nan was puzzled. Although the treasure vault of the Sky Wolf clan might attract other players, it was somewhat difficult to attract Zhu Cheng's attention, as he was the protagonist of this event. Could it be that Zhu Cheng wants to take advantage of the conflict between Diangsing sect and the Sky Wolf clan to make a fortune? Su Nan speculated quietly. This one move by Zhu Cheng immediately made many players believe in the authenticity of the post. It even made the other major guilds restless, all sending people to investigate. Sky Wolf Valley is located about 400 miles from Diangsing sect, within Tianyun County. If you want to go there now, you can go to the White Water town in Tianyun County. From there, walk 30 li directly south and you'll reach Sky Wolf Valley. Tianyun County. That's a pity. I'm too far from Tianyun County right now, otherwise, I'd like to go there and join the excitement. Anyone going to Sky Wolf Valley for a treasure hunt in a group? Take me with you. Many players on the forum started getting restless and wanting to head to the Sky Wolf Valley to grab a share of the treasure. Of course, the players who had such thoughts were not simple. Each and every one of them had reached the Demon Sutra great success at the very least, and were not far from demon art mastery, so they no longer had to worry about failing the survival task. Tianyun County, White Water Town. Su Nan's eyes lit up as he finally found out where he was located. 30 li isn't that far, I can go take a look tonight. With his strength, 30 li wasn't a big deal, it would take only a couple of tens of minutes at most. But there was no hurry for now. The post had only been published within one night, and the news hadn't spread completely yet. And the time was too short. Even if players really wanted to go to Sky Wolf Valley, they couldn't reach there immediately. At least another 10 hours or more would be needed. What? That Wang Nan who killed several players is fake? How is that possible? If he's fake, then how could he have such strong strength? I can assure you that Wang Nan is indeed fake. Moreover, the real Wang Nan also appeared last night. As soon as Su Nan arrived at the hotel, he saw Wang Chong talking animatedly with some colleagues, saliva flying everywhere. Who is more powerful, the real Wang Nan or the fake one? Do you even have to ask? Of course, the real Wang Nan is more powerful. Last night, the fake Wang Nan tried to capture the real one, but in the end, the fake Wang Nan disappeared while the real one remained unscathed. Wang Chong seemed to know everything, as if he had been there in person, which excited the young listeners. Seeing Su Nan arrive, Wang Chong immediately asked, "Brother Nan, do you know what happened last night?" "What happened last night?" Su Nan pretended to know nothing. Although he had heard gunshots last night, that was only because his senses were far superior to ordinary people. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear such sounds from a distance. If he said he'd heard gunshots, he'd risk making others suspicious. Upon hearing Su Nan's denial, Wang Chong became even more excited and recounted the story of last night's events. After listening, Su Nan turned and asked, "How did you know all this?" Wang Chong said, "Miss Bai told me, as she participated in the operation to arrest the fake Wang Nan yesterday." Su Nan nodded. In fact, he didn't have to ask. He already knew where Wang Chong's source of information came from. But since he was playing the role of an ordinary person, he had to act like one. Curiosity was the expected behavior for an ordinary person. Then someone suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother Wang, there are only 5 days left for the survival task. What realm have you reached with your Demon Sutra?" Wang Chong proudly said, "I have already reached Demon Sutra great success, and I only need to accumulate 16 more points of demon power to meet the survival task's requirements. And I'll be joining Miss Bai and the others very soon." "Brother Wang, you're amazing." The others were full of admiration for Wang Chong's achievement. Wang Chong felt like he was on cloud 9 and directly told the others to find him in the game after they logged in. While they were talking, the group suddenly saw a man quickly walking into the lobby. Su Nan recognized him at a glance. It was Yang Zheng, the head of the Demon Investigation Bureau in Donglan City. Why is he here again? Wang Chong wondered. Yang Zheng looked hurried, as if in a rush. He came to the hotel and headed straight for the top floor, apparently going to see Bai Meng. Did something happen again? Was old as death discovered last night? Su Nan had a thought, considering a possibility. Sure enough, after a while, Bai Meng left the hotel with Yang Zheng quickly. Su Nan shook his head secretly, without much concern. With his illusion technique, as long as he didn't bring disaster upon himself by revealing his identity, it was almost impossible for anyone to find him. Who would have thought that a regular 9-to-5 security guard would turn out to be the #1 Wang Nan in the game? Bender at 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Nan returned home. After a simple wash-up, he logged into the game. Transforming into the appearance of a wolf demon guard, he left Kun Tian prison once again. This time, he planned to leave Sky Wolf Valley and check out the so-called Whitewater Town. According to the player's description on the forum, Sky Wolf Valley is due south of Whitewater Town, so I should head north, Su Nan thought. Sky Wolf Valley was located in a long east-west mountain range that stretched for countless miles. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the demons were gathered in Sky Wolf Valley, and there weren't many demons in the mountain range itself. As Su Nan transformed into a demon, his journey was smooth and unobstructed. In just over 20 or 30 minutes, he left the mountain range. Continuing north, the terrain began to level out, with only occasional small hills. After another half an hour, Su Nan stood on a small hill and looked into the distance, finally seeing a faint outline of a human town. That must be Whitewater Town, he thought with anticipation. It had been over 10 days since he had entered the game, and Su Nan had finally left Sky Wolf Valley and found a human settlement. "I guess I've graduated from being a beginner," Su Nan said to himself sarcastically. Entering a human activity area, he could not maintain the appearance of a demon and reverted to his original game character. About 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at Whitewater Town. Whitewater Town was quite large, enclosed by high walls and could be considered a small city. In the town, there were tea houses, restaurants, and inns aplenty. However, for some reason, there were only a few people on the streets, and even the occasional passers-by seemed hurried and a bit desolate. Sunan frowned. Even though he didn't know what other towns in the game looked like, he knew the situation was not normal. "I'll find a place to inquire about what's going on here," he thought. After some consideration, he headed for a tea house. The tea house was obviously past its prime and somewhat dilapidated. As if she hadn't seen a customer in a long time, an old woman in her 60s or 70s came over as soon as Sunan entered the tea house. "Would you like some tea, traveler?" the old woman asked. Sunan instinctively wanted to nod, but then he realized that he didn't have any of this world's currency. Helplessly, he could only shake his head and answer, "No, Mom. I just wanted to ask you why this town seems so big but has so few people." Hearing this, the old woman's eyes flashed with surprise. "You are not from Tianyun County." Sunan was intrigued and replied, "No, I'm not from Tianyun County." "That explains it," the old woman nodded. "If you were from Tianyun County, you would know that Whitewater Town used to be a prosperous town, until about 20 years ago when a group of powerful demon beasts arrived in the Black Wind Mountain Range, which is about 30 miles away. At first, the demons periodically came to the town to capture martial artists. As time passed, powerful martial artists either escaped or were captured, and the demons then started to target young and strong people. After that, people in the town either left or moved away, leaving only us helpless old people and some families who could not afford to move. So that's what happened. Sunan suddenly understood after listening to the old woman's explanation. Obviously, the so-called Black Wind Mountain Range was the mountain range where Sky Wolf Valley was located, and the demons the old woman mentioned were the wolf demons from the Skywolf clan. "Mom, have you seen any foreigners like me today?" Sunan asked. The old woman shook her head and said, "Not today." Sunan's heart sank, knowing that he had arrived too early. He thought it was normal since the player's strength was not strong. It would be very risky for them to travel long distances in the demon-infested world, and their speed could not be too fast. He was somewhat disappointed. However, at that moment, the old woman seemed to remember something and continued. "But about 10 days ago, several people like you appeared mysteriously in the town. They later went to Lycasia's house on the east side of the town and were never seen again." 10 days ago. Sunan's eyes sparkled. If his guess was correct, the people the old woman mentioned were highly likely to be players. "Mom, where is Lycasia's house?" Sunan asked. At the sound of Lycasia's name, the old woman's murky eyes filled with fear, and she quickly said, "You're going to Lycasia's house. You must not go there. It's a very dangerous place. Place of great misfortune." Sunan's heart shook, not only fearless but actually interested. He immediately asked, "Old man, what's unusual about Lycasia's house?" "Young one, that place is not somewhere you can go. Leave quickly." The old woman didn't want to continue the topic, waved her hand and turned to leave. Sunan did not intend to give up. This was a good opportunity to gather information and he couldn't miss it. "Old woman, to be honest with you, I am a martial artist." "A martial artist?" The old woman was surprised. She stopped, turned around and looked at Sunan up and down again, as if she was hesitating whether or not to tell him. Sunan took this opportunity to continue, "Old woman, actually, those people who disappeared more than 10 days ago were my friends. I am here to look for them. Even if you don't say anything, I will still go to find them. So they were your friends, what a pity." The old woman sighed, hesitated for a moment and said, "There are demons there." "Demons?" Sunan's face showed an unusual color, but in his heart he knew it. In this world, danger is almost always related to demons. 20 years ago, the Lycasia family was not wealthy. In fact, you could say they were impoverished and thus unable to move away. 10 years ago, Lycasia somehow acquired a large sum of money, and since then has become increasingly prosperous, quickly becoming the richest family in Whitewater Town. Therefore, everyone started calling him Lycasia. If it were only that, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But 3 years ago, something strange happened at Lycasia's house. The younger servant and his family started to go missing one after another. Everyone suspected that it was because of a demon, so Lai Keiju posted notices offering large amounts of money for martial artists to eradicate the demon. Every martial artist who tried to eliminate the demon, however, never returned. After hearing the old woman's description, Su Nan's expression became serious. If the demon was only making ordinary people disappear, then it wouldn't be considered powerful. However, if it was able to make several martial artists disappear in succession, then that was extraordinary. Young one, I'm afraid your friends have already become the demon's meal. This old woman advises you to go back where you came from and not to sacrifice your own life unnecessarily. The old woman said earnestly. Don't worry, old woman, I know what I'm doing. Su Nan nodded. He turned and prepared to leave. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and stopped. By the way, old woman, are there any other dangerous places in this town? Now, it was already past 10 o'clock in reality. 2 hours remained before the task refresh. There was no way he would return to Sky Wolf Valley today. As such, tasks related to Whitewater Town would inevitably refresh after midnight. It was better to gather information now, making it easier to take action later. The old woman thought for a moment and said, there are several dangerous places. The Earth God Temple in the south of the town has had demons wreaking havoc for over 20 years. Later, the townspeople moved away, and there was almost no news of demons appearing again. Also, the White Water River to the west of the town is off limits. There is a terrifying great monster rumored to live in the river. Lastly, there's the Chen Ancestral Hall in the north of the town. Although there haven't been reports of demons appearing there, it's a very sinister place, with people often hearing voices and laughter in the middle of the night. The Earth God Temple, White Water River, Chen Ancestral Hall. Su Nan secretly recorded these locations. Adding Lai Keija's house to the list, Whitewater Town had a total of 4 places potentially inhabited by demons. Su Nan wasn't surprised. This world was full of demons, so it was unusual for a town this size to have no demons at all. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Su Nan headed eastwards through the town. He still had 4 more foreknowledge opportunities. He couldn't waste them. Su Nan planned to scout a few places first, roughly assessing the dangers that might exist in these locations. Of all the places, only Lai Keija's house still has people living in it, so it should be a relatively safe place. However, several groups of martial artists have disappeared there, so there are only 2 possibilities. Either those martial artists were really incompetent, or the demon there is truly too powerful. While walking eastward along the street, Su Nan secretly analyzed the possibilities. Between the 2 possibilities, he leaned more towards the first, as a place like Whitewater Town wouldn't likely attract powerful martial artists. Besides, if the demon were really that powerful, it wouldn't just be the disappearance of a few martial artists. Players don't actually die. Since those players went to Lai Keija's house and never came back, they are most likely trapped somewhere. Su Nan continued eastward, asking passers-by for directions from time to time, until he finally arrived in front of a relatively luxurious courtyard. The red-painted door was tightly closed, and there was a yellowing notice posted on it. Su Nan did not use his foreknowledge right away, but instead walked up and knocked on the door. Lai Keija's house was large and inhabited. Without a clear idea of where the demon was, 3 minutes of foreknowledge would be practically useless. The foreknowledge time was too short. Bender knock, knock, knock. Su Nan knocked for a while, and finally, there were hurried footsteps coming from inside the courtyard. As the door creaked open just a fingertip wide, an old man with a hunched back and full of white hair appeared before Su Nan. Who are you? The old man looked at Su Nan up and down with surprise in his eyes. Old man, I was passing by and saw your posted notice. What is happening in your residence? Su Nan pointed at the notice on the door and asked knowingly. The old man was startled, then said with great joy, are you a martial artist? Su Nan nodded. Seeing this, the old man immediately opened the gate, saying, young master, please come in. I will take you to meet my master. Su Nan followed the old man into the courtyard. The mansion of Lai Keiju is large, but due to the lack of servants, it appears lifeless. The old man led Sunan to a lobby, saying, "Young master, please wait here. I will go inform the master." Then he turned around and left, leaving Sunan alone and waiting. Soon, a slightly overweight man in his 60s came hurrying over. Upon seeing Sunan, his eyes lit up with joy. "Young master, are you going to help my Lai mansion get rid of the demon?" Sunan cut to the chase. "What exactly happened at your mansion?" The story begins 3 years ago. Lai Keiju explained the situation from beginning to end. What he said was not far from what the old tea seller had told him. Sunan silently listened and asked directly, "With these events happening, why haven't you left?" "It's not that I don't want to move, but I can't. The nearest town to Whitewater Town is 30 li away. We older folks don't have the energy to travel that far. If we encounter a demon on the way, we will certainly perish." Lai Keiju sighed. Sunan nodded and continued, "Have there been any recent disappearances?" Lai Keiju shook his head. "Not recently." "No." Sunan frowned. The old woman had told him that several players had disappeared after entering Lai Keiju's house over 10 days ago. This was inconsistent with what Lai Keiju was saying. Something was off. Sunan's expression turned solemn. "Old man Lai, I heard before coming here that several young men around my age visited this place over 10 days ago and they disappeared afterwards." Lai Keiju was taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. "Young master, you might not know, but indeed 5 young men came 10 days ago. However, they found nothing after searching my mansion and then they left." "They left?" Sunan was dubious. Lai Keiju continued, "As you may have noticed, that demon is only interested in young people. There are no young people left in my mansion due to the torment of the demon. Even the youngest servant is already 52. The last person went missing a month ago. A month ago I took a concubine, but she went missing the very next morning." Sunan asked, "Do you know where the concubine disappeared? Could you take me to see it?" "Of course, please follow me." Lai Keiju led the way and soon arrived at a room in the back courtyard. This was once Lai Keiju's bridal chamber. It was very festively furnished, but since the disappearance of the concubine, he had not stayed here anymore. Sunan looked around briefly and found nothing unusual. Reluctantly, he began his foreknowledge. He hoped that he could find something different in his foreknowledge. 1 month ago, Lai Keiju's concubine went missing in this room. You suspect she was taken by a demon and want to find any clues she left in the room. You came to the bed to look around and found a rusty pair of scissors under the pillow. The scissors were ordinary, nothing special. You went over to the dressing table not far away to look. 2 minutes later, Yaod almost thoroughly searched the room without finding anything unusual. You were unwilling to give up and searched again, but still found nothing. Bender, you realized that if you want to find the demon, you may only have a chance at night. Foreknowledge ended, yielding nothing. Sunan sighed, had to bid farewell to Lai Keiju and agreed to come back at night. He didn't have the ability to find the demon. If the demon hid and refused to come out, he couldn't do anything about it. "Young master, this is a token of my sincerity. If you can get rid of the demon for my Lai mansion, I will certainly offer you a generous reward." Before leaving, Lai Keiju, seemingly afraid that Sunan might not come back at night, quickly took out something from his body. They were pieces of broken silver of different sizes. The world actually uses silver as currency. Sunan was surprised. After a thought, he took it anyway. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Leaving Lai Keiju's house, Sunan went straight to the Earth God Temple to the south. The Earth God Temple was not in Whitewater Town, but about a li outside the town. Sunan searched for about 10 minutes and finally saw a not-so-large building. Due to years of neglect, the Earth God Temple was in ruins and surrounded by weeds as tall as a person. Sunan had no intention of entering. Standing 100 meters away from the Earth God Temple, he began his foreknowledge. You came to the abandoned Earth God Temple outside Whitewater Town. It used to be prosperous with incense and pilgrims, but the arrival of a demon had completely changed it. Entering the temple, you immediately noticed a huge statue placed on a square stone platform about 1 person high. Covered in dust due to long-term neglect, the stone statue. You searched the Earth God Temple. The temple had been abandoned for over 20 years, but there was no sign of birds or animals. Apart from that, there was nothing special. 1 minute later, you carefully searched the entire Earth God Temple without finding anything peculiar, as if it was just an ordinary Earth God Temple. You were about to give up, then your Kai luck kicked in. Suddenly, you noticed that one side of the huge rock under the statue was uneven, different from the other sides. It seemed to have been repaired at a later stage. The Kai luck is working. Sunan was delighted, his eyes full of anticipation. Last time Kai luck worked, it allowed him to complete the task of exploring the mysterious cave. He wondered what he would gain this time. You punched the side of the huge rock, and instantly an entrance to an underground tunnel appeared before your eyes. The entrance is not big, just enough to accommodate one person. Without any hesitation, you enter the tunnel. After a few breaths, a small underground stone room appears before your eyes. You see a corpse sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the center of the room. The corpse's age is unknown, and it has long turned into a dry, skin-covered skeleton. As you are about to approach the corpse to check it, you suddenly sense something watching you. You suddenly turn around towards the entrance but see nothing. Your mind is on alert, ready to strike at any moment. Coming closer to the corpse, you see a silver-white longsword placed between its legs. A longsword. This must be a treasure. Sunan's eyes lit up. The heavenly luck ability could bring him extraordinary encounters, and since it was an extraordinary encounter, it couldn't be an ordinary item. You attempt to pick up the longsword, but at that instant, you sense danger approaching. You react quickly, punching behind you while turning your power of divine soul into a long spear, aiming at the target. To your disappointment, this is a speed-based spirit-level monster. Your power of divine soul doesn't need a big impact. The demon only pauses momentarily before effortlessly evading your attack. You quickly cast the Thunder Snake technique and the Fire Bird technique, trying to hit the demon, but its speed is far beyond your imagination. Only the Thunder Snake technique can have a certain effect on it. The demon avoided most of your attacks and appeared in front of you in the blink of an eye. You took out the beast bone dagger and stabbed at the demon, but it was also easily evaded. You are dead. A speed-based spirit-level monster. Now it's a bit difficult. Sunan's expression became solemn. He had killed many spirit-level monsters, but most of them were in the Kun Tian prison with almost no strength left. Strictly speaking, he had only killed one fully powered spirit-level monster by the Warm Moon Pond. The wolf demon guards didn't count. I have a beast bone dagger. If I can use it successfully, it's not impossible to kill it. The problem is, the demon is too fast and I have no chance to use the bone dagger. Staring at the Earth God Temple for a moment, Sunan turned and left. The spirit-level monster in the temple is not something he can deal with right now unless his power of divine soul can be increased once again. Compared to the Earth God Temple, the White Water River would be much easier to find. From a distance, Sunan saw a river about 100 meters wide. The river water was surging, not knowing where it flowed from and where it was headed. It's hard to find demons in a place like this. Sunan shook his head. The river is too wide, and it's not easy to predict what would happen randomly without knowing the specific location of a demon. After watching for a while, he turned and left. To explore the White Water River, he could only wait for the task refresh to check again. Sunan didn't notice that as soon as he left, a young man appeared on the river's surface, looking in the direction he had left. An outsider. The young man muttered in a low voice, his eyes showing a hint of strangeness. Leaving the White Water River, Sunan hurried to the Chen family ancestral hall without stopping. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at the Chen family ancestral hall, he saw 3 young men standing in front of the hall observing. Players. The Chen family ancestral hall is located in an ancient courtyard. Similar to the Earth God Temple, it has been abandoned for a long time, and the lock on the door is rusty. 3 young men are all in their early 20s and they look very similar. They are obviously brothers. The 3 of them stand in front of the ancestral hall, hesitating whether or not to go in. A player has arrived. Seeing Sunan, they also recognize his identity, and their eyes reveal wariness. Since he has been discovered, Sunan does not hide and walks up to them. Are you also going to Sky Wolf Valley to hunt for treasure? The three do not answer, but one of them, a taller young man, says, You must be the martial artist mentioned by the tea-selling old woman. Right, weren't you going to Lai Keiju's house? Why are you here again? Hearing this, Sunan already understands what happened. Obviously, the three had arrived at Whitewater Town after he had gone to Lai Keiju's house. Like him, the three had also learned the news from the tea-selling old woman. They share the same idea as Sunan, wanting to prepare for the upcoming refreshed tasks and investigate Whitewater Town in advance. What a coincidence! Sunan sighs and is secretly delighted. Now that 3 players have arrived, it won't be long before more players come. As long as 10 more players arrive, the first stage of the mainline task, Wrath of the Demon Monarch, can be completed. Yes, I am that person. Sunan nods and admits directly. The tall young man gestures to the young man on his left and says, My name is Huang Mingfeng. This is my second brother, Huang Minjian. Following that, he points to the young man on his right and says, This is my third brother, Huang Minjiu. May I ask your name, my friend? Feng, Yun, and Yu, lacking only Wu. Sunan remembers the names of the 3 young men. My surname is Zhang, but my given name isn't important. Since entering Whitewater Town, Sunan had stopped using his Wang Nan appearance. To outsiders, he now appeared tall and handsome. This was the appearance he had prepared for his Zhang Yang identity. He plans to use this appearance and identity during his time in Whitewater Town. Seeing this, Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiu frown and are dissatisfied with Sunan's reluctance to reveal his given name. Without paying attention to his 2 younger brothers' emotions, Huang Mingfeng remains calm and smiles. So your brother Zhang, how many people have you brought with you? I am on my own. Sunan replies, Alone. Hearing this, Huang Minjiu and Huang Minjian show surprise on their faces. Even Huang Mingfeng becomes a little disturbed. They knew very well how difficult it was to get to Whitewater Town. Even if they came from the nearest town, it would take a lot of effort. They were able to arrive so quickly not only because they were all strong, but also because there were 3 of them. But Sunan had not only arrived earlier than them, he was also on his own. The 3 look at each other without speaking. Silence descends. Sunan knows that they must be discussing secretly through the game's chat function at this time. Soon, the 3 seem to have made a decision. Huang Mingfeng says, Brother Zhang, it is not safe for you to be alone in such a place. Why don't we join forces? There is strength in numbers after all. No, thanks. I prefer being alone. Sunan refuses. He could see Huang Mingfeng's intentions clearly. It was obvious that Huang Mingfeng thought he was strong and wanted to win him over to borrow his power. Since Brother Zhang is unwilling, we won't force the issue. Huang Mingfeng seemed somewhat disappointed, then turned to look at the Chen family ancestral hall and said, Since Brother Zhang is also interested in this place, my 3 brothers and I naturally won't try to take it from you. We will leave this place to you. Oh. Sunan is surprised. Just now, the 3 of them clearly wanted to go in, but now they have given up the opportunity. Are they trying to test his strength? Or are they using him as a pioneer? Sunan doesn't refuse immediately. Instead, he turns to look at his personal information panel. On the panel, text flickers, and the information of foreknowledge quickly appears. You open the rusty lock and enter the small courtyard where the Chen family ancestral hall is located. In the courtyard, miscellaneous grass is overgrown. Upon careful observation, you can faintly see a straight path covered by the grass leading directly to the ancestral hall. The Chen family ancestral hall is a 2-story wooden building. The main door of the ancestral hall is neither locked nor closed. You can see the spirit tablets scattered inside, and there are even numerous footprints of some demon beast on the ground. You immediately realize that there are more than one demon beast within this ancestral hall. Carefully entering the ancestral hall, demon beasts that look similar to yellow weasels suddenly burst out from the corners, rushing towards you. These demon beasts are not strong. only about the same as a martial artist who has reached great perfection in one demon sutra, but they are numerous, at least 30 of them. You are not afraid at all. You use 3 bloodline powers in succession, killing one demon after another. In just a few breaths, more than 30 demon beasts are dead. Your actions enrage a more powerful demon beast hiding nearby. A demon twice the size of the others suddenly leaps from a roof beam and attacks you. You react quickly using a bloodline combat skill and punch the demon away. But at that moment, another similarly sized demon beast charges at you from another direction. These 2 demon beasts are at the peak of mortal level, equivalent to martial artists who have reached great perfection in 4 demon sutras. But still, you are not afraid. A minute later, you kill all of the demon beasts and leave the Qin family ancestral hall. Well, it seems he stumbled into a demon beast's nest. With an unchanged expression, Sunan waves his hand at the 3 and says, "You're too kind. I can see that this place is sinister and eerie, and I don't think I have the ability to go in." He had no intention of taking action now. Even if he wanted to, he would wait for the task to refresh. As Sunan turned to leave, he said, "If the 3 of you don't want to go in, it's better to leave as soon as possible so as not to waste a chance to die in vain." When Sunan had gone far away, Huang Minjian disdainfully said, "Humph, I thought it was one of the great gods on the ranking list. He turns out to be so timid." Huang Minjiu also nodded. "Since he doesn't dare to go in, let's go in." Hearing their words, Huang Mingfeng immediately scolded. "Don't talk nonsense. This brother Zhang may not be as simple as he appears on the surface." Sunan returned to the tea house of the old woman. The location here was excellent, a necessary path to enter Whitewater Town. If any players came, he could discover them at first glance. "Old man, give me a cup of tea." Sunan took out a piece of broken silver and said, there was not much time left for the task to refresh, so he didn't plan to quit the game and chose to wait patiently. The old woman didn't accept the silver but instead worriedly said, "Young one, you haven't gone to Lai Keiju's house, have you? You must never go there, it's very dangerous." Sunan smiled. "Don't worry, old man, I won't go." That's good, that's good." The old woman nodded and turned to bring Sunan a pot of tea. While drinking tea, Sunan kept an eye on the entrance to Whitewater Town. The old woman was idle and chatted with Sunan occasionally. During this time, Sunan learned that the old woman's surname was Zhao, and the neighbors called her Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao once had a son named Han Kun, who was also a martial artist and had even joined the Diangsing sect. However, later on, she didn't know what had happened to her son, and he hadn't returned for more than 10 years. Talking about this, tears flowed from Granny Zhao's turbid eyes. Sunan didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Time passed, and finally the task was refreshed. Sunan quickly looked at Lang 13's task. As always, Lang 13's 3 tasks were to hunt players. Sunan wasn't surprised. For him, this was actually better. Now there were few players, and it was difficult for him to complete Lang 13's tasks. But in the future, when he went to places with more players, this would be his long-term fixed source of demon power. The life wheel scripture was activated and he looked at Wang Nan's tasks. Daily Task 1. Clean up Qin Family Ancestral Hall. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon points. Daily Task 3. Kill the demon in the Earth God Temple. Task difficulty, stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 3. Explore Whitewater River. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, 30 demon points. As he had thought previously, as long as he was far enough away from the Sky Wolf Valley, all daily tasks related to the Sky Wolf Valley would refresh. A glance at the 3 tasks, and Sunan's eyes revealed a strange color. There was nothing unexpected about the first 2 tasks. What surprised him was the 3rd task. The task of exploring Whitewater River is actually 4 stars. Sunan was shocked. He had only seen one 4-star exploration task before, which was to explore the Wolf King Palace. It seems that there really is a great monster in Whitewater River, and it's even a shape-shifting demon at the Demon King level. Sunan's expression turned solemn. He had thought that after the tasks refreshed, he would look and see if he should explore Whitewater River. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. Such a task was basically impossible to complete. I didn't expect that in a town as small and uninhabited as Whitewater Town, there would be a demon king-level shape-shifting demon. I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck. His life wheel scripture activated again as he switched roles to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1. Hunt down and kill a mortal-level demon. Task difficulty. Stars task reward. 5 demon points. Daily Task 2. Deliver a message to Granny Zhao's son. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 3. Fulfill Lai Keiju's last wish. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Of the 3 tasks, besides the first one being familiar, the remaining 2 are quite strange. Delivering a message for Granny Zhao to her son. Can it be that Granny Zhao's son is still not dead? This 2-star task is destined to be impossible to complete. Not to mention where Granny Zhao's son is or if he can be met. Even if he could really meet Granny Zhao's son later, this task would be refreshed due to the location. It can't be that Granny Zhao's son is in Whitewater Town, right? Sunan frowns even more when looking at the 3rd task. Lai Keiju's last wish. Did Lai Keiju already die? Sunan's heart jumped. What kind of wish can be called a last wish in the task name? That would naturally be a dead person's wish. If Lai Keiju had already died, then who did he meet? The answer is self-evident. Well, it turns out that the demon has been in front of me all along and I didn't even notice. Sunan's face looked bad. This task is 3-star, and it can be basically confirmed that it must involve a spirit-level demon. It will be impossible to complete without using some tricks. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go to clean the Chen family ancestral hall. This is the simplest task, and by cleaning there, he can complete 2 tasks at the same time. Before leaving, he thought of Granny Zhao's task again, and after thinking about it, he turned back to Granny Zhao and said, "Granny Zhao, if I have the chance to meet your son later, is there anything you would like to say to him? I can help you pass on a message." Really? Upon hearing this, Granny Zhao was overjoyed. Afraid that Sunan would change his mind, she quickly said, "I'm already half buried in the yellow soil and I don't have much to say. I just hope that he can come back and see me before I die. All right, if I see him, I will pass on the message." Sunan nodded and remembered. Granny Zhao seemed to think of something and quickly searched her body. Soon, a wooden lion the size of an egg was found. This was carved by Ah Kun when he was young. As long as you show this to him, he'll know. Granny Zhao handed it to Sunan. Sunan took a glance and put it away. After bidding farewell to Granny Zhao, he quickly to the Chen family ancestral hall. Chen family ancestral hall. The iron lock on the small courtyard gate had already been opened, and it was obvious that the Huang brothers had been inside. You can't blame anyone else for seeking death on your own. Sunan shook his head slightly. Although the strength of the Huang brothers is stronger than that of ordinary players, no matter how strong they are, they could have fused 2 bloodlines at most. Facing 20 to 30 demon creatures with the strength of great demon art perfection, they would probably be torn to shreds within moments. Sunan entered the small courtyard and, without even looking at the surroundings, waved his hand and a huge firebird appeared. With a streak of red light, it fell into the ancestral hall. Instantly, the flames surged, and the wooden ancient building burned at an extremely fast rate. Now it was undoubtedly poking a hornet's nest. 20 or 30 demon creatures resembling weasels swarmed out, their eyes red, and pounced at Sunan. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, and bursts of electric light shot out, causing these demons to scream in pain. At the same time, those 2 larger-sized demon creatures also sprang out, baring their fangs and attempting to devour Sunan alive. There's no way Sunan would let them go. Striking with the power of the divine soul, the 2 demons instantly screamed in pain. More than a minute later, the small courtyard was full of demon corpses. Sunan collected the larger corpses but ignored the others. Those demons were too weak and had little value. Even if he sold them to Tiangong Pavilion, they might not want them. Ignoring the burning ancient building, Sunan turned and left. Not long after he left, 3 figures appeared in the small courtyard. It was the Huang brothers. The 3 stared at the burning ancient building and at the corpses all over the ground. For a moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Minjian stared blankly and said, "Who did this? Who's so ruthless?" Huang Minjiu's face was also full of surprise. Wasn't it said that there were no martial artists left in Whitewater Town anymore? Could it be that some top player has come to Whitewater Town? Could it have been him? Wang Mingfeng's expression changed slightly, and for some reason he thought of Su Nan. "Let's go to Lai Keiju's house." Wang Mingfeng quickly read the tasks on his task panel. The tasks had been refreshed. His panel showed 3 tasks: clean up the Chen family ancestral hall, Lai Keiju's last will, and slay the demon in the Earth God Temple. Huang Minjiu and Huang Minjiu also checked their tasks. They also had the task of Lai Keiju's last will. The two found it strange. Huang Minjian said, "Big brother, why are we going there? These are 3-star tasks. We can't complete them. I suspect that the person who hunted down the demons here went to Lai Keiju's house. Is that even possible? We'll know it when we go there." The 3 of them headed towards Lai Keiju's house. Nobody noticed that after they left, a raccoon cat jumped down from a distant tree and quickly ran towards the White Water River. About 10 minutes later, the raccoon cat came to a huge rock by the White Water River. To its surprise, the rock moved and carried it into the river, under the White Water River. Nobody would have imagined that there was a massive underwater palace here. Interestingly, this palace was built on a large ship that floated quietly underwater. As soon as the raccoon cat stepped into the ship, it shouted, "It's terrible. Little Nine's family has been wiped out by the outsider." "Little kitty, what's all the fuss about?" A lazy voice sounded out, seemingly imbued with an invisible force that pulled the raccoon cat into the palace in an instant. Inside the palace, a youth was leaning against a throne sculpted from jade, holding the raccoon cat in his hand. Undeterred by the youth, the cat demon warned again. Little Nine's family was slaughtered by the outsider. It's dreadful, their home was even burned down. "Oh, he dares to kill my people." Although the youth's voice was calm, it lacked any anger. It was rather indifferent. Turned to the palace entrance. By the entrance stood 2 burly men covered in scale armor, 1 on each side. The youth ordered, "Ah Wu, bring the outsider who dared to offend us. Remember, I want him alive." Upon hearing the command, the left man immediately responded, "Yes, my lord." "Congratulations, you have completed the daily task, clean up the Chen family ancestral hall. 5 demon power points have been awarded." "Congratulations, you have completed the daily task, hunt down and kill a mortal level demon. 5 demon power points have been awarded." Current available demonic power, 25 points. After he killed the first mortal level demon under Zhang Yang's identity, he switched his role to Wang Nan. This move allowed him to complete a daily task for each of his roles. Too bad. To elevate the waterjet fish bloodline from great accomplishment to great perfection, I need 26 demon power points. I'm missing just 1 point. He glanced at the personal information panel. 16 points of demon power disappeared, boosting the waterjet fish demon technique from great accomplishment to perfection. On the ranking list, Zhang Yang's ranking did not rise. Only after Su Nan had a look did he realize that, unbeknown to him, Caiyan Yu's 3rd Demon Sutra had also reached perfection. However, Caiyan Yu's 3rd position is only temporary. With another task completed, Su Nan could easily surpass Caiyan Yu. There are only 4 days left until the end of the survival task. The roles of Wang Nan and Zhang Yang should safely remain in the top 5. Now, only Lang 13 is left. Su Nan pondered in his heart. Although he did not know what extra rewards would come from the survival task, he still hoped that all 3 of his roles would be in the top 5, with the principle of better to have too much than too little. A few minutes later, he arrived at Lai Keiju's courtyard. With a flip of his hand, the beast bone dagger was taken out. Knowing Lai Keiju's problem, there was no need for him to carry on the act. He planned to get the first strike even before Lai Keiju could lay a hand on him. Once these are used up, I'll need to replenish my essence and blood. This is the last chance I have with a single drop of essence blood. No matter what Lai Keiju's last wish was, it would undoubtedly be correct to deal with the false Lai Keiju in front of him now. Knock, knock, knock. Sunan knocked the gate. About 10 breaths later, the old servant of Lai Mansion opened the door again. Young master. Upon seeing Sunan again, the old servant was startled, not expecting him to return so soon. I remembered that there was a suspicious spot in the room where your master's concubine disappeared. I want to go back and have another look. Please come in, young master. Upon hearing this, the old servant hastily invited Sunan into the mansion. A few minutes later, Lai Keju led Sunan back to the bridal chamber and excitedly asked, "Young master, have you really found something?" Sunan's face was impassive, but he sneered inwardly. If he hadn't noticed the clues from the task name, he would have been tricked by the old man's acting skills. Looking at Lai Keju again, Sunan wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he could see an impatient look on Lai Keju's face, as if he were eyeing a deliciously tempting prey. So he can't wait anymore. Without wasting any words, Sunan quickly looked at his task panel. You're back at Lai Keju's house, and you know that the Lai Keju in front of you is not the real one. While Lai Keju is distracted, you strike with your power of divine soul and thrust the beast bone dagger into his back. Under the influence of the beast bone dagger, Lai Keju's body shakes, and his skin splits open from top to bottom. Out comes a smooth-skinned, hairless demon. You finally understand that the Lai Keju you saw was nothing more than a disguise worn by the demon. The raging demon wants to tear you to pieces. You react swiftly, releasing the power of your 4 bloodlines and clashing with the demon. This is a spirit-level monster known as a barbaric beast. They excel at hollowing out the flesh of their prey and wearing it to continue luring the same kind of prey. You are not meant to be its opponent, but due to the suppression from the beast bone dagger, you managed to defeat the demon. Remember, the suppression from the beast bone dagger is only temporary. You must fight quickly and decisively. You gave it your all without reserve, and after 2 minutes, you barely managed to defeat the demon. Seeing the demon fall, you let out a sigh of relief. However, in the moment you relaxed, Lai Keju's old servant unexpectedly launched an attack on you. You reacted quickly, yet you were still stabbed in the throat by the old servant. Right before death, you realized that the old servant was also a demon in disguise. Luckily, it was just a mortal-level demon. There's another small one. I was careless. Sunan glanced indifferently at the old servant on the side, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Thankfully, this was premonition. Otherwise, he really would have capsized in the gutter. Since he was assured he could take out the demon posing as Lai Keju, Sunan no longer bothered pretending. Under the pretense of searching for clues, he positioned himself inconspicuously next to Lai Keju. Lai Keju seemed to have not encountered a youth like Sunan in a long time, and a fleeting greed flickered in his eyes. However, before Lai Keju could decide whether to make a move, Sunan struck first. The dagger harshly impaled Lai Keju's body. "Ah, damn human, I will eat you." Lai Keju flew into a rage, his face distorted in fury. He never imagined that what he regarded as fodder would dare to attack him. Lai Keju tried to seize Sunan, but was horrified to find that his bloodline power was being suppressed. Sunan reacted quickly, unleashing a debilitating punch. After 2 minutes, the demon posing as Lai Keju was killed in a fit of rage and unwillingness. Up until death, it didn't know how Sunan had discovered it. At the same time, another demon, posing as an old servant, attacked him. Sunan was well prepared this time, so how could he let him succeed? Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Lai Keju's last will. Your reward of 15 demon power points has been granted. Current available demon power points, 24. Having obtained the needed demon power points to boost the water jet fish demon technique, Sunan made the decision to upgrade it. He consumed 10 demon power points to enhance the water jet fish demon technique to great perfection. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name this combat skill. Sunan lifted his hand, and a stream of water condensed into a blue water arrow. With the sound of tearing through the air, it shot at a pillar not far away. Instantly, wood chips splashed around, resulting in a hole the size of an egg on the pillar of 20-30 cm diameter. The power is already comparable to a large-caliber sniper rifle. A smile touched the corners of Su Nan's mouth. This was not merely the strength of the water-jet fish bloodline, but the combined effect of three controlling technique bloodlines. Let's call it water arrow technique. Naming of the bloodline combat skill is successful. Congratulations on fully upgrading a monster technique to great perfection once again, increasing your survival capabilities in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened. Daily usage limit has increased by 1. The foreknowledge limit has now reached 10 times per day. At this time, Su Nan was not concerned about the foreknowledge limit, as the 9 times a day was already enough for average use. If he encountered an impossible task, having more foreknowledge wouldn't help anyway. Conversely, if he encountered a task that could be done, he didn't need that much foreknowledge either. The foreknowledge limit can't be just increasing with my integration of bloodlines. Is there no upper limit? What he needed wasn't foreknowledge times, but foreknowledge time. With the increase in strength, the 3-minute foreknowledge time was no longer sufficient for his needs. Unfortunately, this was out of his control. How the foreknowledge talent would ultimately develop was completely up to fate. Having gathered the 2 demon corpses, Su Nan milled around in Lai Keju's courtyard. I wonder where those 5 players are trapped. Since Lai Keju was a fake, his words naturally couldn't be trusted. Su Nan searched each room, particularly those that were locked. Before long, he found a box full of silver in Lai Keju's room. Su Nan didn't hold back, pocketing all of it. Meanwhile, in a closed cellar, 5 excited players were found. Aren't those who want a treasure hunt in Sky Wolf Valley going to pass through Whitewater Town? That's where we are now. Doesn't that mean we might be saved? Great, we are finally saved. The group was excited. After entering the game, they were lucky to be grouped together and, with mutual assistance, had managed to successfully complete the novice task, gaining some means. Full of high spirits, they actually wanted to attempt completing the task of Lai Keju's last will. Well, they all got wiped out on the same day, without any chance to escape. Suddenly, someone who seemed to remember something said, "Calm down, don't forget that Lai Keju is not that simple." The comment was like a bucket of cold water, instantly silencing them. They did not know what a 3-star task entailed, but now they were very clear. A spirit-level monster was not something current players could handle at all. The group felt heavy-hearted, but at this moment they faintly heard some footsteps. Subsequently, the stone slab covering the entrance to the cellar was moved aside. Damn, it's not that demon creature coming back, is it? The faces of several people changed, and before they could react, they abruptly felt a dull pain in their heads, losing consciousness instantly. Suddenly, a few electric sparks fell on them, their figures disappearing immediately afterwards. They died without ever seeing who had attacked them. I have dealt with the demon posing as Lai Keju, which effectively saved you. Now, using 1 life from each of you to help me complete the task isn't too much, right? Su Nan stood outside the cellar, looking at Lang 13's task, a smile appearing on his face. He was short of only 9 player slots to complete the first ring of wrath of the demon monarch. Not long after Su Nan left Lai Keju's house, the Huang brothers cautiously entered the courtyard of Lai Keju's house. Strange, where is everyone? After touring around, the 3 of them did not see the so-called Lai Keju. Right then, Huang Mingfeng suddenly made a discovery and promptly said, "Quick, look at your tasks." "What's wrong with the task?" Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiu were taken aback, instinctively looking at their task panel. Sure enough, on their task panel, the task Lai Keju's last will had turned gray. They knew what that meant. Who completed this task? It's a 3-star task which should at least involve spirit-level monsters. How could anyone complete such a task? Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiu were surprised and unsure. When they logged in the game, the task was still there, but when they got here, the task was completed. This meant that the other party had completed a 3-star task in the time it took for them to travel here. This was simply outrageous. Huang Mingfeng was silent for a moment before he said gravely, "Do you still remember the man we encountered not long ago?" Huang Minjiu was taken aback, understanding what Huang Mingfeng meant, and exclaimed, Big brother, are you implying that guy surnamed Zhang? Can it be that he completed the task? Huang Minjian also shook his head. How could it be him? When questioned by his two younger brothers, Huang Mingfeng said, "Look at the third place on the ranking list." Huh, wasn't the third place Caiyan Yu? How did it change to Zhang Yang? Huang Mingfeng nodded. Yesterday, this Zhang Yang had only reached great achievement for his third Demon Sutra, but today it had already reached great perfection. In between, a total of 26 demon points were required. So many demon points can't be obtained just by completing a few common tasks. At least one 3-star task is needed. Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiu looked at each other. Big brother, are you suggesting that the person we met yesterday was Zhang Yang? Whether it is him or not, we'll know when we get to the Earth God Temple. If he also refreshed the task in the Earth God Temple, he would definitely head there. I need to kill another 9 players. I should have killed the 3 guys surnamed Huang earlier. Instead of letting them be killed by the monsters, it's much better if I do it myself. After killing 5 players, Lang 13 only completed the daily task of hunting any player, gaining 1 demon point. To complete the hunt 5 players task, he still needed 1 more person. Sunan could only hope now that more players would arrive at Whitewater Town today. I have 15 usable demon points left. Now I can fuse with the essence and blood of the Nether Wolf demon god. A rotten, weathered skeleton appeared in his hand. Anticipation appeared in Sunan's eyes. He wanted to see what made the bloodline of this ancient demonic creature different. With a strong grip, the decaying parts burst, and a skeleton as thick as a forearm was instantly the size of an egg. This piece of skeleton was as warm and smooth as jade, like mutton fat, yet it revealed a bright red color. This time, Sunan was careful, gripping it in his hand and gradually applying more force. Eventually, accompanied by a cracking sound, the egg-sized skeleton cracked, and a pomegranate seed-sized red blood flowed out. As soon as the blood flowed out, it solidified instantly and formed a crystal of unmatched redness. At the same time, the cracked skeleton lost the support of its strength and decayed at a visible speed, crumbling away. Netherwolf Essence Blood. Secret Power System. Mortal Ancient Demon Essence Blood. The ancient Netherwolf demon god mastered the entire power of the secret power system. After consuming it, one will randomly acquire one of the powers of the secret power system, and also have a certain probability of randomly obtaining one of the Netherwolf clan's racial talents. Reminder: you already possess a racial talent, and after consuming this essence blood, the 2 talents will merge, resulting in a new talent, racial talent. Is this what makes the ancient demon bloodlines even more powerful? Racial talents are excellent resources. His Lang 13 character has a racial talent which increases both strength and speed when used. If he could gain another racial talent, that would naturally be the best. As for the new racial talent merging with the old ones, he wasn't too concerned about it. Clearly, a character can only have 1 racial talent, and he cannot break the norm. As long as he can acquire a talent, merging isn't a problem. With that in mind, Sunan was about to swallow the essence blood. However, at this moment, another reminder popped up. Reminder: your current blood fusion is relatively low, and there is a high probability of conflicts when fusing ancient demon bloodlines. Please choose carefully. Low blood fusion, high chance of conflict. Is there such a limitation? Sunan was surprised. Zhu Lingyan had not mentioned this before. Actually, it's not Zhu Lingyan's fault. Ancient demon bloodlines are extremely rare, and even the various major forces have a hard time obtaining them. And those who need ancient demon bloodlines are usually martial artists who have already fused 3 bloodlines and are only 1 step away from advancing. She never thought that someone with just 1 blood fusion would obtain an ancient demon bloodline. Of Sunan's 3 characters, Wang Nan has fused the Mountain Elephant bloodline, Iron Ape bloodline, and Wind Leopard bloodline. Zhang Yang character has fused the Blazing Bird bloodline, Lightning Bug bloodline, and Waterjet Fish bloodline. These 2 characters have all fused 3 bloodlines and have reached great demon art perfection. Only Lang 13, who acquired the Sky Wolf bloodline too late, had time to fuse just 1 bloodline. But it was this character who obtained the secret power system's ancient demon bloodline, and only Lang 13 could fuse it. Others facing this situation would definitely not dare to try fusion again, but for me, it's not a big problem. Su Nan was struck by a thought and decided to try using foreknowledge. Even though he knew it's challenging to succeed, he still wanted to see the result. What if he could succeed? You have acquired an ancient demonic creature's bloodline and plan to fuse it. You know that fusing this bloodline carries a high risk and can result in a severe bloodline conflict and eventually spiral out of control. You take it seriously, adjusting your condition, carefully taking the bloodline, and using the Demon Sutra at the same time. As soon as the bloodline enters your body, you immediately feel the Sky Wolf demon bloodline inside you, trembling in fear. Affected by this, you also have a fearful thought, and your emotions quickly become anxious. Even after 10,000 years, the lingering power of the ancient demon essence blood is much more potent than ordinary bloodlines. The severe imbalance between the two bloodlines causes a violent conflict. You run the Nether Wolf scripture and the Sky Wolf scripture, trying to control the two bloodlines, but you find they're not under your control. The bloodline conflict intensifies, and your consciousness quickly becomes violent. Finally, a minute later, you lose control and become a monster controlled by evil energy. Just before losing control completely, you realize that to fuse this bloodline, you need to fuse at least one more bloodline of another demon. Foreknowledge ends, he fails. Fusing another bloodline shouldn't be too difficult. Su Nan's eyes shone as he gave up the plan to fuse the ancient demon bloodline for now, although he didn't know what kind of impact it would have on him if one of his characters lost control. He didn't dare to try. When it comes to the body in reality, even foreknowledge is useless. Packing away the bloodline, he headed out of Whitewater Town. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gates of Whitewater Town. Suddenly, Su Nan sensed something. His heart was alarmed, and without thinking, he used Windstep to move quickly to the side. The next moment, a burly man covered in scale armor stood where he had just been. Outsiders, was it you who killed Xiao Jiu's family? The burly man said solemnly. Su Nan's face changed slightly as he felt a strong sense of oppression facing the burly man. Xiao Jiu's family. Could it be those demons in the Chen Ancestral Hall? Su Nan was alarmed, and without any time to think, he immediately started using foreknowledge. Unfortunately, you were found by a demon. Even though it is a spirit-level demon, it is the top existence in the spirit level, and you cannot cope with it. You try to communicate with the demon, only to find out that the group of demons you killed in the Chen Ancestral Hall have a master, and their master now wants to capture you. As the demon attacked you naturally, you didn't want to be captured without a fight, so you used all your abilities to battle the demon. You were no match for the demon, but luckily, it didn't have the intention to kill you, leaving you seriously injured. The demon discovered that you could use 3 types of abilities and became more curious. After a short battle, you realized that you were no match for the demon, so you turned around and ran. But unfortunately, your speed was still slower than the demon's. You didn't get far before the demon caught you. The demon didn't kill you but took you towards the Whitewater River instead. A minute later, you were brought into the Whitewater River by the demon. Whitewater River. Seeing the last foreknowledge, Su Nan's heart sank. The 4-star task of exploring the Whitewater River had already informed him that there was a Demon King-level great monster in the Whitewater River. Being taken to the Whitewater River by the demon, he could easily guess that it wanted to take him to the great monster. Escape. He had to find a way to escape. Su Nan was anxious in his heart, but the demon's speed was faster than his. How was he supposed to run away? Quitting the game might be a temporary solution, but that's all. Since the demon was here to capture him, even if he quit the game, it was very likely that the demon would be waiting for him at the spot where he logged out, unless he could immediately find a solution after logging back in. My strength is still too weak. Su Nan's thoughts raced. To increase his strength, Bloodlines and Demon Sutra were essential, and the only task he could get Bloodlines and Demon Sutra from right now was one. The mainline task of Lang 13, Wrath of the Demon Monarch. He had already completed more than half of the first part of the task. Now, he just needed to kill 9 more players to finish it. Players, I need to wait for players to arrive. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Su Nan made a decision. He was already at the entrance to Baiyun Town, where any player would pass through. The problem was, players wouldn't be waiting here for him to kill. However, this was not a problem for him. With a thought, he came up with a solution. Since players wouldn't wait for him here, he would find a way to make the players wait for him. Operating the life wheel scripture, he switched his role to Zhang Yang. The regional chat panel appeared before his eyes, and he directly sent a message in the regional chat. Players who want to head to Sky Wolf Valley, hurry up. Tonight at 21 points, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of Baiyun Town. After sending the message, he didn't have time to look around and immediately used the opportunity of unlimited logout to exit the game. Huh, is this the ability of the outsiders? Seeing Su Nan suddenly disappear in front of him, the demon's eyes showed a strange gleam. It was after Su Nan exited the game that the regional chat room exploded with chatter. It's God Zhang Yang. God Zhang Yang has also gone to Whitewater Town. What does God Zhang Yang mean? Is he taking us to Sky Wolf Valley? Great God, wait for me. I'm going to Whitewater Town now. If it were a few days ago, Zhang Yang's name might not have caused such a big sensation. But today, after Zhang Yang pushed Cayenne Yu off the 3rd place, Zhang Yang's name spread rapidly. Some players took out the screenshots of the ranking list of the top 1,000 players during the game's public beta, and were surprised to see that Zhang Yang's rise was beyond imagination. Zhang Yang is undoubtedly one of the first batch of players, as all the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard during the public beta were from the first batch. However, although Zhang Yang is one of the first batch of players, he only ranked around 800 during the public beta, without fusing a single great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, ranking only slightly higher than those who haven't completed the novice task. And yet, after the public beta, Zhang Yang directly upgraded his Demon Sutra to perfection when he fused his first bloodline, and after that, his rank skyrocketed. Strictly speaking, it only took Zhang Yang 11 days to go from fusing his first bloodline to achieving great perfection with 3 bloodlines. In the chat channel, players were blown away. Many even believed that Zhang Yang was the real luck child. It wouldn't be long before the first place belonged to Zhang Yang. Are there any others going to Sky Wolf Valley? Take me with you. I'm already on my way. If everything goes well, I'll be there in a few hours. Su Nan himself didn't expect that his impulsive use of Zhang Yang's identity to send a message would cause another wave of treasure hunting in Sky Wolf Valley. Many hesitant players also quickly took action. If they knew Su Nan was hunting them, they would wonder how they would feel. Su Nan quit the game. This is the most dangerous time he has entered the game since the last time he was chased by the Skywolf clan's great princess. This method is not perfect either. The situation was urgent just now, he didn't think much about it. Now that he's calmed down and researched carefully, he found there's a big problem with his method. That demon may wait in front of the city gate, and if players come, they may be killed by the demon first. Su Nan frowns. If such a situation arises, there is nothing he can do. He will have to log in and decide based on the situation. Brother Nan, big trouble. Seeing Su Nan, Wang Chong said gravely. Su Nan frowned. What happened again? A group of men in black attacked the Demon Investigation Bureau last night. Not only was Yang Zheng nearly killed, but Miss Bai was also seriously injured. Both of them are still in the hospital. I also heard that a powerful person has been captured, and the people in black claim that if Wang Nan doesn't come out, they'll kill the captive. Wang Chong tells Su Nan everything he knows. After listening, Su Nan quickly realized what happened. It is obvious that the captured person is Jiang Wen. Su Nan is not planning to save the person. Why would he care? Is he that close to Jiang Wen? Even if they are going to save the person, it's the night patrol's responsibility. It shouldn't involve him. Su Nan plans not to meddle in their affairs even if he is involved in the matter. He has noticed that the more he takes action, the more men in black are attracted, instead of fearing him. What he needs to do now is to take as little action as possible. As long as he doesn't take action for a long time, the men in black will not necessarily give up, but they will not focus on Donglan City. They might even think he has left Donglan City, which would make them search for him elsewhere. Su Nan continues to work and live as usual, as if nothing has happened. In the evening, around 8 o'clock, sitting in front of the computer, Su Nan looked at a post on the forum. It was from a player who went to Whitewater Town with a screenshot attached. You can see from the picture that the entrance to Whitewater Town has already gathered 6 or 7 players. Most importantly, from the screenshot, the players didn't encounter that demon covered in scale armor. This gives Su Nan a sigh of relief. I wonder how many players will arrive at Whitewater Town today. Su Nan is looking forward to it. In the game, at the entrance of Whitewater Town, several players are also looking forward to it. Do you guys think that Zhang Yang really wants to lead us into Sky Wolf Valley? Since he already spoke up in regional chat, I don't think he would go back on his word. But he only said that those who want to go to Sky Wolf Valley should wait here. He didn't say he would take us to Sky Wolf Valley. Bender, is it possible that he is gathering us here to use Sky Wolf Valley, not to take us there, but for another purpose? There is a possibility. I suspect that Zhang Yang is gathering us here because he wants to use this opportunity to establish a guild. Establish a guild. Surrounding players' eyes light up at the thought. Yes, it's highly possible since the players who can come here now are not ordinary players. At least they have achieved one type of great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, even perfection. Establishing a guild at this time to gather players here will quickly gather a group of elite players and might even become a top 5 guild. Several people seem to have seen through Su Nan's real purpose, their eyes shining with intrigue. The more they analyzed, the more shocked their hearts became. If Zhang Yang is really successful, wouldn't that mean another great guild will emerge? We can all think of this, so will the other great guilds. Just wait and see, they won't let Zhang Yang rise so easily. In addition to some scattered players logging into the game one after another, many other players are arriving in groups of 3 to 5. Most of these players are mainly focused on one type of great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, and they are only a step away from completing their survival task. As more and more players arrive, the number reaches over 30 within half an hour. Just then, the crowd suddenly sees a team of more than 20 players rushing over quickly. Compared to other scattered teams, this number is undoubtedly huge. God Sealing Guild. They are players of Zhu Cheng's God Sealing Guild. Someone recognized the approaching team and whispered. Sure enough, it was said earlier that the people from the God Sealing Guild were heading to Whitewater Town, and they really came. All of them are elite players of the God Sealing Guild. All of them have at least one great accomplishment of Demon Sutra. Among them, there are even a few first-batch players who have already reached the great demon art perfection. It seems that Zhu Cheng attaches great importance to Sky Wolf Valley. As the 20-plus players arrive in front of Whitewater Town, they hear the discussions of other players and walk with an arrogant demeanor. The strong man leading the way said, "Who among you have not joined a guild yet? Now my God Sealing Guild is giving you a chance. The quota is limited, first come first served." Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment, and then their faces showed surprise. In their view, if Zhang Yang gathered players for another purpose other than establishing a guild, it's not a big deal. But if the purpose of Zhang Yang was to establish a guild, then the God Sealing Guild's actions now are undoubtedly competing with Zhang Yang for players. The strong man glanced at the crowd. However, most of them were unmoved, with only 2 or 3 players hesitating. If they wanted to join a guild by now, they would have done so already. Those who haven't joined by now are either used to playing alone or looking for a guild with potential for development. Joining the God Sealing Guild would only be adding icing to the cake. But if they were to join Zhang Yang's guild, it would be different. Once they joined, they would become the first batch of members, and they would be elders in the future. How could the status of joining earlier be the same as joining later? Seeing the unmoved crowd, the strong man's face darkened a bit. Just as he was about to say something else, the crowd suddenly noticed that another group of 7 or 8 players was rushing over. These players, unlike the other scattered ones, seemed very organized. The leader of the group is a woman in her 30s with short hair and a professional demeanor. They are official players. That's right, they are official players. I've seen the leading woman on the forum before. She's Yi Ting, a very important player of the official team besides Yang Zheng. Isn't that the player ranked 45th? Didn't expect that the officials would send someone over and even send her. When they saw the official team, the crowd was in uproar again. While not numerous, official players are undoubtedly the most elite. The brows of the more than 20 people from the God Sealing Guild furrowed as they felt threatened by the several official players. How come we don't see Cayenne use War King Guild and Lai Longfei's Nine Heavens Guild? Someone who seemed to know something said, "The War King Guild and Nine Heavens Guild are not forces from Tianyun County. They're too far away and they can't come. Also, I heard that Cayenne Yu is leading a few elites from the War King Guild on an extremely mysterious task, and they haven't shown up for days." Hearing this, the crowd showed a suddenly enlightened expression as well as a hint of disappointment. They thought they could see the gathering of several major guilds today. Time passes. Finally, 21 points come. Su Nan logs into the game. As his figure appears in front of the city gate, several pairs of eyes fall on him instantly without paying attention to the players immediately. He quickly scans the surroundings. Fortunately, his login did not attract any demons. It seemed that the demon had given up on him. Regardless of whether the demon will come or not, it's right to get the Bloodline Demon Sutra as soon as possible. Looking at the players in front of the city gate, Su Nan was also delighted in his heart. There were actually as many as 50 or 60 players in the field. "Brother Zhang, it really is you." In the crowd, a somewhat familiar voice rang out, and someone recognized Su Nan. Su Nan was slightly stunned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw that it was the Huang brothers he had met last night. When Huang Mingfeng spoke, the surrounding people all looked at Su Nan. "God Zhang Yang. Is he Zhang Yang? He's finally here." Seeing Su Nan, the crowd instantly boiled with excitement. Su Nan frowned. Just now, when he didn't see the demon in full-scale armor, he was thinking whether to take advantage of the fact that people didn't recognize him and leave first, and then find a place with no one to change his appearance to that of a wolf demon. Now it's impossible. If he walks away now and Wolf Demon appears right after, it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Since he has been recognized already, Su Nan simply nodded and said, "It's me. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. It really is God Zhang Yang. God Zhang Yang, I heard you want to establish a guild. God Zhang Yang, quickly set up a guild. We are all waiting to join your guild." Those players who hadn't joined a guild had high expectations. Seeing this, Su Nan showed a strange expression. Something was wrong with the script. He was here to hunt players. How did it turn into establishing a guild? How can he attack them with such enthusiasm? At this time, the official team leader, a woman named Yi Ting, stepped forward and said, "Hello Zhang Yang, my name is Yi Ting, and I am the team leader of the Demon Investigation Bureau in Daxia City." An official person. Su Nan was surprised. He nodded and said, "So it's Captain Yi. Zhang Yang, one of the reasons I came here is to invite you on behalf of the official to join our Demon Investigation Bureau. As long as you are willing to join, we can give you a team leader position, and even the Demon Investigation Bureau of the city you are in will be under your command." It's actually an open invitation from the official to Zhang Yang. There was a stir among the surrounding players. No one expected the official to come here having such an intention. The power to command a whole city, although the official's power in the game is not considered too strong. Yang Zheng is the only one who can make a move right now. But many people know that the official has been secretly cultivating a large number of players with great potential. And as long as they have time, they can rise quickly. Now that the real world is controlled by the official and will continue to be so, the temptation to gain power over an entire city is too great for ordinary players. Many players showed envy in their eyes. However, Su Nan was not interested. Without even thinking, he said, "I'm sorry, Captain Yi. I have no plans to join any forces for the time being." Hearing this, Yi Ting was somewhat disappointed. At this moment, an untimely, sarcastic voice sounded. "Captain Yi, it seems that the official's face is not very useful either. Some people, relying on their temporary lead, really think they can ignore anyone." Everyone turned to look, and the person who started speaking turned out to be the strong man from the Sealing Gods Guild nearby. The strong man was secretly angry. He had just tried to recruit people, and no one was willing to join. However, these players were fighting to join Zhang Yang's guild even before Su Nan spoke. In his view, this was undoubtedly a slap in his face, and a slap in the face of the Sealing Gods Guild. There was a hint of strangeness in Su Nan's eyes. He was just wondering how to find an excuse to make a move, and now someone gave him a reason. "You were the first to provoke me. It's only fair that I take action." A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Su Nan's mouth. Bender, he was secretly delighted, but his face turned somber. Where did this annoying fly come from, buzzing around? Hearing those words, many players around laughed and looked at the strong man playfully. Seeing this, the strong man became even more angry, saying, "Zhang Yang, don't think you're invincible just because you've integrated 3 bloodlines. We have 20 players here who have attained Great Demon Sutra success. Even if you have attained great perfection with 3 Demon Sutras, you may not be able to kill all of us." Hearing this, many people in the crowd watched the confrontation with interest. Even the players who had been hoping to join Su Nan's guild earlier showed schadenfreude. However, it wasn't directed at Su Nan. It was directed at the strong man. Even someone who seemed to see an opportunity to perform immediately stepped forward and said, "You're not worthy to compete with the great god Zhang Yang." Great god Zhang Yang. They are members of Zhu Qing's Sealing Gods Guild. Seeing this, other people also stepped forward, looking like they wanted to teach the strong man a lesson on Su Nan's behalf. "Oh, Zhu Qing's people." Su Nan was surprised and felt strange in his heart. Was he clashing with Zhu Qing now? The strong man's face became even uglier, and his eyes swept coldly over the crowd. In the crowd, the 3 Huang Mingfeng brothers exchanged glances, looking at the strong man with an expression as if they were seeing an idiot. Other people might not know how powerful Su Nan was, but the 3 of them did. That was someone who could easily take down a spirit-level monster within a few minutes. As expected, the next moment, Su Nan took action. "Want to die? I'll grant your wish." Electric light shot out, striking the strong man with lightning-fast speed. The strong man had no time to dodge and was unable to dodge. With this attack, Su Nan didn't use much mana. His goal was not just to kill the strong man. If he killed him with a single blow, the rest of the people would not dare to attack him. The electric light burst out, the strong man's chest clothes burst, and fresh blood spurted out his mouth. "Good, good, good. Zhang Yang, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you were the one who struck first. Don't blame us for bullying you for being outnumbered. Everyone, attack together. Let's see what's so special about his 3rd move." As he spoke, he glanced at a skinny young man standing nearby. The young man understood his meaning and nodded slightly. The next moment, Su Nan suddenly felt his divine soul being stimulated by another force, involuntarily defending himself. It's the power of divine soul. No wonder you dared to brag. This is your trump card. Su Nan's gaze fell on the skinny player. Perhaps it was because the power of divine soul was hard to defend against and incredibly strong. Those who could control this power were extremely rare. He didn't expect that among Zhu Qing's 20-odd people, there would actually be someone who could control the power of divine soul. Unfortunately, compared to Su Nan, the young man's divine soul power was far inferior. The young man also found that Su Nan was not affected by his divine soul power, revealing a surprised expression. However, the strong man did not notice the anomaly and immediately shouted, "Attack!" Before his words fell, the remaining players launched their attacks almost simultaneously, trying to kill Su Nan. Su Nan remained expressionless but laughed inwardly, as this was exactly the effect he wanted. As he switched his role to Lang 13, the life wheel scripture was already in motion. Streams of electric light transformed into lightning snakes, blue water currents condensed into sharp arrows, and clusters of fireballs emitted a scorching aura. Three powers surged out. These players with demon art mastery were no match for him. Even if Sunan only used three law-controlling powers, they couldn't resist him. In just the time it took for a single breath, not a single player was able to get close to him, and the attacks from the few law-controlling players were all dodged. With every attack he made, he took down a player. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mainline task Wrath of the Demon Monarch. Do you want to claim your reward immediately? Claim. Congratulations. You have obtained a mortal level bloodline. Congratulations. You have obtained a mortal level demon sutra. Congratulations. You have obtained 15 demon points. The second phase of the mainline task has been activated. Please check the task list for details. In the blink of an eye, 9 players had died. Sunan continued to attack after claiming the rewards. The players screamed incessantly, but Sunan didn't even give them the chance to quit the game. His mana surged out. In a single breath, the team of 20-odd people was reduced to just the strong man. What? The strong man was dumbfounded. It appeared he was acting thoughtlessly just before, but actually he was striking after weighing the options. His plan was to have the player with the power of divine soul launch a sneak attack, and then have everyone else attack simultaneously. Using this tactic, they had killed numerous demons. In the strong man's view, even if Sunan was powerful, he was still at the mortal level. As long as Sunan was at the mortal level, they had the possibility of success. Only you left now. Sunan didn't bother with the strong man's thoughts. A water arrow shot out and the strong man was killed before he could react. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a great luck person. Will you plunder his Kai luck? This guy is actually one of the top-ranked players. Sunan was surprised. No, he chose not to plunder the luck. If he had used the wolf demon's exclusive skill, Zhu Cheng would have thought of something. Is this the strength of a top 3 player? How could the gap be so huge? In an instant, a third of the players present were gone. The others were all stunned. Although they thought Sunan could take care of several players, they never imagined it would happen so quickly. Yiting's expression was even more solemn, as she had a feeling that the Zhang Yang they were seeing was not as simple as he appeared. Sunan looked at the people and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something, looked over towards the road that led to Whitewater Town, and his face changed. Noticing Sunan's facial expression, others subconsciously looked in the same direction. In their sight, a figure clad in scale armor slowly approached from the distance. Even though he appeared to be moving slowly, it only took a breath's time for him to appear 2 meters away from everyone. It's a demon. The color drained from everyone's face, and without hesitating, Sunan turned and fled. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this a spirit-level monster? I've seen a spirit-level monster once, and it's definitely not as terrifying as the one before us. This monster is probably close to Xuan level. Seeing Sunan running away, the other players couldn't help but realize the seriousness of the situation. They scattered and fled in all directions. Sunan hadn't expected the demon to arrive at this moment, but fortunately, his goal had already been successfully achieved. The demon didn't pay attention to the other players and went straight after Sunan. Seeing this scene, the scattered players were all surprised. The demon clan is chasing after God Zhang Yang. Just now, God Zhang Yang was the first to run. I understand now. The demon must have been provoked by God Zhang Yang. Amazing, God Zhang Yang dares to provoke even a spirit-level monster. Seeing that the demon wasn't coming after them, the players breathed a sigh of relief while admiring Sunan all the more. Some even went in the direction Sunan and the demon had left, wanting to see the final outcome. However, their speed couldn't compare with Sunan's, and in a moment, Sunan's figure had disappeared from their sight. The demon followed Sunan at a leisurely pace. Although it didn't seem fast, the distance between the two was closing in. This time, Sunan didn't choose to use his chance for an unlimited logout. Bender he could log out today, but what about tomorrow? If the demon came after him as soon as he logged in tomorrow before he completed his daily tasks, he'd really have nowhere to run. He had to find a way to shake off the demon today. Bloodline fusion is the only choice now. Compared to before, Sunan wasn't panicked this time. He already had a bloodline and the demon sutra. As long as he continued to fuse bloodlines, he would have a chance to escape. Without thinking too much, he sprinted at full speed while quickly taking out the bloodline and the demon sutra. Earth Tiger Bloodline, Secret Power System, Mortal Level Bloodline. The Earth Tiger clan excels in controlling essence power, has a tenacious vitality, and possesses strong recovery ability. Essence power. It's a pity it's not the power of the divine soul. Sunan was somewhat disappointed. If it had been a bloodline with the power of the divine soul, he might have been able to use the divine soul's power to outwit the demon. From the bloodline introduction, this so-called essence power seemed to be an auxiliary type of bloodline that could quickly recover from injuries. Can it only recover from injuries? Sunan frowned secretly. If it could only recover from injuries, its utility for him would be too limited. At least, it wasn't what he needed right now. There's no time to be picky. In a crisis, any improvement is good. Without much hesitation, he used the jade plate containing the Demon Sutra and swallowed the bloodline. He wholeheartedly circulated the Demon Sutra, accelerating the bloodline fusion. The demon was getting closer and closer. Sunan ran with all his might, and now what he needed most was time. Fortunately, the time for bloodline fusion wasn't long, and the process went smoothly. A moment later, Lang 13's panel finally showed a second Demon Sutra. At the same time, a distinct power had emerged within his body. This essence power, as the Demon Sutra circulated within his body, he suddenly discovered that the so-called essence power was not as simple as just recovering injuries. Under the nourishment of the essence power, his physical strength and the mana he had consumed before were recovering slowly. This recovery was not very fast because the Demon Sutra had not reached the beginner level, but it still made Sunan's eyes light up. Essence power can recover all strength. Sunan was overjoyed. Previously, if he went all out, he could only hold on for 2 or 3 minutes. With essence power, it meant he could maintain a longer-lasting battle. Level up the Earth Tiger bloodline. His heart rejoiced without any hesitation, immediately leveling it up. He originally had 15 points of demon power, and with finishing a 3-star mainline, he gained another 15 points. Meanwhile, completing the 2 2-star tasks, hunt down 5 players and hunt down one of the top 2 Destiny players, granted him another 10 points of demon power. Now, he had a total of 40 points of demon power, which was just enough to level up 1 Demon Sutra to great perfection. All 40 points of demon power were consumed. The Earth Tiger Sutra was directly leveled up to great perfection. Instantly, the originally insignificant essence power within his body grew rapidly. Sunan could clearly feel that his consumed mana and physical strength were recovering at an incredibly fast speed. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name this skill. A bloodline combat skill, Sunan's heart moved and the essence power inside him instantly erupted, rushing into every part of his body. In an instant, his consumed mana was fully recovered. This power is too strong. In critical moments, it's like an extra life. Let's call it recovery technique. Naming the bloodline combat skill was successful. Congratulations on fully leveling up a Demon Sutra to great perfection, which further enables you to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened, and the daily use limit has been increased by 1. The number of foreknowledge attempts reached 11 times. At the same time, the demon, which had come within tens of meters from Sunan, showed surprise in its eyes. Is this essence power? Interesting. With just a mortal level realm, he can run so fast. It's clearly the power of the physique series, yet he also displayed the law-controlling class power earlier, and now there's the power of the secret power system. Possessing the power of 3 systems at the same time, can all outsiders do this? The demon became more interested in Sunan and followed at a leisurely pace, not rushing to catch him. Sunan was naturally aware of the approaching demon, and his heart was filled with urgency. I can't escape like this. Maybe I should try to fuse with the ancient demon bloodline. The ancient demon bloodline can grant me talent. Perhaps I can use this talent to combat the demon beast. With the demon beast right in front of him, Sunan had no other options. However, he still needed to use his foreknowledge before this. A powerful demon beast chases after you. A huge crisis envelops you, and you have no means of resistance left except fusing with the ancient demon bloodline. You take out the ancient demon bloodline and swallow it directly. Even after the baptism of 10,000 years, the remaining force of the ancient demon bloodline is still far superior to ordinary bloodlines. Fortunately, you have two bloodlines at great perfection. With the help of the Demon Sutra, the two sides barely reach a very fragile balance and do not immediately conflict. You know, this balance won't last long and conflicts may break out at any time. You carefully fuse the bloodlines and pray for everything to proceed smoothly. Affected by your Kai luck, this balance breaks before you fully fuse with the bloodline. Congratulations, you have successfully fused with an ancient demon bloodline. He succeeded. Sunan rejoiced greatly. With this bloodline, all three of his roles now have three bloodlines. The foreknowledge hadn't ended yet and continued. Time was pressing. Every single second was priceless. Sunan had no time to spare. He immediately took out his bloodline and demon sutra to start the fusion. Ancient demon essence blood. The demon beast looked surprised at what Sunan pulled out. This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see what else you have. Like a cat playing with a mouse, the demon beast was in no rush to capture Sunan, instead showing amusement in its eyes. While fusing the bloodlines, Sunan continued to look at the foreknowledge on the panel. Having fused with the ancient demon bloodline, you have mastered the power of primordial Kai. This is a kind of power that can amplify all forces. At the same time, you have been fortunate enough to acquire a talent called the Netherworld Body. Because you already possess a racial talent, the combination of the two talents grants you a new talent called Berserk Netherworld Body. When this talent is used, your divine soul, primordial Kai, and essence energy double for 1 minute. After using it, you will fall into a 24-hour period of weakness, with your divine soul, primordial Kai, and essence energy reduced by half. Charge for a day, use for 1 minute. Instead of feeling disappointed, Sunan looked excited. This ability is very powerful. Not to mention the amplification of primordial Kai and essence energy. Simply doubling the power of divine soul alone was quite an accomplishment. After all, the power of divine soul was now an indispensable resource for him. This newly acquired talent gives you an unprecedented confidence, and you stop running and decide to fight to death with the demon beast. Using the talent Berserk Netherworld Body, your body grows taller, your strength sharply increases, and you suddenly launch a divine soul attack against the demon beast. The demon beast is affected by your divine soul's power, pauses slightly, and you take this opportunity to get right before it, launching a fierce attack on the demon beast. Facing you with racial talent activated, the demon beast can no longer take you down easily, and you can fight it to a standstill. Sadly though, after 1 minute, you were unable to kill the demon beast. On the contrary, as the effect of your talent faded, your strength sharply decreased. You are caught by the demon beast, and the beast carries you towards the White Water River. Am I still no match for the demon beast in this state? Sunan was firstly overjoyed, but then immediately heavy-hearted. He was happy for the power of Berserk Netherworld Body. This racial talent had brought him to a point where he could face the demon beast head-on. This was amazing. The demon beast covered in scales was a top-tier spirit-level monster, nothing like the beast he encountered by the warm moon pond. However, the end result weighed heavy on him. Is it really inescapable to be caught today? Sunan's brow furrowed as he fused the bloodlines, continuing to think of a way out. Even after fusing with two bloodlines, he still couldn't escape from the demon beast, which made him feel helpless. The bloodline of the Nether Wolf demon was rapidly merging. Eventually, it succeeded when the demon beast was merely a meter or two away from him. The third bloodline appeared on Lang 13's panel. Congratulations, you now possess the power of primordial Kai. Congratulations, You randomly obtained the racial talent Netherworld Body. You already own the talent of Berserk. The two talents will merge to create a new one. Congratulations, you acquired the new talent Berserk Netherworld Body. The use of the Berserk Netherworld Body is already known, no need to check again. Sunan immediately felt the power of Primordial Kai. Such a power with the power of Primordial Kai surging in his body, Sunan's eyes lit up. His strength suddenly increased by 10%. Even though he knew that the power of Primordial Kai could increase his strength, Sunan was still startled. Don't underestimate this 10% increase. You must know, his current strength came from the stacking on top of 7 bloodlines. Even if most of those bloodlines did not contribute much to the enhancement of his physical strength. Bender, moreover, the Nether Wolf scripture is not even a beginner's level yet. It could perhaps increase his power by half if it reaches great perfection. The most crucial point is, the power of Primordial Kai can be exerted on all kinds of power. No wonder I could fight on par with the demon beast in the foreknowledge. This is not just because of the racial talent, but also due to the power of Primordial Kai. Now he could increase his power by 10%, and once using the Berserk Netherworld Body, his Primordial Kai power will double. One can imagine how much his strength will increase when it is repeatedly added up. This power is perfect for me. If others possess the power of Primordial Kai, perhaps they can only use it to enhance their physical power and the other two powers in the secret power system. But it's different for him. For him, it is a comprehensive improvement. Before, although he had 3 system powers, he could only use them in combination. They could not change from quantitative changes to qualitative ones. But now it's different. With the secret power system powers forming the base, his physique series and law-controlling class powers could be greatly enhanced. Since I can't beat the demon, should I be able to outrun it? The demon beast was getting closer and closer, and it was only 1 meter away from him at the moment, about to catch him. Sunan had an idea and used the Berserk Netherworld Body, and his body suddenly grew a third. In his body, the power of Divine Soul, power of Primordial Kai, and Essence power all doubled at the same time. This time, he didn't choose to stop and fight with the demon. Instead, he amplified all the surging Primordial Kai power to his speed. Instantly, his speed skyrocketed, and he widened the gap between him and the demon just by breathing. Is this racial talent? Interesting. The demon beast was even more interested, and it still followed Sunan unhurriedly. It wanted to see what other surprises this outsider could offer. Sunan's mind was turning quickly, thinking of ways to solve the problem. I want to deal with the demon, but my current strength is lacking. I still need to keep improving. To improve my strength, the best way is, of course, to acquire the demon power. As long as I have enough demon power, I can boost the Nether Wolf bloodline and increase the power of Primordial Kai. Today, most of the tasks of the 3 roles have been completed, leaving only exploring Whitewater River, passing on the message to Granny Zhao's son, and killing the demon inside the Earth God Temple. Among these 3 tasks, the only one I seem to have hope in completing is killing the demon in the Earth God Temple. Sunan analyzed quickly. The demon in the Earth God Temple was powerful. It's a spirit-level demon that excels in speed. The last time in the foreknowledge, I was slain within an instant. He suspected that the spirit-level demon was the same as the one chasing him. Both were the top existence in their class. If it had been before, he would definitely not be thinking of completing this task. But now that he possessed the power of Primordial Kai and obtained the talent, he saw hope in the mission. And there's also a sword that's possibly a treasure inside the Earth God Temple. Even if he can't kill the demon, getting hold of the longsword would be a fine alternative. With such thoughts, Sunan headed towards the Earth God Temple. Sunan charged towards Earth God Temple at an incredible speed, and with the help of power of Primordial Kai, his speed increased by more than twice. I only have 1 minute. Once my racial talent time ends, my strength will plummet. Fortunately, besides the secret power system, I still have 2 more powers, the physique series and the law-controlling class, so I won't be reduced to being at someone else's mercy. Bender Sunan experienced the power of the ancient demon bloodline. If his other two roles could each integrate with one ancient demon bloodline, he couldn't even imagine what level his strength would reach. By then, he might be able to sweep through spirit-level monsters with just his mortal level realm. The distance between the demon and Sunan gradually increased, but it was still far from shaking it off completely. Power of the primordial Kai was being consumed rapidly. In just half a minute, it had almost been exhausted. However, Sunan still had essence power, which burst out and instantly replenished his primordial Kai power. The Earth God Temple wasn't far from Whitewater Town. Last time, he had wasted a lot of time searching for its exact location. This time, since he knew the location, he was naturally much faster. Finally, before the effect of the Berserk Netherworld body expired, Sunan saw the abandoned ancient temple surrounded by weeds. Stopping a few meters away from the Earth God Temple, Sunan didn't continue. In my current state, I can't fight the demon inside. It'll have to wait for tomorrow. Without entering the Earth God Temple, Sunan decisively logged out of the game. If he wanted to deal with the demon, he had to wait for the negative status of Berserk Netherworld body to vanish. I wonder if the negative effects of my racial talent will be refreshed after midnight. Since the game refreshes the player's state every day at midnight, this created a conflict. Finding the answer to this question was quite simple. Today he still had plenty of unlimited logouts, and only a few foreknowledge opportunities left. He could log into the game for a foreknowledge half a minute before the daily task refresh. If the daily game refresh could remove the negative effects of his racial talent, he could use it in the foreknowledge. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, he could use his unlimited logouts before midnight, then log back in after the negative effect expires. He could also find out through foreknowledge if he would be able to deal with the demon inside the Earth God Temple. With a plan in mind, Sunan was not too anxious. Not long after Sunan was chased by the demon, regional chat and the forum heated up with discussions about Zhang Yang killing more than 20 deification guild members and being pursued by a spirit-level demon. As for the incident of Zhang Yang killing deification guild members, many people took Zhang Yang's side, believing that deification guild had invited trouble upon themselves, while some players supporting the deification guild tried to discredit Zhang Yang by accusing him of being too arrogant and despising everyone. For a time, the players on the forum had split into two factions. Zhang Yang being pursued by a spirit-level demon attracted even more attention. No matter how powerful Zhang Yang is, he is only integrated with 3 bloodlines. How can he possibly resist a spirit-level demon? That's not necessarily true. The mysterious god Zhang Yang might have been secretly nurtured by a certain power and definitely has a backup plan. It won't be long before that demon will be killed by Zhang Yang. In a hotel, a burly man laughed loudly, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, even someone like Zhang Yang ends up like this. Seeing Sunan killed earlier had infuriated him, but now seeing Sunan being chased by a demon, he felt quite refreshed. Too bad I can't log into the game today, otherwise I would definitely go and see how you're going to die. After logging out of the game, Sunan casually browsed the forum. He was waiting for other players to find the demon so that he could use their posts to track its movements. As expected, about 10 minutes later, someone finally caught up with the demon. The Earth God Temple. The demon chasing Zhang Yang is at the Earth God Temple south of Whitewater Town. I didn't see God Zhang Yang, he must have logged out. No sooner had the post been published than it attracted the attention of many players. At the same time, more players rushed to the Earth God Temple, wanting to see how Zhang Yang would deal with the demon. Soon, another player made a post. This time there was a picture in the post. In the picture, the demon covered in scale armor stood 10 meters outside the Earth God Temple. Inside the temple there appeared an 8-legged spider-like demon. Just the body of the spider was as large as an antelope, and its 8 slender legs shimmered with a metallic luster, making it look quite menacing. This is definitely another spirit-level demon. Amazing! What is God Zhang Yang trying to do? Drive the wolves and swallow the tigers. Drive the wolves and swallow the tigers. I think Zhang Yang has nowhere to go. He's now being targeted by two spirit-level demons. Unless he doesn't log into the game, he's dead for sure. The two demons seem to be confronting each other, but a closer look revealed that the scale-armored demon stood emotionless outside the Earth God Temple. However, the spider-like demon inside appeared much weaker and more restless. With a frown, Sunan noticed that this time the scale-armored demon showed no intention of leaving. Fortunately, the demon wants to capture me alive. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Sunan kept an eye on the time, preparing to log in at any moment. 23, 5930. He decisively logged into the game. As soon as he entered the game, he didn't even look at the demon in scale armor and immediately began using foreknowledge. At the same time, he used windstep to move sideways, increasing the distance between him and the demon. Arriving at Earth God Temple, you know that within this long-neglected ancient temple lies a powerful spirit-level monster, and even more so, a treasure hidden underneath the temple. You didn't immediately enter the Earth God Temple, not only because you were targeted by another demon, but more importantly, your current strength has greatly diminished, making you unable to face the demon within. Bender, you circle around the Earth God Temple, stalling for time while dancing around with the scaled demon. Your speed is much inferior to the demon's. Even if you continuously use your bloodline combat skills to change directions, the demon still catches up slowly. Just when you were about to be caught, and mysterious power from beyond the heavens descends, restoring all the strength you have consumed. Simultaneously, the negative effects brought about by your racial talent also disappear, and you are restored to your peak state. It really refreshed the negative status. Sunan's eyes brightened as he secretly marveled at the game's power. The power of the game comes from beyond the heavens. It seems that the powerful treasure that created the game is not in the demon world, but in the space where those people in black reside. With your strength restored, you gain confidence to confront the demon within the Earth God Temple and quickly change direction to enter. As soon as you enter the Earth God Temple, the demon inside attacks you. You show no fear and decisively use your racial talent, Berserk Netherworld Body, to confront the demon. Upon clashing with the demon, you discover that this spider-like demon is slightly weaker than the one covered in scale armor, but it is still very difficult to defeat it with your current strength. Helplessly, you decide to prioritize getting the treasure hidden beneath the Earth God Temple. You use the power of Divine Soul to attack the demon. This time, under your attack, the demon's movement becomes noticeably sluggish. You take advantage of this opportunity to open the entrance to the underground stone room. The demon breaks free from the influence of the Divine Soul's power and angrily chases after you. While attacking with the Divine Soul's power again, you go straight for the treasure in the stone room. Congratulations, you have obtained an ancient demon sword named Feathershatter. An ancient demon sword. Sunan was surprised. Although he knew that the sword hidden beneath the Earth God Temple was likely to be a treasure, he didn't expect it to be something ancient. Moreover, it was a demon sword. This is a sword filled with evil energy, possessing great power. It is highly lethal to both demons and martial artists. Unfortunately, only demon beasts can truly use it. Ordinary martial artists who use it will gradually be influenced by the sword's evil energy, and their bloodline will gradually become conflicted and uncontrollable. The more they use it, the greater the impact. In the moment you obtained the ancient demon sword, your entire bloodline was stimulated, erupting with unprecedented power that continuously poured into the demon sword. Facing the pursuing demon, you strike out with the sword. Severely injuring it, the demon is greatly frightened and tries to flee. As you restrain it with the Divine Soul's power, you strike again with the sword and directly pierce through the demon's head. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the demon. Hiss, I killed a spirit-level monster with just 2 slashes. This demon sword is too terrifying. Sunan gasped, frightened by the demon sword's power. Alternatively, his heart sank. The greater the power of the demon sword, the greater the price to pay for using it. Killing the demon with 2 slashes must not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. The foreknowledge hasn't ended yet, and Su Nan continued to read on. The demon's sword has drained all of your strength. You know that if you continue to use it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yet, at this moment, the demon covered in scale armor also enters the stone room. With no other options, you can only continue to use the demon's sword to attack. The slash injures the demon, but you are also affected by the evil energy within the sword. Your bloodline begins to violently conflict. You are dead. Before dying, you realize that the ancient demon's sword is not something you can use right now. Your strength is barely enough to use the demon's sword for 2 attacks. I can only use it twice. Su Nan's expression became serious. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What worried him the most was that using the demon's sword would subject him to the influence of its evil energy, causing his bloodline to conflict and lose control. Exhausting his strength could be recovered by waiting for the game to refresh, but the influence of the evil energy causing bloodline conflicts would undoubtedly be irreversible. If it could be reversed, then the player from Donglan City would not have gone out of control and become a monstrous being. I must get my hands on the ancient demon sword. Even if I don't use it myself, I can keep it for trading in the future. Su Nan didn't back down due to the high cost of using the ancient demon sword, but became even more determined to obtain it. Once he got the demon sword, he would be able to kill the demon beast and complete a daily task, granting him a chance to exit the game. Having made up his mind, Su Nan dodged the demon's capture while waiting for the game to refresh. Half a minute felt neither long nor short. When the demon was only a few steps away from him, time hit midnight. Instantly, Su Nan felt all his consumed strength recover, and his secret power system's 3 powers were also restored. Now's the time. Without thinking too much, Su Nan suddenly changed directions and headed towards the Earth God Temple. What is he trying to do? There's no way he's actually thinking of fighting that armored burly man and the demon beast inside the temple, right? Bullshit. He's just courting death. The demon beast in that temple obviously didn't dare to make a move on that scale armor burly man. Him going inside is just asking for death. It's over. God Zhang Yang is definitely dead this time. As Su Nan entered the Earth God Temple, several players watching from afar naturally saw this scene and were stunned. They didn't understand what Su Nan was trying to do. Inside the Earth God Temple, the moment he stepped in, he activated the Berserk Netherworld body once again. His body grew taller, and his speed suddenly increased. Seeing Su Nan break in, the demon inside the temple suddenly attacked him. Su Nan used the power of Divine Soul to make it hesitate before heading straight for the huge stone platform under the god statue. He punched the stone slab on the side of the platform, and as the entry-covering slab shattered, the entrance to the underground appeared and he quickly entered. The stone room was dark, but it had no effect on Su Nan. He dashed at his fastest speed towards the corpse in the stone room and grabbed the silver-white longsword resting on the corpse's legs. The silver-white longsword looked ordinary with no special features. Only on the blade, 3 centimeters away from the hilt, there were 2 characters etched, Feather Soul. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking sword would be a demon sword? Feather Soul's sword, one of the 72 ancient demon swords belonging to the ancient feather demon sovereign, containing a trace of unknown power. A trace of unknown power. Su Nan was surprised. Without waiting for him to think more, the spider-like demon beast had already charged in. Su Nan reacted quickly, raising the feather-shattered demon sword and slashing unconsciously. As the demon sword swung, he immediately felt the bloodline inside his body boil, and the surging power poured into the sword in his hand. Moreover, it seemed that because he was currently using this character, Wang Nan, the response of Wang Nan's 3 bloodlines was even more intense. As power surged in, a violent and evil energy instantly burst from the demon sword, and the originally ordinary longsword blossomed with dazzling light. Something strange happened. Under the feather-shattered demon sword, the demon beast seemed to be intimidated, looking fearful and not daring to move casually. Pooh! The longsword traced an arc, directly piercing the demon beast's body and leaving a fist-sized hole. Grievously injured, the demon beast finally woke up, angry and frightened, looking ferocious and wanting to devour Sunan alive. However, seeing the demon sword in Sunan's hand, it was frightened again and turned to run without thinking. Sunan naturally wouldn't let it escape. Using the power of divine soul, he swung the demon sword once more. The next moment, the demon beast fell. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting demons in the Earth God Temple, and 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 15 points. At the moment he completed the task, just as foretold, the scale armor burly man rushed into the stone room. Putting away the demon sword, Sunan didn't even have time to collect the demon corpses. He immediately chose to quit the game. At the same time, in Whitewater Town, some players who had refreshed and received the Earth God Temple task found that their task panel had turned gray. Those present were not ordinary players. This wasn't their first rodeo. They naturally understood that someone had completed the 3-star task of the Temple of the Earth God. Who was it? Who completed the task of the Earth God Temple? Zhang Yang. It must be Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had just entered the Earth God Temple. How is that possible? It hasn't been a minute since he entered the Earth God Temple. In such a short time, under the pursuit of a spirit-level monster, how could he kill another spirit-level monster? I told you, Zhang Yang must have a trump card to kill the demon. Even if they didn't know exactly what happened in the Earth God Temple, everyone guessed that Sunan had killed a demon because they saw the temple's task had been completed. And just like that, a 3-star task was completed in less than a minute. This speed was simply astonishing. Indeed, he must have also completed the 3-star task yesterday. Outside the temple of the Earth God, the Huang brothers exchanged glances, revealing shock in their eyes. Yesterday, they had guessed that Zhang Yang had the ability to kill a spirit-level monster, but after he completed the task, he only had 3 types of bloodline reaching great perfection, which made them still have doubts. But the current situation told them that Zhang Yang indeed had that ability. Some were delighted, some were disappointed. Some were amazed by Sunan's methods, while others were jealous and angry. The burly man Sunan killed was furious. Damn it, he actually killed a spirit-level monster, climbing out of the game warehouse. Sunan heaved heavily. His power was drained in the game, making his physical body uncomfortable in reality. He could even feel that the bloodlines in his body, which were originally stable, were now a lot more restless than before. Particularly the 3 physique bloodlines from Wang Nan. They were already showing signs of conflict. Fortunately, after executing the life wheel scripture and switching destiny to Zhang Yang, the situation improved considerably. The price of using the demon sword is too high. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot use it again. Sunan's face turned pale. Bloodline conflict is a huge problem. Improper handling could lead to irreparable consequences. Even if he was to be killed by a demon, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use the demon sword again. If the demon continues to guard in the stone room, then I won't be able to log into the game all day today, and I can only wait until the game refreshes tomorrow. Sunan was helpless. This was the fastest time he had ever logged out of the game since he logged in. A total time of only 2 minutes. He didn't even have time to check today's daily task. Today is Sunday. Another rare day off. Sunan opened the forum to browse around when he had nothing else to do. On the forum, posts were increasing at a rate of tens of thousands per day. At a glance, most of them were players sharing their gains in the game, with little valuable information. After a while, he finally found a post that caught his attention. Sealed news. The Tianyu dynasty invites the 3 sects and 6 religions to discuss the repair of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. The Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. Sunan's heart moved, and he remembered a task he had seen in another post 5 or 6 days ago. Bender, it was a mainline task called Sky Cupola Crisis. Just the first stage of the task was of 4-star level, and the reward was an ancient scripture, which had aroused much discussion among players at the time. He clicked on the post, read it carefully, and after a few minutes he finally understood what was going on. Turns out, the heavenly dome divine prohibition, which covers the 12 states, had been mostly destroyed by the demons, and its power was greatly reduced. And the heavenly dome divine prohibition of Danshan state was one of the few places in the 12 states that were relatively well preserved. However, not long ago, a large number of demons began attacking various nodes of the heavenly dome divine prohibition in Danshan state, causing severe instability. The invitation from the Great Yu dynasty to the other 9 major forces in Danshan state was to stop the demons' actions and try to repair the heavenly dome divine prohibition. The participation of the 10 major forces in Danshan state is a big deal. Perhaps it will involve all players in Danshan state. For some reason, Sunan had a hunch that this matter was definitely not simple. Continuing to browse the forum, unfortunately, after 10+ minutes, he couldn't find any more posts that interested him. In the following time, Sunan would open the forum every hour, trying to keep up with the burly man's movements. Until 10 o'clock at night, the appearance of a post made him look up abruptly. It was a post made by a player in Whitewater Town. In a picture in the post, it was clearly visible that the demon that wanted to catch him had left the Earth God Temple and returned to the Whitewater River. The demon has left. Sunan was overjoyed at heart. Without thinking, he immediately logged into the game. In the game, Sunan appeared in the stone room. The room was now empty. Not only was the corpse of the demon gone, even the dried-up corpse had disappeared. His body was surging with intense feelings of weakness, and he almost stumbled to the ground. I really have no energy left at all. Sunan looked displeased. If there were players here now, they could easily kill him. Now he truly had no power to fight back. Fortunately, he still had demon power. After consuming 14 demon power points, the Nether Wolf scripture was instantly promoted from not yet started to great accomplishment. Power of primordial Kai swiftly began to grow inside his body, and his weak body was filled with strength again, like a dead tree coming back to life in spring. Without thinking much, he immediately left the Earth God Temple. With the demon gone, there weren't any players who stayed at the Earth God Temple, so nobody noticed him logging into the game. However, just in case, he quickly headed towards a distant ancient forest. Upon entering the ancient forest, he immediately transformed himself into a wolf demon's appearance. Bone shifting can change one's aura, making it nearly impossible for demons to find him again. After doing all these, he got the chance to look at today's daily tasks. Lang 13's tasks remained unchanged. 1 1-star task, 2 3-star tasks, nothing interesting. What caught his attention was Lang 13's mainline task. Main quest, Wrath of the Demon Emperor Bender 2nd phase. Hunt 60 mortal level outsiders and 3 outsiders in top 100 Kai luck. Task difficulty, 3-star task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 15 demon points. The task's level remained the same, but the number of players to be killed increased from 30 to 60. Hunting 60 players is somewhat difficult. Nowadays, there are more than 60 players in Whitewater Town. However, these players are scattered in different locations, and many of them have not logged in, making it difficult to hunt them. If he only needed to hunt a few or a dozen, it might be possible, but hunting 60 was simply impossible. He continued to check Wang Nan's task. Daily Task 1. Kill the spirit-level monster that is chasing you. Daily Task 2. Hunt the monster in Earth God Temple. Daily Task 3. Explore Whitewater River. Of the 3 tasks, only the Hunt the Monster in Earth God Temple, which had already been completed, and the other 2 were impossible to complete. As the life wheel scripture began to operate, he switched the role to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1. Deliver a message for Granny Zhao's son. Daily Task 2. Hunt a mortal level monster. Daily Task 3. Hunt a spirit level monster. Of the 3 tasks, even the simplest one, hunting a mortal level monster, was not one he could complete now, unless he could return to Kun Tian prison and hunt those nearly exhausted monsters inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough power with his current great accomplishment level of primordial Kai to hunt mortal-level monsters. After checking the tasks of the 3 roles, Sunan sighed in secret. With my current strength, even if I integrate another great perfection bloodline, I may not be able to kill that scaled monster. Moreover, there is a demon king-level great monster behind that monster. Even if I kill it, it won't be safe. It will only be more dangerous. There are only 3 days left for the survival task. I can't stay in Whitewater Town any longer. I must return to Sky Wolf Valley as soon as possible and find a way to get the bronze bell. After some deliberation, Sunan decided to return to Sky Wolf Valley. It was a pity that he only had 1 primordial Kai power now. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to hunt a group of players before leaving. Unbeknownst to Sunan, his departure had avoided a huge crisis. Inside Whitewater River, in the palace on that giant ship, a young man was listening to the burly man's report below. "Oh, you're saying that the outsider not only can use the power of 3 systems, but also took out an ancient demon bloodline, merged it to gain a racial talent, and even got a demon sword in the end." "Yes, my lord." "Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen something so interesting. Let me take a look and see what's so peculiar about that outsider." The young man stood up, his eyes filled with interest. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the palace. Before long, he arrived at the Earth God Temple, apparently knowing that players could log out of the game, and silently waited inside the temple. Whitewater Town was more than 30 kilometers from Sky Wolf Valley. Because of his weakened strength, it took Sunan more than an hour to return to Sky Wolf Valley this time. Just like last time, he used the appearance of the great princess to traverse through the mountain forest and return to the Sky Wolf Valley. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes after transforming himself into the appearance of a wolf demon guard, he encountered 3 groups of patrolling monsters. The number was more than twice that of before. What happened? Is it because of the players? Or did they discover that I impersonated the great princess? Sunan's heart tightened, as he couldn't help but become more vigilant. He had previously used the appearance of the great princess to enter the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Kun Tian prison several times, even collecting the keys, so it was normal to be discovered. However, he shook his head again soon after. He used the appearance of the great princess to deceive the mountain demons to enter Sky Wolf Valley. If it was true that his impersonation was exposed, it would be impossible for him to enter so smoothly. And if it was because of the players, the possibility was not high. Ordinary players simply couldn't enter Sky Wolf Valley, at least not before Diangsing sect makes a move. Could it be that Zhu Cheng's matter has been exposed? He thought of another possibility. This possibility was the greatest. Zhu Cheng used the Wrongling disc to control Kun Tian prison, and the great princess was also refining Kun Tian prison. As the Wrongling disc gradually fused, it was impossible for the great princess not to discover the anomaly. Just in case, I should use my power of foresight again. Returning to Sky Wolf Valley, you find that the defense seems more strict than it was just over a day ago. You disguise yourself as a wolf demon guard and head towards Kun Tian prison, where you soon encounter a group of demons. You try to ask what happened. The patrolling demons don't hide anything and directly tell you that they received news that the human Diangsing sect is going to make a move against the Skywolf clan in 3 days. The great princess is very angry and orders all Skywolf clan members to be on high alert. Any discoveries must be reported immediately, and patrols are increased, prohibiting any humans from entering Skywolf Valley. After acknowledging this, you continue to Kun Tian prison. 2 minutes later, you arrive at Kun Tian prison, but you find that the demon guarding the entrance stops you and tells you that without the order of the great princess, no one from the clan is allowed to enter Kun Tian prison. Helpless, you have to leave. With the foreknowledge ending, Sunan frowned slightly. He couldn't return to Kun Tian prison, which was not good news for him. He still hoped to use the passage behind Kun Tian prison to enter the Wolf King Palace. Let's see if I can get in disguised as the great princess. He used his foresight again. Returning to Sky Wolf Valley, you find that compared to 2 days ago, the defense looks even stricter. Disguised as a wolf demon guard, you head to Kun Tian prison, encountering several groups of patrolling demons on the way. The demons don't find anything unusual about you, and 2 minutes later, you easily arrive in front of Kun Tian prison. You know that with your current appearance, you can't enter Kun Tian prison, so you choose to use the bone-shifting technique to change into the appearance of the great princess. When you arrive back at the entrance of Kun Tian prison, the guarding demon immediately salutes you, and you order him to open the entrance. Without hesitation, the guarding demon opens the entrance, and you successfully enter Kun Tian prison again. I got in. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he once again marveled at how useful the great princess appearance was. As long as he didn't encounter a king-level great demon, there would basically be no problem. Of course, this was also because he didn't use it often. If you always walk by the river, eventually your shoes will get wet. If he used it too many times, sooner or later he would be discovered. With the assurance that there would be no problems, Sunan followed the actions in his foresight to reach Kun Tian prison. 3 minutes later, in the Kun Tian prison, he transformed back into Wang Nan. He casually opened a prison cell, planning to complete the task of slaying the demons first. However, when he opened the prison door, he didn't see any demons, but Sunan didn't pay much attention. What surprised him was that the next few prison cells he opened were also empty, not a single demon in sight. What's going on? Did Yu Cheng's people take care of all the demons? Sunan speculated. This possibility was high. Yesterday, he was not in Kun Tian prison, so Yu Cheng would not miss this opportunity. If this was the case, he would not be able to use the players to grind for demon power points in the future. He headed straight to the prison cell with the secret passage and entered the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. He wanted to see if the guarding demon was still there today. At the end of the passage was the great princess' bedroom, which he didn't dare to approach without foresight. After using foresight twice in a row, he finally reached the end of the passage in his visions. To his surprise, this time there was no demon guarding the end of the passage. He successfully entered the bedroom of the great princess. As long as he could enter the Wolf King Palace, it meant that he had the opportunity to complete Zhu Lingyan's task. Even the 4-star task of exploring the Wolf King Palace could be accomplished by taking the opportunity. Thinking about it, Sunan's face showed joy, but it was quickly followed by hesitation. I don't have an unlimited exit opportunity now. If I encounter danger, I won't be able to escape. The monsters in the Wolf King Palace were not ordinary monsters. Despite having foreknowledge, if he encountered danger during foreknowledge, he might not be able to escape. Being discovered by the great princess last time was a living example. If it weren't for receiving an unlimited exit opportunity at a critical moment, he might have been caught and the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget it. There's no need to rush. After hesitating for a moment, Sunan decided to return. His strength was now greatly reduced, and he didn't have an unlimited exit opportunity. Staying in Kun Tian prison, he could wait until his strength was restored, hunt monsters, and obtain an unlimited exit opportunity. Once he entered the Wolf King Palace, it would be impossible for him to complete tasks. There were no easy-to-kill monsters in the Wolf King Palace for him to hunt. Moreover, there was only a little over an hour left until the game refreshed. He could wait. Sunan returned to the first floor of Kun Tian prison and exited the game. A little over an hour later, he only logged in again after the game refreshed at the start of a new day. The disappeared strength was fully restored, and the weak body was filled with a strong feeling again. Unfortunately, the turbulence of the bloodline still hadn't changed much due to the use of the Feather Soul Magic Sword, and hadn't been smoothed by the game refresh. He looked at the tasks of the 3 characters for the first time. It seemed as if he was back to his state when he hadn't left Kun Tian prison. The tasks of the 3 characters were all familiar faces. Lang 13's task was still the same hunting players. Wang Nan's tasks, besides hunting mortal-level demons, were to hunt the guards on the 2nd floor and to explore the Wolf King Palace. Bender Zhang Yang's tasks, however, apart from hunting mortal-level monsters and hunting spirit-level monsters, had a new task that appeared because he had completed the task of exploring the mysterious cave. Daily Task 3. Exploring Purple Leaf Forest. Task Difficulty 3 stars. Task Reward 15 demon points. It's this task. Sunan was surprised. This task could be described as a late arrival. He had already explored the Purple Leaf Forest and even acquired a 4-star MAM quest in the Great Tomb at the end of the Purple Leaf Forest. That was Zhang Yang's current mainline mission, Demonic Emperor's Bloodline. This task is just 3-star. It should only be a simple exploration of the Purple Leaf Forest and not including that Great Tomb. Otherwise, this task wouldn't be a 3-star but a 4-star task. Sunan's eyebrows furrowed. If it were 2 days ago, it would have been easy for him to complete this task. But it might be difficult now. Kun Tian Prison has already forbidden monsters from entering or leaving. If he wants to leave, he can only change into the appearance of the Great Princess. But doing so carries a high risk. Going back and forth, changing into the Great Princess appearance twice would greatly increase the risk of exposure. If I don't leave Kun Tian Prison, it seems that the only task I can complete for the 3 characters is the spirit-level monster hunting task. In the past, he could hunt mortal-level monsters in Kun Tian Prison. Now even mortal-level monsters are not available for him to kill. He hesitated, wondering if he should go out. Not counting today, there are only 2 days left until the end of the survival task. That's also the end of the Demon Crisis mainline task. To complete this task, I have to take advantage of these few days to gain as much demon power as possible. Otherwise, when that monster comes, I won't have the ability to resist. Besides, the Dianxing sect is about to invade, and the Sky Wolf Valley will be in great turmoil. Whether this Sky Wolf Valley will still exist in the future is a question. Even if I expose myself, it won't have too significant an impact on me. Sunan's thoughts were turning. After hesitating for just a moment, he decided to leave in the image of the Great Princess. After all, there were only a few days left to stay in the Sky Wolf Valley. Why not make a crazy rush in these last few days? With this thought in mind, Sunan instantly stopped worrying about whether he would be exposed or not. Before that, let's get the unlimited exit opportunity first. He didn't dare to be careless, preparing to go to the second layer of Kun Tian Prison to hunt a spirit-level monster and get the unlimited exit opportunity. However, just as he was about to take action, a faint whisper suddenly came from the corridor. What do we do? The monsters on this floor were all killed by us yesterday. What do we do today? There are monsters on the second floor, but those are spirit-level monsters. Even if their strength was depleted like the monsters on the first floor, we still can't handle them. It was the players from the Deification Guild. Sunan's eyes lit up. He was just worried about not having enough tasks he could complete, and now a task was being delivered to his doorstep. An idea flashed through Sunan's mind, and he immediately transformed into the appearance of a wolf demon guard. Silently, he moved in the direction the sound was coming from. In the corridor, more than a dozen players looked at the 3 daily tasks on their task panel, all frowning. Without Sunan's transformed monsters blocking them, they successfully escaped the prison cell with the help of Zhu Qing and completed the 2-star escape the cell task. Afterward, they swept through the monsters on the first floor, and each player gained 2 demon points, elevating their Demon Sutra great success from demon cultivation, initial success in one fell swoop. However, they were still more than 10 demon points short of reaching demon art mastery. Now, with only a little time left before the end of the survival task, they didn't know how to continue earning demon power. Just as they were thinking about this, someone suddenly noticed something and instinctively looked forward. When he saw the wolf demon transformed by Sunan, his face changed drastically. Wolf demon. What wolf demon? Another player next to him was taken aback. Immediately afterward, he also saw the wolf demon transformed by Sunan, and his face turned pale, involuntarily recalling the previous series of killings. How the hell did this thing get here? Run fast. We absolutely cannot let this wolf demon kill us again. The strange behavior of the 2 players immediately attracted the attention of others. When more than a dozen players saw the wolf demon transformed by Su Nan, they were all frightened and turned around to run away. How could Su Nan possibly let them go? With the assistance of Primordial Kai, his mana increased instantly, and bolts of electric light accompanied by blue ice arrows shot out. Before the dozen players could run far, they were once again completely annihilated. This was already the fourth time they had all fallen at Su Nan's hands. A 1-star task, a 2-star task completed, 2 unlimited exit opportunities, and 6 points of demon power had been gained. Even Lang 13's mainline task had once again completed 16 quotas, still 44 quotas missing. Su Nan took a deep breath. Having 2 unlimited exit opportunities, he finally felt more secure. Continue to go to the second level. The monsters in Kun Tian prison are much weaker than those outside because their strength has been extracted. Su Nan effortlessly resolved a spirit-level monster without exerting much effort. Compared to hunting the monsters in the Earth God Temple, the difficulty is not on the same level. One could even say that the difference is like night and day. Another 15 demon power points were gained. The usable demon power had reached 22 points. Su Nan didn't use them in a hurry but quickly entered the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. More than an hour ago, there were no monsters in the great princess's bedroom. Now that an hour had passed, he didn't know if the monster had returned. The longer the delay, the worse it would be for him, as the monster could return at any time. Fortunately, to his delight, more than an hour had passed, and there were still no monsters guarding the great princess's bedroom. After using foresight twice, he finally came back to the great princess's boudoir. As long as I get the bronze bell, not only can I get the ancient demon bloodline from Zhu Lingyan, but I can also complete the 4-star exploration task in Wolf King Palace. Last time he entered the Wolf King Palace, he had already explored several other palaces after foreseeing his fate, and now only this last one remained. However, there is another problem. There are too many things in that palace, and I have no idea where the bronze bell would be. Once I use Zhu Lingyan's identity jade to deal with the great monster guarding it, it will inevitably attract other powerful monsters. It means that once I make a move, I can only search for the bronze bell for an instant. The more Su Nan analyzed it, the more difficult the task seemed. Fortunately, he had foresight, so he could keep trying in his predictions. If any other player were here, even if they could kill the monster, they wouldn't have time to find the bronze bell before other monsters arrived. Or knowledge. You return to the great princess's bedroom again, and there are no monsters inside. You change into the great princess's appearance and leave the bedroom, heading towards the 6th palace of the Wolf King Palace. A few breaths later, you encounter a group of patrolling monsters, but they don't notice your anomaly. Finally, you arrive at the 6th palace of the Wolf King Palace, where numerous treasures collected by the Skywolf clan are hidden, including the item you need. You know that once you enter the palace, your identity will surely be seen through by the great monster, so you take out Zhu Lingyan's identity jade with great caution and prepare to use it at any time. As expected, the moment you enter the palace, an emaciated old man appears in front of you. You react quickly and suddenly use Zhu Lingyan's identity jade against the old man. The jade is shattered, and in an instant, an invisible force shoots towards the old man. The old man senses the danger, his face changes, and he instinctively tries to escape, but it's too late. The old man is hit by the power belonging to Zhu Lingyan and the jade and immediately falls to the ground, turning into an old, gray-haired wolf demon. Congratulations, you have killed a Demon King Realm great monster. How strong is Zhu Lingyan's strength? Su Nan gasped in surprise, truly shocked. The old man was a shape-shifting demon at the Demon King level, but facing the power Zhu Lingyan had hidden in the jade, he did not even have the strength to resist. This was simply incredible. Could she be the so-called Emperor-level powerhouse? Su Nan suddenly had a bold thought. Your actions are subtle, but you know that at the moment of your action, some demon must have noticed. You feel anxious in your heart, not daring to have any hesitation, and suddenly use the racial talent berserk netherworld body to increase your speed to the fastest, quickly searching in the treasure vault. There are many items in the main hall, with a dazzling array of shelves. You glance over dozens of shelves, deciding to start searching from the first shelf on the left. You find that the items on these shelves have corresponding serial numbers, and the items on the first shelf are numbered from 0 to 50. Your gaze sweeps across the shelf quickly, but unfortunately, there is nothing you want on this shelf. Helpless, you move to the second shelf on the left. You don't notice that as you search carefully, a middle-aged man silently appears in the hall and you die. I can only check 2 shelves before I die. Sunan frowned slightly. There are as many as 50 or 60 shelves in the main hall. If you were to search every shelf, it would take at least 30 attempts. You can't calculate it like that. If the bronze bell really is here, the probability of finding it increases the more I search. Unless my luck is incredibly bad and I only find it in one of the last few. Sunan quickly analyzed. With this in mind, he might only need to foresee 10 to 20 times to find things. Let's go again. Sunan saw hope, and as the cooling time of foreknowledge ended, he began to foresee again. You come to the great princess's bedroom once more, and there are no demons present. You change into the appearance of the great princess and leave the bedroom, heading towards the 6th palace of Wolf King Palace. Using your racial talent berserk netherworld body, you quickly move to the 3rd shelf on the left. Your gaze quickly sweeps across the shelf, but unfortunately, there is still nothing you want on this shelf. You don't give up and continue to search on the 4th shelf. You don't notice that as you search carefully, a middle-aged man silently appears in the hall, and you die. Once more, the 3rd foreseeing begins. With 8 bloodlines at great perfection, Sunan now has 11 chances to foresee. He used 2 foreknowledge opportunities during the process of entering the great princess's bedroom from Kun Tian prison, leaving 9 opportunities. In 8 or 9 minutes, Sunan had used foreknowing 7 times. Unfortunately, he found nothing. On the other hand, during the 8th time, the information from foreknowledge made Sunan's eyes light up. You arrive at the leftmost 16th shelf and your eyes sweep across it. Suddenly, Kai luck takes effect, and you notice item number 782. You can't help but pick it up to examine it. It turns out to be a brownish-yellow animal skin, covered in dark red lines. Congratulations, you've discovered a torn treasure map, which is a map of an ancient human expert's cave dwelling. A torn treasure map. During the 8 foreseeing attempts, he had searched 16 shelves, and although he did not find the bronze bell, his heavenly luck ability helped him find a torn treasure map. This could be considered a stroke of luck in his misfortune. He had one last foreknowledge opportunity left. After considering it, Sunan did not use it and instead returned to Kun Tian prison. He planned to change into the appearance of the great princess, leave Kun Tian prison and complete the remaining daily tasks. Nowadays, Skywolf Valley is not the same as it used to be. Their guard is extremely strict. If I don't use foreknowledge and go out rashly, an accident might happen. Sunan was very cautious. During these last days, he absolutely couldn't afford any accidents. He used his last foreknowledge opportunity. After confirming that there wouldn't be any problems, Sunan felt at ease leaving Kun Tian prison. 3 minutes later, Sunan had transformed into the appearance of one of the macaque demon creatures in the forest, blending in with a few other demons. A few minutes passed, and 2 demons were silently killed by him. 10 demon power points were credited to his account. His usable demon power reached 32 points. Upgrade the Nether Wolf Scripture. 16 points of demon power were consumed, and the Nether Wolf Scripture was upgraded from great accomplishment to perfection. 10 points of demon power were consumed, and the Nether Wolf Scripture was once again upgraded from perfection to great perfection. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name this skill. Let's call it Primordial Kai Burst, Sunan said casually. The name was not important, whether it sounded cool or pleasing to the ear. Bloodline combat skill successfully named. Congratulations on fully mastering one Demon Sutra. You have further gained the ability to survive in this world. Your talent for foreseeing the future has been enhanced, adding 1 daily use. The number of foreknowledge times has increased again, reaching 12. The awakened Earth Tiger Bloodline combat skill allows the instant burst of essence power, consuming it all to restore any power entirely. The Nether Wolf Bloodline Awakened skill is somewhat similar. It is also through the instantaneous consumption of primordial Chi, making any kind of power instantly doubled in an instant. When I use Berserk Netherworld Body, the levels of essence power, primordial Chi power, and divine soul will all double. If I first use the doubled primordial Chi power to boost divine soul power, won't that increase the divine soul power by 4 times? Then I can use the essence power burst to restore twice the amount of primordial Chi power, and then I can use that doubled primordial Chi power to increase the divine soul power once more. Doing this, wouldn't the divine soul power increase be up to 6 times? 6 times the divine soul power. Sunan couldn't help but be amazed when he thought about it. With 6 times divine soul power, if facing ordinary players, it's not just about making them instantly lose consciousness. They're likely to be killed in an instant. Even when facing spirit-level monsters, it would be enough to make them lose consciousness temporarily, no longer as before, recovering instantly. Moreover, even if it is not used to enhance divine soul power, he could use the same method to enhance physique power or the law-controlling class power. Although it won't be as much as increasing divine soul power, it could still increase both systems' power by 4 times. The power of the secret power system combined with other systems is too terrifying, and it's just as well that others can only integrate one power system. Sunan was excited in his heart. Mastery of the 3 secret power systems seemed to make up for his shortcomings, giving him a significant boost. If he were to be caught by the scaled warrior like last time, he was confident that he could kill him using the Berserk Netherworld Body. At this moment, looking at Wang Nan's task panel, his gaze fell on Hunt a second-floor guard, and his heart began to stir, wanting to try and complete the task. Black, I've only integrated 9 bloodlines. Can I fight Chuan-level monsters with my mortal-level realm if I integrate 3 more bloodlines? Sunan's eyes were filled with radiance. If it's truly feasible, then he would have the confidence to complete the Demon Crisis task in 2 days. Wang Nan's mainline mission, Demon Crisis, has 2 tasks in the 3rd phase. A 4-star mission, Escape to 100 miles away, and a 5-star mission, Hunt monsters. These 2 tasks seem to give him options, but in reality there's no choice at all. Demon Power. I need a lot of demon power. On the leaderboard, the name Lang 13 has already risen to 4th place. Ahead of him were only Wang Nan, Zhu Cheng, and Zhang Yang. Under his name, besides Kayan used 3rd Demon Sutra Mastery, several other players had integrated 3 bloodlines, but only achieved great accomplishment. By now, the first echelon of players had just integrated their 3rd bloodline. Many more players had integrated 2 bloodlines, and they were all elites from the various guilds. Sunan glanced at them casually and didn't care. He headed towards Purple Leaf Forest instead. Like last time, he transformed into the shape of a demon, passed through the mountain forest, and quickly arrived at the Purple Leaf Forest. Demon beasts guarded the entrance of the Purple Leaf Forest, but there were none inside. Sunan was cautious and moved carefully through the forest. 3 minutes later, he finally reached the edge of the Purple Leaf Forest, where the trees were sparse, and he could clearly see the towering stone tablet in the distance. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task exploring the Purple Leaf Forest, and 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 21 points. As expected, this task only requires me to explore the Purple Leaf Forest and doesn't require me to enter the Great Tomb. He secretly nodded, thinking that if they required him to enter the Great Tomb, he would never complete the task. After completing the task, Sunan still stayed, looking at the entrance of the Great Tomb in the distance. He looked at Zhang Yang's mainline task again. Mainline task. Demon Emperor's Bloodline Task Phase 1. Destroy the Formation Task Difficulty. 4-star Task Reward. Mortal Level Demon Sutra. Mortal level bloodline, 30 demon points, 1 drop of essence blood task countdown. 8 days. The Bloodline Demon Sutra rewarded by the mainline task is the same system as the player. I just wonder if the essence blood rewarded is the same. If the essence blood rewarded for this task is the law-controlling class bloodline, then I will have a plan for the ancient demon bloodline of my 3 characters. 4-star task rewards would not be ordinary essence blood. It is highly possible to be ancient demon bloodline. If it was in the past, it would be almost impossible for him to complete this task. Yet, with the imminent arrival of the Dianxing sect, he saw hope. The Dianxing sect wants to seize Kun Tian prison, and Sky Wolf Valley will inevitably be in chaos. He might take advantage of the chaos and sneak into the Great Tomb. I wonder what the situation is like in the tomb now. His heart moved, and he looked at the foresight in the panel. Just now his nether wolf scripture reached the great perfection, so the number of foreknowledge times is increased, and now he could use it. You shapeshift into the appearance of the Skywolf clan great princess to infiltrate the demon emperor's tomb. You're unaware that the real great princess is in the tomb. As soon as you enter the tomb, the guarding demon is stunned at your sight, but quickly realizes you're a fake after brief doubt. Bender, you're surrounded by the demon group, and the leading demon demands to know who you are and why you're impersonating the great princess. Sensing trouble, you try to flee but fail to escape, even though your current strength has improved, but it is still no match for several spirit-level demons. You've been caught. Is the great princess in the tomb? Sunan was surprised and then relieved after thinking about it. If the great princess is not in the Wolf King Palace, then she is most likely in the Sky Wolf Valley, and the only place there worth her attention is this great tomb. The foresight continues. The demons didn't kill you, but chose to bring you into the tomb to hand you over to the great princess. Upon entering the passage, you see that the once empty stone rooms on both sides are filled with demons. There are many different types of demon, but you can still see at a glance that most of them are from the Celestial Wolf Valley mountain forest. You're brought to the giant pit at the end of the passage, and you immediately notice that the pit is filled with the corpses of many demons, and the stench of blood fills the air. On the demon emperor's coffin there stands an old man and 3 women, one of whom is dressed in red and appears to be the great princess of the Skywolf clan. You're handed over to the Skywolf clan great princess, who is amazed to see that you can shapeshift into her appearance. Suddenly, you feel a searing pain in your head, as if something is burrowing into your mind. Your memories have been read. You're dead. Why are there so many demons that like reading memories? Sunan couldn't help but complain. This wasn't the first time his memories were read in the foresight. The first time was by the old man guarding the exit of the Sky Wolf Valley. The second time was by the old man guarding the Wolf King Palace treasury, and this was the 3rd time. Fortunately, it only happened in foresight. If his memory was actually read in-game, his connection with the game would be over as well. What do they want with capturing so many demons? Could it be that they are trying to open the coffin through some secret technique? Sunan guessed in secret. After staring at the great tomb for a moment, he turned to leave, preparing to return to Kun Tian prison. However, before he could return to the Kun Tian prison, suddenly he felt the mountain under his feet tremble. It was as if a small earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Sunan was startled, immediately on high alert. Just then, a prompt popped up on the panel. Notice, due to the impending attack by the Dianxing sect, the Skywolf clan princess is eager to open the demon emperor's coffin to obtain the demonic emperor's bloodline and enhance her strength. The great princess uses the blood sacrifice method, which rapidly depletes the power that protects the demon emperor's coffin. Your mainline task, demonic emperor's bloodline, has changed. Task countdown. 2 days blood sacrifice method. Sunan didn't have to think further to understand what the great princess wanted by capturing so many demons. His heart tightened. The reduction of the task countdown didn't matter. The Dianxing sect would attack in 2 days. What made him worried was that the great princess wanted to open the demon emperor's coffin before the Dianxing sect arrived. If the great princess succeeded, his mainline task would undoubtedly be declared a failure. This is going to be difficult. Su Nan's mind raced. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a feasible solution. Now there are 4 shape-shifting demons in there. Anyone who goes in will have to kneel. In the end, he thought of Zhu Cheng. I don't know if Zhu Cheng is still in Kun Tian prison or not, but since I received the task prompt, he definitely did too. I wonder what he will do. At this moment, he actually hoped that Zhu Cheng would have a way to break the deadlock. Just as he thought. When he received the task prompt, Zhu Cheng also received the task prompt in the prison cell of the 3rd level of Kun Tian prison. Looking at the task prompt, Zhu Cheng's expression was full of hesitation. There are demons guarding the tomb, and I will be discovered if I enter. With my strength alone, it's impossible to complete the task. Unless I can borrow the power of the Dianxing sect and get the powerful people of the sect to arrive early. To make the powerful people of Dianxing sect arrive early, I must speed up the integration of the Rongling disk with Kun Tian prison and make the disk completely fuse with Kun Tian prison at the fastest speed. Zhu Cheng's thoughts turned, secretly planning. He had a way to speed up the fusion. As early as when he got the Rongling disk, he had already learned the method. It was also very simple, just requiring martial artists to sacrifice their lives, and the number of martial artists needed for the sacrifice was 16. This was his real purpose for letting 16 players enter Kun Tian prison. Originally, he was just being cautious and not really intending to use the players to perform the life sacrifice. Because the life sacrifice is not as simple as it seems, those being sacrificed not only give up their lives, but also so-called Kai luck and destiny. He didn't know what Kai luck was before, but the last time his Kai luck was taken away, he experienced the consequences of losing Kai luck. And this was just the Kai luck. He couldn't imagine what the consequences of sacrificing one's destiny would be. Zhu Cheng hesitated, weighing whether or not to do so. After a long time weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes showing determination. I can't give up this task. If I want to get first place in 2 days, this task is key. Besides, considering the current situation of those dozen or so players, it's questionable whether they can complete the survival task in 2 days. Rather than permanently losing the qualifications to log into the game, it's better to make them contribute one last time. Having made a decision, Zhu Cheng quit the game. In the villa, seeing Zhu Cheng quit the game, more than a dozen players surrounded him. Brother Zhu, we were killed by that damn wolf demon again. It's so irritating that wolf demon has targeted us. We can't continue the task without killing him. Brother Zhu, what should we do? We can't complete the survival task like this. Everyone kept complaining, gritting their teeth with hatred when talking about the wolf demon. Looking at the familiar faces, Zhu Cheng's eyes showed hesitation. But upon hearing that everyone was killed by the wolf demon again, the hesitation vanished, replaced by determination. He said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will kill that wolf demon tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, not noticing anything unusual about Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng continued, "It's very simple for you all to complete the survival task. In 2 days, the Dianxing sect will come to Sky Wolf Valley. At that time, I will ask them to help each of you hunt a spirit-level monster, or even help you complete the mainline task if possible." Really? That's great. The dozen or so players were excited. Now the survival task was their biggest problem. As long as they could complete the survival task, everything would be worth it. At this point, Zhu Cheng changed the topic. "However, before that, I need you all to help me with one thing. Brother Zhu, your matters are our matters. As long as you give the word, we'll do whatever it takes, no matter what." "That's right. Brother Zhu, don't be so polite with us. Whatever you want us to do, just say it." Everyone agreed without hesitation, their eyes full of eagerness. Little did they know, if they really did as Zhu Cheng said, what awaited them would be a price they couldn't bear. "Brother Nan, did you hear the gunshots yesterday?" In the hotel, Su Nan was working as usual, and Liu Zhudao whispered beside him. "Gunshots." Su Nan's heart moved, and he immediately understood that last night in reality, The official forces must have confronted the Destiny Society's people in black again. He pretended not to know anything and shook his head. No, what happened yesterday? Liu Zhudao looked around and, seeing no one nearby, spoke cautiously. I don't know exactly what happened, but I heard that more than a dozen officials were killed yesterday. Bender, more than a dozen people died. Su Nan was secretly alarmed. This was no small matter. Although the people in black had been looking for him and killed a few players, they had never been ruthless to the official personnel. This could be seen from the fact that Olda broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau and didn't kill Yang Zheng, but only injured him. Now, the people in black have killed more than a dozen officials. Are they going to completely break with the authorities? And are the authorities merely trying to rescue the kidnapped Jiang Wen? Su Nan had a vague guess, but he still played the role of a curious person and asked, "You know what caused it?" Liu Zhudao shook his head. "I don't know how I'm supposed to know about this. I just saw it on the forum." As they spoke, Wang Chang walked over from a distance. Li Zhudao immediately said, "Brother Wang may know what happened." "Brother Nan, what are you talking about?" Seeing Su Nan and Liu Zhudao, Wang Chang came over and asked. "Nothing, just heard that more than a dozen officials were killed last night," Su Nan said. Wang Chang was surprised. "You guys already know about this?" Su Nan nodded calmly. "I only know a little, not the specifics." Liu Zhudao took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Wang, do you know what happened?" Wang Chang looked around and said mysteriously, "You must not speak of this to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhudao's eyes were full of curiosity, and he immediately assured, "Don't worry, Brother Wang, we won't talk nonsense." Wang Chang thought for a moment before saying, "I just heard it from Miss Bai. It said that this incident is related to Wang Nan. You still remember the guy who impersonated Wang Nan, right? I'll tell you. He wasn't alone but had an organization behind him. People in that organization have one common characteristic. They all wear black clothes. The goal of the black-clothed organization has always been to get Wang Nan. It seems there's something they want to retrieve from him. The attack on the Demon Investigation Bureau and the kidnapping of an official mysterious figure a few days ago was to force Wang Nan out. It said that last night, the authorities sent as many as 5 powerful persons here, as well as a group of professional criminal investigators. Their purpose was not only to rescue the kidnapped mysterious person, but also to find Wang Nan. Liu Zhudao listened dumbfounded. It took him a while to digest the information in Wang Chang's words and then asked with even more confusion, "Where did these black-clothed people come from? They dare to confront the authorities so openly." "I don't know about that." Wang Chang shook his head. Su Nan's face appeared surprised, as if he had just heard some secret news. Inside, however, he felt a little heavy. He had thought that as long as he didn't take action himself, no one would be able to find him. Now it seemed that even without action, he might not be safe. Donglin City was quickly turning into a powder keg, with both the Destiny Society's people in black and the official night patrol focusing on the area. Even if they couldn't find him for the time being, it might not be the case for much longer. Although he hadn't left any traces or changed his appearance every time he took action, he dared not underestimate the talents of the official criminal investigators. With them, even the smallest clue could become the key to finding him. It seems he'll have to find a reason to leave Donglin City for a while. An idea emerged in Su Nan's mind. However, even if he wanted to leave, he would have to plan carefully. At least he needed to make his departure appear less abrupt, as leaving suddenly could easily raise suspicions. A day of work passed leisurely. Returning home, Su Nan habitually opened the forum and started reading. There are only 2 days left before the survival task ends. I have only reached Demon Cultivation Initial Success. What should I do? I'm done. I haven't even completed the Novice task yet. I'm sure to lose my game qualifications this time. If I had known the game would start so hard, I would have sold the bracelet and waited for the next batch of public beta tests to enter. On the forum, many players were complaining and lamenting, regretting their early entry into the game. Su Nan wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this situation long ago. So far, Only 3 or 4,000 people on the ranking list had reached Demon Art Mastery. More were at Demon Sutra Great Success. There were more than 7,000 of these players. These people could have a great chance of completing the survival task if they used their last 2 days wisely. As for the players who only achieved Demon Cultivation Initial Success, it was basically impossible for them to complete the task now. I didn't expect the ranking list would change so much in the last few days. First Zhang Yang appeared, and now Lang 13 has come. Zhang Yang was in the first batch of players, but Lang 13 is definitely a player who entered after the public beta test. He is the real luck child. Last night, Lang 13 achieved mastery for the third Demon Sutra, causing quite a stir. Some people carefully studied the changes in the ranking list over the past few days, and they found out. From the fusion of the second bloodline to the great perfection of the third bloodline, Lang 13 took only 3 days. Such speed is astonishing. It's not decided who will win until the last moment. I heard that Master Kaiyan Yu is doing a very mysterious task. Once completed, he will surely obtain huge rewards. God Zhu Cheng is also the same. He hasn't improved since 2 days ago. The first place must belong to deity Wang Nan. After he reached the great perfection of the third bloodline last time, he hasn't improved, so he must have saved a lot of demon power. The end of the survival tasks is approaching, and the discussion about the final top 10 players on the ranking list becomes the hottest topic. Even many people started discussing what extra rewards the top 100 would get. Sunan just paid a little attention to this. He saw hope in completing the task of exploring the Wolf King Palace. Once this 4-star task is completed, he will get 30 demon points and Zhu Lingyan's ancient demon bloodline. Added to his current demon power, he can promote the character Wang Nan to the great perfection of the 4 demon classics in one fell swoop. Everyone, I've arrived at Sky Wolf Valley, waiting for Dianxing sect to attack the Sky Wolf clan. As expected, the monsters in Sky Wolf Valley are too strong as an advanced map. I was discovered from far away and couldn't get in. Where's God Zhang Yang? Was he going to lead us into Sky Wolf Valley? Where is he? Are there players who have already reached Sky Wolf Valley? Sunan's heart stirred slightly. He really wanted to go to Sky Wolf Valley now and see if he could hunt down a group of players. Unfortunately, the valley is now under tight security and it's not easy for him to leave. I'm not in a hurry to hunt players. I need to get the bronze bell first. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, it's already midnight. A new day begins. Today is the 14th day of the public beta test of the game. Tomorrow will be the last day of the survival tasks. It is also the last day of Wang Nan's mainline mission Demon Crisis. In the game, first floor of Kun Tian Prison, Su Nan logs into the game. The game tasks refresh. Compared to yesterday, no significant changes in the 3 character missions have occurred. Only Zhang Yang's mission, having completed exploring the Purple Leaf Forest, has a new task. Task 3, hunt a monster in a mysterious cave. Task difficulty, 3 Starspender task reward, 15 demon points. Is it another spirit-level monster? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. With this task, he now has 3 tasks to hunt spirit-level monsters. Wang Nan's mission includes a hunt a second-floor guard task. Zhang Yang's mission includes a hunt a spirit-level monster task. Now, a new task is added. Hunt a monster in a mysterious cave. Whether it's the second-floor guard or the monster in the mysterious cave, both are spirit-level. And they are not ordinary spirit-level monsters, but top-rated ones. Especially the monster in the mysterious cave. It is obviously similar to the monster in the Earth God Temple that he killed, both being top-rated monsters with speed as their main attribute. I can kill them with my current ability, but only when using my Berserk Netherworld body. The Berserk Netherworld body can only be used once a day, and I have more important things to do now, so I can't waste it. Sunan shook his head secretly. He has no intention of hunting the second-floor guards for the time being, nor does he plan to hunt the mysterious cave monsters. He will decide everything after he gets the bronze bell. Arriving at the second layer of Kun Tian Prison, after hunting a spirit-level monster and gaining 15 demon points and 1 chance of unrestricted withdrawal, Sunan once again enters the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. With 2 chances of foreknowledge, he smoothly came to the great princess' bedroom. It seems that the great princess is still in that tomb. Sunan's eyes showed joy, which is undoubtedly good news for him. Yesterday, I used foreknowledge 8 times and only found 1 treasure map. Today, I have 10 chances for foreknowledge. I wonder what I can find. Full of expectation in his heart, he immediately begins to use foreknowledge. You have once again come to the great princess' bedroom, which is devoid of demons. You transform into the appearance of the great princess and leave the bedroom, heading towards the 6th palace of the Wolf King Palace. You arrive at the 17th shelf on the left side, quickly scanning the items on it. Unfortunately, there is nothing you want on this shelf, so you reluctantly move on to the 18th shelf on the left. You don't notice a middle-aged man silently appearing in the grand hall as you search carefully. You are dead. First foreknowledge, ending in death. Having already anticipated this, Sunan waits for the cooldown to end before immediately starting the second foreknowledge. You arrive at the 19th shelf on the left side, quickly scanning the items on it. Unfortunately, there is nothing you want on this shelf, so you reluctantly move on to the 20th shelf on the left. You don't notice a middle-aged man silently appearing in the grand hall as you search carefully. You are dead. Compared to the previous foreknowledge attempts, the process is almost identical apart from the different shelves being checked. He gains nothing from the second attempt and quickly starts the third. Fourth, as Sunan continues to try foreknowledge to find the bronze bell, a dozen players log into the game in the corridor of the 1st floor of Kun Tian prison. Hurry, we must complete the task Brother Zhu gave us before that wolf demon comes. The dozen players do not dare to delay and quickly gather in front of prison cell 64. If Sunan were here, he would certainly understand that they intend to enter the back door of Kun Tian prison. Sure enough, the next moment the cell door opens, revealing another door across from it that is also open, leading to a pitch-black passage. Could it be that this prison has such a design? The group marvels, having no time to ponder as they quickly enter the passageway behind the cell. A few minutes later, in the cell of the 3rd floor of Kun Tian prison, where Zhu Cheng is staying, seeing all 16 players present, Zhu Cheng breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with his increasingly mastering control of Kun Tian prison, he finally gained the right to open the back door. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to bring over a dozen people. All right, everyone follow the method I told you. Zhu Cheng instructs swiftly. As he speaks with a thought, the previously disappeared wrongling disc reappears before everyone. Gazing at the hovering quiet disc, the group marvels. Not having a moment to think, they quickly spread out around the disc, and Zhu Cheng hands out a dagger for each of them. Everyone already knows what to do, so there's no need for Zhu Cheng to say more. One by one, they take turns using the dagger to slash their palms and then grip the disc. With the wrongling disc at the center, the 16 people form a circle, all gripping the disc with their bleeding hands. The moment all their palms touch the disc simultaneously, Zhu Cheng starts to control the wrongling disc. Gradually, the disc begins to absorb the blood of the group members, and with the absorption of blood, the red light on the wrongling disc starts to rise, becoming dazzling within an instant. The members initially don't feel anything, but gradually they notice a change in their facial expressions. They realize that the wrongling disc is not only extracting their blood, but also their bloodlines. Moreover, they have a feeling that something incredibly important is also being taken away from them. In the depths of their souls, they sense a great crisis which leaves them breathless. This is not what Zhu Cheng told them. What's going on? Why is this thing extracting my bloodline? Me too, why is this happening? Can we recover if our bloodlines are extracted? Brother Zhu, what is going on? Unable to hold back any longer, the group asks, their faces showing uncertainty and apprehension. Don't worry, this is normal. Zhu Cheng maintains his composure as he looks calmly at the group. The sacrifice has started and it cannot be stopped. Though the group is suspicious, they grit their teeth and persevere upon hearing Zhu Cheng's words. However, this situation does not last long. They discover that as their bloodlines are continuously extracted, their bodies age at an extremely terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, everyone has aged from their early 20s to looking like they are in their 60s or 70s. What is happening is now completely different from what Zhu Qing told them, just as Zhu Qing used more than a dozen players to perform a life sacrifice. In cell No. 24, Zhu Lingyan seemed to sense something. Her eyes opened, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fear spread among players. They didn't know what their present situation meant, but they felt that if they continued this way, they would die. On the panel, continuous prompts popped up. Reminder: you are performing a life sacrifice, your Kai luck is being stripped, your life is being stripped, your fate is being stripped, accompanied by the prompt. Their realm dropped rapidly. Originally, after escaping from the prison cell and hunting mortal-level demons, their Demon Sutra great success was instantly turned back to not yet started. No, I want to do this finally. Someone couldn't stand it and wanted to pull their hand back. But to his horror, he found that his body was no longer under his control. Others also noticed the anomaly and they couldn't sit still anymore. Some wanted to quit the game, but they couldn't. Zhu Cheng, what are you using us for? Let us go. Brother Zhu, I don't want to do this anymore. Please let me go. More than a dozen players realized something was wrong. How could they not understand that they were being used by Zhu Cheng? The crowd wailed. Some cursed Zhu Cheng. Others pleaded bitterly. Zhu Cheng still looked at the crowd expressionlessly as if he hadn't heard them. Finally, in their unwillingness and anger, the bodies of more than a dozen players turned into black ashes. Bender, at the moment when more than a dozen players died in the game, Zhu Cheng also quit the game for the first time. He wanted to see the changes in the players after the life sacrifice in reality. He came to the room of one of the players. In the room, the game warehouse was not open, and Zhu Cheng went forward and opened it. Seeing the situation in the game warehouse, his pupils constricted involuntarily, followed by silence. There were no players in the game warehouse, nor were there any corpses. Only a layer of human-shaped black ash was left. On the left wrist of the black ashes, a silver game bracelet told that there used to be a player lying here. Zhu Cheng couldn't help but gasp. He had thought that using players to cast life sacrifice might affect the players in reality, but he didn't expect such consequences. All 16 game warehouses, without exception, the more than a dozen players who died in the game, their bodies turned into black ashes just like in the game. They died completely. In the game, their life Kai luck was extracted by the wrongling disc until they died. In the game, at the same time, hundreds of miles away from Sky Wolf Valley, within a vast valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a tower stands tall amidst mist and smoke. Centered on the tower, various palaces spread out in all directions. At this moment, an old man with silvery hair and a youthful face is talking with a middle-aged man in the palace closest to the tower. Suddenly, the old man senses something. His voice pauses, and a frightening gleam passes through his eyes. Success. The middle-aged man across was startled and asked subconsciously, "Grand Elder, what has been successful?" The old man's eyes gazed towards the direction of Sky Wolf Valley. A smile lit his face and said, "The wrongling disc has completely merged with Kun Tian prison. So quickly. It seems that the outsider has used that method." The middle-aged man obviously knows about wrongling disc. His eyes showed surprise. "Summon my order. The 10 great elders each bring 100 disciples and follow me to Sky Wolf Valley." As the order was given out by the old man, suddenly the entire valley was boiling. Inside the Wolf King Palace, Su Nan was still using his foreknowledge. After 6 consecutive attempts, he had no gains. He didn't give up. By now in his foreknowledge, he had already inspected 28 shelves, half already. Next, as the number of foreknowledge increased, the chances of finding the bronze bells rapidly grew. The 7th foreknowledge attempt began. You come to the 29th shelf on the left side, and your gaze quickly sweeps over the shelves. Suddenly, your gaze is attracted by a fist-sized object. It is a bell wrapped in a thick greenish-blue patina. As if buried underground for a long time before being excavated, the thick patina completely covers the patterns on the bell, making it impossible for you to see the original appearance of the bell. You have a premonition that this is what you are looking for found it. Su Nan was overjoyed. After a total of 14 foreknowledge attempts, he finally found what he was looking for. You notice the item's code is 1423. Without any hesitation, you grab the bell without thinking, turning around and running. You add all the primordial Chi and essence power to your speed, increasing your speed by 4 times, reaching an unprecedented height. Before the demons outside the Grand Hall react, you have already jumped out from the hall, heading straight for the princess bedroom. You are so fast that in a blink of an eye, you have already arrived at the princess bedroom. Just as you are about to leave through the passage leading to Kun Tian prison, a middle-aged man blocks your path. You are dead. Another death, but Su Nan didn't care. Now that he knew the location of the item, he was left with one problem. How can he successfully escape? I definitely can't escape, so instead of running, I should grab a few more treasures and then quit the game directly. Anyway, it won't be long before Diangsing Sect arrives. When Sky Wolf Valley is in chaos, it'll log back into the game. By then, those large demons won't have time to care about me. Su Nan's eyes flickered. He had a plan. He had hunted a spirit-level demon today, earning a chance of unrestricted withdrawal, perfect for this occasion. Besides, as long as he got the item, even if he were to be killed, it wouldn't matter much, as long as his memory was not read. Dying once wouldn't significantly impact him. After verifying the plan for apparent issues, Su Nan prepared to act. Just then, he suddenly thought of Zhu Lingyan. Zhu Lingyan is powerful and has many tricks. Since I'm working for her now, she should provide me some help. If one could obtain a means of escape from her, that would be ideal. This thought brightened Su Nan's eyes. Having more methods meant more backup plans. Exiting the game could help avoid danger temporarily, but who could say for certain what one would face upon logging back in? If the situation upon his return differed from his expectations, that he would still be guarded by monsters despite the chaos in Sky Wolf Valley, he would be in big trouble. He quickly returned to the Kun Tian prison. In cell No. 24. Senior, I have found the location of the bronze bell you mentioned. The only problem now is, after getting the item, it will be difficult for me to get out. Su Nan quickly added. I can't help you, Zhu Lingyan bluntly replied. If I could do everything, what would I need you for? You're an outsider, you can revive even from death, what are you afraid of? Su Nan was at a loss for words and was about to speak again. But Zhu Lingyan did not continue on this topic. Instead she said, Diangsing Sect will be here at most in 11 hours' time. You don't have much time. 11 hours. Su Nan was stunned. Didn't you say tomorrow at the earliest? 11 hours was equivalent to 22 hours. It was still not long since midnight had passed, meaning that Diangsing Sect would arrive by 10 p.m. today. This was different from the previous information. Zhu Lingyan replied calmly. That outsider used the method of life sacrifice, causing the wrongling disc to be completely integrated with Kun Tian prison. Life sacrifice. Completely integrated. Su Nan was surprised and instantly realized what this meant when he thought of the demonic emperor's bloodline task. Indeed, one can't underestimate those top-ranking players. They are far from easy. Su Nan sighed to himself. Having received no help from Zhu Lingyan, he did not linger anymore. After bidding Zhu Lingyan goodbye, he quickly headed towards the Wolf King Palace. Back at the Wolf King Palace, Su Nan had made his decision. Though he didn't receive help from Zhu Lingyan, he did get a vital piece of information. If Diangsing Sect is coming in 11 hours, then I have nothing to fear. He switched his role to Wang Nan, disguised himself as the Great Princess, held Zhu Lingyan's identity jade in his hand, and started his operation. The initial part was smooth. Using the guise of the Great Princess, he easily arrived in front of the 6th palace. Just as foreseen, as soon as he entered the palace, an old man on the verge of death appeared before him. Having foreseen so many times, Su Nan was well prepared for the current situation. Now is the time. Su Nan was calm. He didn't wait for the old man to speak, and he reacted swiftly, immediately using the jade in his hand. Almost simultaneously, he used the berserk netherworld body strength. His body surged up, All the force of primordial Kai burst forth to enhance his speed. Then, an eruption of essence power instantly restored the power of primordial Kai, boosting his speed once again like before. After 2 stacks, his speed increased 4 times. At this point, in the face of the attack from the power within Zhu Lingyan's Jade card, the old man's face dramatically changed, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. Ah! With only enough time for a pitiful cry, the old man had already fallen to the ground. Fast, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the old man fell and transformed into a wolf demon, Sunan couldn't afford any hesitation. He immediately reached out and grabbed the old man's corpse, which had returned to its original form, and stashed it away. The body of a king-level demon could not be wasted. What a pity, there's no task for hunting king-level demons. If there was, the benefits I could obtain at this moment would be unimaginable. With this thought flashing across his mind, he bolted towards the 29th shelf at his fastest speed. In an instant, he arrived before the shelf, his gaze landing on item number 1423. Bender it indeed was a bell enshrouded in patina, rusty bronze bell. This is a bell that has been cleansed by countless years. Its preservation till now is certainly not just a mere miracle. There might be some secrets hidden beneath its ordinary exterior. As soon as Sunan took the bronze bell in hand, the related information appeared before his eyes. Without having the chance to study it further, he stashed it in his personal space at the earliest opportunity, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Once the items entered personal space, even if he were killed now, it wouldn't matter much. But it wasn't over yet. He still had another thing to get. The treasure map. I should grab that broken treasure too. That's something left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. It would be a waste not to take it. There were many items in this palace, all of various types and categories. It was frankly quite intimidating. However, Sunan could tell that despite these items seeming bizarre and mysterious in actuality, most of them held little value. Otherwise, having foreknowledge so many times, he wouldn't have discovered just a mere broken treasure map. That's it. Arriving before the 16th shelf, his gaze immediately fell on that brownish-yellow animal hide. He reacted swiftly, grabbing it in one motion. The moment he stashed away the broken treasure map, the reflection of a middle-aged figure appeared in his field of vision, already present in the grand hall. Another great monster had arrived. The middle-aged figure immediately spotted Sunan. In just a blink, he materialized beside Sunan, reaching out to grab him. But at that critical moment, Sunan's figure disappeared without a trace. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged demon hesitated, then understood Sunan's identity. "Damn outsider, don't let me catch you." The middle-aged demon fumed with rage as his voice boomed throughout the Wolf King Palace, instantly resonating throughout Sky Wolf Valley. The patrolling demons finally reacted, large swarms of them tightly surrounding the entire palace. Several miles away in a mountain forest, many players heard the middle-aged demons roar, their expressions changing instantly. Surprised, many players exclaimed, "What just happened? Has someone already entered the Wolf King Palace? Who's so powerful? Is it Zhu Cheng or Zhang Yang?" Gazing in the direction of the Wolf King Palace, the players began making speculations. He crawled out of the game warehouse. That was close, too close. Sunan's heart was racing incessantly. It was some time before his tense mood was replaced by a sense of joy. He had obtained the bronze bell and treasure map, and what's more, he had acquired the corpse of a demon at the king level. Even though this mission was fraught with enormous risks, the rewards were equally surprising. A demon king level corpse. He wondered what treasure he could exchange it for in Tiangong Pavilion. The time was too tight just now. The time spent in the palace was too short to meet the standard of exploring the palace, so the task of exploring the Wolf King Palace is still not completed. I wonder if I still have a chance to complete it after I log into the game. The 4-star Explore the Wolf King Palace task remained incomplete, which was the only regret. What I need to do now is wait for the arrival of the Dianxing sect. "Brother Nan, what's going on? I heard you took a long vacation," Wang Chong asked. This morning, Sunan went to find Security Chief Fatty Lai, originally intending to resign directly, but Fatty Lai disagreed. In the end, Fatty Lai applied on his behalf to the hotel manager for a month-long vacation. Considering Su Nan's contribution in recovering Bai Meng Meng's bracelet during the fake security guard incident, the hotel manager surprisingly agreed. With no other choice, Su Nan changed his plan from resigning to taking a leave of absence. A month's time would be almost enough. If Donglin City remained unchanged after a month, he could simply not return. Su Nan calmly said, "Nothing much. I'm just tired of my current life, and I plan to go on a trip." "A trip?" Wang Chong frowned and asked curiously, "Where are you going on a trip that would take a month?" Su Nan replied, "This time I plan to wander around. My destination is not yet decided." "When?" "I'll leave in 3 days." "All right." Wang Chong responded helplessly, then enviously said, "I'm really envious of you. I also want a trip where I can leave whenever I feel like it, but my strength doesn't allow it. You'll have plenty of opportunities later. What you need to do now is to improve your strength in the game. I'm counting on you to carry me in the future." "Don't worry, Brother Nan. This gaming opportunity was given to me by you. No matter what, I can't forget you." Su Nan smiled and said nothing else. That night, as soon as Su Nan returned home, he logged on to the forum right away. It was now 21:00, only 1 hour away from the time Zhu Lingyan mentioned. After refreshing the web page, he was immediately attracted to a popular post. Breaking news. The Yangtzing sect has set off and is heading to Sky Wolf Valley. They are expected to arrive at Sky Wolf Valley tonight at 10:00 p.m. Seeing this post, Su Nan was quite surprised. Some players found out so quickly. The post's timestamp clearly told him that the post was submitted at 6:00 a.m. That is to say, this player had the news only 5 to 6 hours later than him. Clicking into the post, Su Nan finally understood the situation. As it turned out, the poster was a disciple of the Dianxing sect. This player was lucky enough to spawn near the Dianxing sect when he entered the game and was recruited into the sect because he was an outsider. As a result, as soon as the Dianxing sect made a move, this player got the news. To prove the authenticity of the news, a game screenshot was attached to the post. From the screenshot, a huge black wooden ship could be seen floating in the sky. The wooden ship was antique and heavy, giving a sense of historical vicissitudes. On the deck of the black wooden ship, a group of martial artists could be seen faintly. "What kind of ship is that? It can fly in the sky. This is unbelievable. Bender, you're too naive. That's the Dianxing sect's treasure, the Dawn boat. It's said to be from ancient times, and there are only 5 of them in the entire Danshan state. The Dianxing sect even brought this treasure out. It seems they are really ready to attack Sky Wolf Valley." The black wooden ship had attracted the attention of many players. Among the players, some recognized the black wooden ship at a glance. Hearing that the Dianxing sect would arrive at Sky Wolf Valley by 10:00 p.m. tonight, many players who were planning to go to Sky Wolf Valley lamented. Wasn't it said that the Dianxing sect wouldn't come until at least tomorrow? Why are they setting out now? I haven't even arrived at Whitewater Town yet. Is the Dianxing sect trying to launch a sneak attack on Sky Wolf Valley? They are not playing by the rules. It's over. I definitely won't make it to Sky Wolf Valley by the time the Dianxing sect attacks. Won't this trip be a waste for me? The sudden action of the Dianxing sect caught many players off guard. Some players who were still in Whitewater Town also began to rush quickly to Sky Wolf Valley. 1 more hour. Su Nan quietly waited, refreshing the forum every few minutes. He couldn't log into the game before the Dianxing sect actually arrived at Sky Wolf Valley and launched an attack on the demonic creatures of the Skywolf clan. Su Nan continued to wait. On the other side, Zhu Cheng was also waiting. "Big brother, some players sneaked into the Wolf King Palace earlier and seemed to have caused a lot of commotions. Could it be Wang Nan?" Zhang Feng said. In the game, after experiencing more than 10 days, Zhang Feng was finally rescued by Zhu Cheng from the 2nd-level prison cell. Although his realm was still the same as before, not even reaching the Demon Sutra great success, he wasn't in a hurry. With Zhu Cheng by his side, obtaining demon power was too easy for him. It doesn't matter if it's Wang Nan or Zhang Yang, their plan to gain benefits from this event is bound to fail. No matter how many benefits they gain, it won't be more than me. Zhu Cheng was very confident. When the Dianxing sect arrived, with his contribution for the Dianxing sect, he could request the Dianxing sect's powerful people to help him draw away the demons in the Demon Emperor's tomb. By that time, it would be effortless to complete a 4-star mission. Moreover, if he could continue to use the Dianxing sect's powerful people to complete the subsequent tasks, the harvest would be beyond imagination. With 30 demon points plus his accumulated demon power, it would be enough for him to achieve the great perfection of the 4th bloodline. Even becoming the first spirit-level player was not impossible. Time passed by. In a blink of an eye, it was 22:00. Sunan was still not in a hurry to log in but refreshed the forum more frequently. It took another 10+ minutes. At that moment, a post caught his attention. It's here. The Dianxing sect has really arrived. Translator, 549,690,339. The post also included screenshots, and there were 4 of them. The content of the first image was a giant black wooden ship sailing across the sky from afar. The content of the second image was the black wooden ship hovering above the Skywolf clan. The content of the third image was nearly 1,000 martial artists leaping down from the black wooden ship, like dumplings falling into the Wolf King Palace and Sky Wolf Valley. The content of the fourth image had already turned into thousands of martial artists fighting fiercely with a large number of demons. In midair under that black wooden ship, 8 or 9 middle-aged men and old men stood aloof in the air, confronting another party. The other party was the Skywolf clan, led by the Skywolf clan princess. On the left and right of the great princess were the 2 young girls, and in addition to that, there were 4 elderly men and 2 middle-aged men. There were 9 in total. The expressions on the faces of the Skywolf clan's great monsters were dark. However, for some reason, they did not immediately fight with the people of Dianxing sect, as if they were waiting for something. 9. Where did they get so many great monsters from in Skywolf Valley? Sunan wondered. Sunan had basically explored the entire Skywolf Valley, so he had a rough idea of how many shape-shifting demons were in it. Apart from the great princess and the 3 female demons, there were the old man guarding the exit of Skywolf Valley, the middle-aged man patrolling the Wolf King Palace, the elderly keeper of the treasure vault, the old man in the Demon Emperor's tomb, and the unseen guard on the 4th layer of Kun Tian prison. That made 8 altogether. However, the number of them did not decrease but increased, which puzzled him. Nevertheless, now was not the time to think about it. It's now. Sunan knew the time had come. He decisively chose to log into the game. In the game, what was originally a quiet and orderly Wolf King Palace had already turned into a battlefield, with weapons clashes everywhere. Over 100 players were looking at the Wolf King Palace from 1 or 2 miles away. The battle had just begun, and going over now would be asking for death. They were waiting for Dianxing sect to kill most of the demons first. When the battle was about to end, they would go and clean up the battlefield. By then, as long as they could pick up the corpse of a demon, the trip would not be in vain for them. Sunan appeared in the hall. At a glance, he found that the hall, which should have been filled with a large number of treasures, was now empty of anything. After some thoughts, Sunan understood that it was probably because of his previous actions that the demons had moved everything away in advance. I wonder how those players who plan to take advantage of the situation to pick up treasures will feel when they see this. This is good too. Without treasures, there are no demons guarding the place. Let's complete the task of exploring the Wolf King Palace first. He reacted quickly, searching the hall for the first time. During his first visit to the Wolf King Palace, he had already explored the other palaces, and this was the last one. A few breaths later, the task completion prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Explore the Wolf King Palace, and 30 demon points have been awarded. Current available demon power, 67 points. Great, I have enough demon power. Sunan's eyes showed joy. Once he got the ancient demon bloodline and demon scripture from Zhu Lingyan, his first character's 4 bloodlines would come together. Of course, The current top priority was to return to Kun Tian prison. Listening to the sound of battle outside, he didn't dare to be careless, so he chose to use his foreknowledge. The sudden arrival of the Dianxing sect has caused earth-shattering changes in Wolf King Palace. A large number of Dianxing sect martial artists are fighting with Skywolf clan demons, creating chaos and leaving you feeling uneasy. As soon as you come out of the main hall, you immediately see dozens of martial artists fighting fiercely with the demons. Both sides, blind with fury, don't notice you. You choose to transform into the appearance of an ordinary player and run towards the princess bedroom. On the way, you encounter more than 20 martial artists fighting with the demons. Fortunately, they pay no attention to you after realizing that you are an ordinary martial artist instead of a demon. You successfully return to the great princess bedroom. There are no demons in the great princess bedroom either. You effortlessly enter the passage leading to Kun Tian prison. 2 minutes later, you have yet to reach the end of the passage. No danger. When the foreknowledge ended, Su Nan immediately took action. After a few minutes, he returned to the Kun Tian prison. Compared to the situation in the Wolf King Palace, the prison was incredibly quiet. It was as if nothing had happened. Su Nan knew that it was because the battle had not yet reached this place. Without thinking too much, he headed straight for cell No. 24. Senior, is this what you were looking for? Su Nan pulled out the copper-rusted bell. You actually got it. Zhu Lingyan instantly came to Su Nan's side and grabbed the bell. Looking at the bell in her hand, Zhu Lingyan's breath became slightly rapid, unable to resist the urge to study it carefully. However, perhaps because Su Nan was present, she ultimately restrained herself. She flipped her hand, throwing 2 items to Su Nan. You've done well. These are the things I promised you. Su Nan reacted quickly and caught both items. Great Strength Ape Essence Blood. Physique Series Mortal Ancient Demon Essence Blood. The ancient Great Strength Ape clan is a natural controller of strength, possessing the power to move mountains and seas. After taking this essence blood, you will obtain the bloodline of the Great Strength Ape clan, and there is a random chance of acquiring one of their racial talents. Great Strength Ape Demon Scripture, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, an ancient Great Strength Ape clan scripture for enhancing the bloodline, to be used in conjunction with the Great Strength Ape bloodline. You want to use it now. As expected, ancient demon bloodlines are more powerful than ordinary bloodlines because they have racial talents. Upon seeing the ancient demon bloodline for the second time, Su Nan couldn't help but smile. The racial talent brought by the Nether Wolf bloodline last time, despite its substantial cost, had undeniably greatly enhanced his strength. It was not an exaggeration to call it a trump card. If he could obtain a similar talent from the Physique series, his strength would undoubtedly surge once again. Zhu Lingyan said, the Dianxing sect has arrived. A great battle will soon erupt here. It's not something you can get involved in, so you should leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Su Nan knew Zhu Lingyan was trying to drive him away. Su Nan thought for a moment and asked, Senior, where can I find you in the future? He had already witnessed Zhu Lingyan's strength and didn't believe that Kun Tian prison could really restrain her. She was a powerful ally, and Su Nan might need her help to gain a foothold in this world. Zhu Lingyan glanced at Su Nan, fell silent for a moment, and finally said, Kun sect. As Su Nan expected, it was the Kun sect. He nodded silently. As he already knew Zhu Lingyan's true affiliation, he no longer said anything and left directly. The martial artists of Dianxing sect and the demons of the Sky Wolf clan were fighting fiercely. Although the battle had not yet spread to Kun Tian prison, the guards at the exit had already joined the fight. With no guards around, Su Nan easily left through the exit. Inside Sky Wolf Valley, it was a scene very similar to the one in the Wolf King Palace, with numerous martial artists from the Dianxing sect fighting against the demons in groups of 3 or 5. Bender taking advantage of the distraction, Su Nan immediately hid in the mountain forest. He didn't want to participate in the current battle. Instead, he planned to find a place to fuse the Great Strength Ape bloodline first. However, before he could take it, A sudden roar from a distance made him stop in his tracks. Boom! The deafening sound echoed throughout the Sky Wolf Valley, followed by an angry roar from an old man. Dianxing sect, do you really want to become mortal enemies with my Sky Wolf clan? Aren't you afraid of our demonic emperor's revenge? The voice echoed through Sky Wolf Valley, and suddenly, two figures soared into the sky in the distance, continuously attacking each other in an attempt to severely injure their opponent. The Skywolf clan princess and several other great monsters saw this scene and their faces turned pale. Not good. Something happened at the position of the three elder clans. They must know about the demon emperor's tomb and want to destroy our arrangement. Take action. We cannot allow them to succeed. The Skywolf clan princess and several other figures reacted quickly. Two of them immediately wanted to assist the old man. However, how could the powerful martial artists from the Dianxing sect allow them to provide assistance? The great battle between the powerful individuals was about to begin. That's the direction of the demon emperor's tomb. In the mountain forest, Su Nan looked in the direction of the elder's battle, his heart racing. He instantly thought of Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng arrived early at the Stellar Sect in an attempt to sabotage the formation set up by the Sky Wolf clan before they could open the Demon Emperor's coffin. In the direction of the Demon Emperor's tomb, powerful people from the Stellar Sect and great monsters of the Sky Wolf clan fought intensely. Su Nan had good reason to suspect that Zhu Cheng had already informed the Stellar Sect about the Demon Emperor's tomb. Let's go check it out. I hope it's not too late. The Purple Leaf Forest's end. The huge stone tablet of the Demon Emperor's tomb had already shattered into countless pieces. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, more than 30 martial artists from the Stellar Sect were fighting against demons, killing fiercely. Although the martial artists of the Stellar Sect were strong, the demons guarding the Demon Emperor's tomb were not weak. They blocked the entrance to the tomb, making it difficult for the Stellar Sect's martial artists to break in. The demons were trying to buy time, waiting for their powerful members to come and save them. Zhu Cheng stood on the edge of the Purple Leaf Forest, watching the battle in the distance and looking expectant. At that moment, a burly man walked over with a smile and said, "Junior brother Zhu, we meet again." Seeing the man, Zhu Cheng's smile grew even more pronounced, saying, "Brother Zhang, I didn't expect that after bidding farewell last time, we would meet again here." The two of them looked at each other with a smile as if they were old acquaintances. If other players saw this scene, they would surely be shocked by Zhu Cheng's identity. Zhu Cheng was actually a disciple of the Stellar Sect. This was something that all players were unaware of. Called Brother Zhang, the man looked at Zhu Cheng with astonishment. The last time he saw Zhu Cheng, he was just an ordinary person without any bloodline infused. He was noticed by the sect elder because of his outsider identity. Later, Zhu Cheng was entrusted with an important task, sent into the territory of the Sky Wolf clan to carry out a secret mission. Unexpectedly, in just over 20 days, not only had he completed the secret mission arranged by the sect, but he had also become the second-ranked outsider. Junior brother Zhu, you did a great job this time. When we return to the sect, the Grand Elder will surely not treat you unfairly. Brother Zhang, you're too kind. It's my honor to serve the sect. Zhu Cheng's face was filled with a smile. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the great tomb and said, "Brother Zhang, it's all up to you this time." Brother Zhang patted Zhu Cheng on the shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, we know about your situation. This is related to your task, right? The Grand Elder has already ordered us to fully assist you in this operation, so you can become the first place on the ranking list today." Zhu Cheng was overjoyed. "That's great. Just to be safe." Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Brother Zhang, later on, if anyone tries to enter the Great Tomb, please help me stop them." Brother Zhang saw what Zhu Cheng was worried about and nodded. "Don't worry with us here. Not even a mosquito could fly in except you." As they spoke, he looked at the situation in front of the Great Tomb and said, "Junior brother Zhu, you wait here. I'll go deal with those demons." "All right. Brother Zhang, be careful." Zhu Cheng nodded. Brother Zhang left and joined the battlefield. Zhu Cheng stood at the edge of the Purple Leaf Forest, quietly watching the battle between the Stellar Sect's disciples and the demons. He just needed to wait now. Zhu Cheng simply needed to wait for the martial artists of the stellar sect to finish cleaning up the demons guarding the great tomb, and then he could enter. This 4-star mission was now within his reach. You transformed yourself into an ordinary demon in the mountain forest, arrived at the end of the purple leaf forest without drawing the attention of any people or demons. At a glance, you noticed the fierce battle in front of the great tomb. The battle was nearing its end, with the demons losing to the martial artists of the stellar sect and gradually being killed off. On the side of the purple leaf forest, a young man stands with his back to you, his hands folded behind him. You recognize him from his silhouette. He is that outsider called Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng hasn't entered yet. The information of foreknowledge danced in front of Su Nan's eyes, and his eyes lit up. As long as Zhu Cheng had not entered the great tomb, he still had a chance. Bender, you didn't make any reckless moves, waiting silently. 2 minutes later, the Sky Wolf clan's demons were completely defeated, and the martial artists of the stellar sect successfully broke into the great tomb. At this moment, the outsider also moved, following the martial artists of the stellar sect into the great tomb. After everyone entered the great tomb, you casually transformed into the appearance of a stellar sect martial artist, intending to secretly infiltrate the tomb. As you walked down the steps at the entrance of the great tomb, you found that 2 martial artists of the stellar sect were guarding the entrance. The 2 martial artists saw you. Although they didn't doubt your identity, they stopped you. They told you that junior brother Zhu, who was favored by the Grand Elder, was performing a mission inside, and that no one was allowed in until he came out. You had a spontaneous idea, wanting to deceive them by saying you had urgent news for junior brother Zhu. But the 2 martial artists remained unmoved and showed no intention of letting you in. Having no choice, you forced your way in. The 2 martial artists immediately tried to stop you. These 2 were spirit-level martial artists, but their strength was only ordinary within the spirit level. Even after using your berserk netherworld body and having your strength drastically reduced, they were still no match for you. You forcefully broke into the great tomb, only to be met by a Xuan-level powerful person. You died. Junior brother Zhu Cheng is a member of the stellar sect. Su Nan was only slightly surprised but not too shocked. If Zhu Cheng were not part of the stellar sect, he wouldn't believe it. This would be a bit troublesome. If he wanted to enter the great tomb, he had to use bone shifting, but he couldn't do it by just transforming into an ordinary disciple of the Diangsing sect. I can't possibly transform into one of those powerful ones, can I? Su Nan looked up into the sky. Above Sky Wolf Valley, several figures were fighting in the air, emitting shocking auras. If he became one of those powerful figures of the Diangsing sect, he believed that no one would dare to stop him. But the problem was, those people were fighting fiercely with the great monsters of the Skywolf clan in the air. If he really did that, he was likely to be exposed. What if I turn into Zhu Cheng? Su Nan had a sudden thought. With this thought in mind, his eyes brightened and he smirked. Isn't this just like pulling a switcheroo? Most importantly, the possibility of this method's success was high. No one could see through his transformation art unless they were king-level powerhouses. In order to achieve this, I can't do it in front of the real person. I need to deal with Zhu Cheng first. Su Nan quickly made up his mind in the blink of an eye. Before that, he needed to increase his strength. Zhu Cheng's strength was not weak. If he couldn't eliminate Zhu Cheng before he reacted, it doesn't matter if Zhu Cheng uses the unlimited logout opportunity to quit the game or simply shout. It will attract the martial artists of the Diangsing sect. Either of these situations would mean failure. If he hadn't used the berserk netherworld body today, he could use the power of divine soul to make Zhu Cheng lose consciousness instantly and kill him. But now he couldn't. The secret power bloodline's strength has greatly diminished, and the power it could exert was limited. If he wanted to have the power to kill Zhu Cheng in an instant, he could only continue to integrate bloodlines. With a flip of his hand, the great Strength Ape bloodline and the Demon Sutra he had just obtained appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he switched his role to Wang Nan, and while heading to the end of the purple leaf forest, he used the essence blood and the demon sutra. According to my foreknowledge, the battle at the tomb will end in 2 minutes, and Zhu Cheng will enter the tomb. I must hurry. As soon as the essence blood entered his body, Wang Nan's 3 physique bloodlines were immediately activated. Su Nan was already an expert in dealing with this situation. Over a minute later, all the bloodlines returned to calm. Congratulations, you have randomly acquired the Great Strength Ape Clan's racial talent, Heaven-Breaking Strike. Heaven-Breaking Strike, an ancient talent of the Great Strength Ape Clan. When used, your speed, physique, and strength will merge into one. After using this skill, your speed, physique, and strength will become exhausted. As expected of a skill called Heaven-Breaking Strike, it really only has one strike. Su Nan frowned. Although the Berserk Netherworld body could still last a minute, the Heaven-Breaking Strike had only one strike. This meant that if other players mastered such a talent and couldn't kill their enemies in one strike, they would immediately become weak targets after the strike. Could it be that all these ancient bloodlines' racial talents are all desperate measures? He couldn't help but wonder, while at the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to the power of this so-called heaven-breaking strike. If he were to say which of his 3 system powers is the strongest, it would undoubtedly be the physique system. It's not because the physique bloodline he had integrated the most and was the only one with 4 bloodlines fused. It was because of the enhancement of other bloodlines to the physique system. As long as a bloodline is fused, whether it is a secret power system or a law-controlling class, it would enhance the physique of the martial artist. Moreover, this is an all-around enhancement, not only in terms of strength, but also in speed and physique. Having integrated so many bloodlines, Su Nan's physique has already surpassed that of the integration of 4 bloodline systems. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had merged 6 physique bloodlines. At the moment when all 6 physique series powers erupted, he would probably be able to kill a spirit-level monster with one punch. Upgrade. He consumed 40 points of demon power. The Great Strength Ape bloodline was directly promoted from minor achievement to great perfection. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name the skill. Giant Strength Fist. The awakened skill was a powerful punch. For ordinary players, this might be their trump card and the ultimate technique. But for Su Nan, who had racial talent, even the most powerful bloodline combat skill was nothing. The bloodline combat skill has been successfully named. Congratulations, you have completely promoted a Demon Sutra to great perfection, giving you a further ability to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened. The daily usage times increased by 1. The number of foreknowledge times has reached 13. It wasn't over yet. Another prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, your character Wang Nan has reached great perfection in 4 bloodlines, which qualifies for realm promotions. Do you want to spend 40 points of demon power to upgrade your realm to the spirit level? Upgrading the realm requires demon power. Su Nan frowned but understood it shortly after. So far, no players have met the requirements to upgrade their realms, so it's normal to not know. 40 points of demon power, which just happens to be the total demon power needed to upgrade one bloodline. Su Nan looked at his remaining demon power. With only 27 points left of the original 67, it wasn't enough. There's no time to get demon power from other places now. Let's deal with Zhu Cheng first. He made up his mind and used foreknowledge once again without hesitation. Information from foreknowledge jumped quickly. Only after verifying that the plan was feasible and would not be detected did Su Nan begin to act. At the same time, he upgraded his Great Strength Ape bloodline to great perfection. The chat channel exploded again. Zhu Cheng naturally noticed the change in the ranking list, and the joy of completing the task was instantly gone. You surpass me again. Zhu Cheng's face darkened. He has repeatedly challenged the first place, only to fail time and time again. First place has become his obsession. Fortunately, he looked at his current demon power and breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he was stripped of his Kai luck last time, he has not used any demon power he has obtained. He has saved up 30 points by now. The survival task doesn't end until tomorrow, It's still uncertain whose hands the victory will fall into. Determination flickered in Zhu Cheng's eyes. He's made so much effort to achieve first place. He couldn't believe that anyone could still surpass him. Zhu Cheng didn't notice. At this moment, a figure identical to him was slowly approaching him. Su Nan was extremely cautious. When he was only 1 meter away from Zhu Cheng finally sensed something was off and suddenly wanted to turn around. But at that instant, he felt a headache and lost consciousness. It was a divine soul attack. After using the berserk netherworld body, the power of the secret power bloodline was halved. But that didn't mean he couldn't use the secret power system. As the power of primordial Kai and essence power burst forth, Su Nan's power of divine soul was raised to a normal level. Just as Zhu Cheng lost consciousness, Su Nan decisively used his racial talent, heaven-breaking strike. All the physical strength of his physique series converged, and Su Nan felt an unprecedented sense of power at this moment. He couldn't help but have the crazy idea of wanting to break the sky open. Zhu Cheng's consciousness finally recovered. Although it was only an instant, the feeling it gave him was incredibly long. His heart was shocked, and without thinking, he wanted to quit the game. However, before his thoughts could rise, he felt an unparalleled force hitting him. Boom! With a muffled sound, Su Nan saw Zhu Cheng's body shatter into pieces and then disappear. Congratulations! You have successfully hunted a great luck person. Do you want to plunder their Kai luck? No, Su Nan chose not to plunder. Later, he will have to pretend to be Zhu Cheng to enter the Great Tomb. If he plunders Zhu Cheng's Kai luck now, once Zhu Cheng logs into the game again and asks the martial artists of the Diangsing sect, it would be easy for him to be linked to the wolf demon. As Zhu Cheng was blasted apart and his corpse disappeared. At the entrance of the Great Tomb, Brother Zhang, who had just dealt with the last wolf demon, sensed something was wrong and suddenly looked towards Su Nan. When he saw that Su Nan, who looked like Zhu Cheng, had not encountered any accidents, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Junior Brother Zhu, what happened just now? Nothing at all. Su Nan shook his head, not saying much. He didn't know what to call the other party, so naturally the less he said the better. Seeing Su Nan shaking his head, Brother Zhang didn't think much of it and turned to say, Junior Brother Zhu, let's go inside. Damn it, who was it that ambushed me? In the villa, Zhu Cheng was furious. He was about to enter the Great Tomb and complete a 4-star task, but instead he was attacked at the last moment. It's impossible that it was a player. Even if Wang Nan has achieved the great perfection of the mortal level bloodline, he wouldn't be able to kill me instantly. It must have been a spirit-level monster. Zhu Cheng was quite certain and also relieved. He was thankful that he had previously told Brother Zhang not to let anyone else in but him. Now he believed that even if another player accidentally found the Great Tomb, they would not be able to enter. The task was always his and couldn't be taken away. Checking the time, it was already almost 10 at night, which meant there were only a little more than 2 hours before the game refreshed. Zhu Cheng calmed himself down and quietly waited. In the game, Su Nan was secretly shocked. After using heaven-breaking strike, his body felt as if it had been drained. Fortunately, he still had the great perfection of 3 law-controlling class bloodlines supporting him, so he didn't experience the same exhaustion he had after using the demon sword last time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly exposed his flaws at this moment. With a full face of joy, as if nothing had happened, he quickly followed the martial artists of the Diangsing sect into the Great Tomb. He had already come to the Great Tomb twice in his foreknowledge, but this was still his first time in reality. Throughout the journey, he didn't say much, just appearing very excited. On his panel, the foreknowledge started once more. You transformed into an outsider named Zhu Cheng and followed the martial artists of the Diangsing sect into the Great Tomb. No one noticed anything unusual about you during the journey. You entered the passage, where there were no demons, and easily arrived at the end of the passage to see the huge pit. The people of the Diangsing sect were shocked by the scenery in the Great Tomb. In the process, you heard the leader of the martial artists being called Brother Zhang. A minute later, you followed Brother Zhang into the pit and came to the huge stone coffin. Only then did you see the densely packed blood-colored runes on the coffin. The runes on the stone coffin were extremely intricate, and you didn't know how to proceed. Brother Zhang told you that the formation was easy to break, you just need to change a part of the runes. Following Brother Zhang's instructions, you began to change the runes. A moment later, the coffin suddenly shook, and the runes on it disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Congratulations, you have successfully destroyed the formation on the Demon Emperor's coffin. I did it. Su Nan rejoiced in his heart. A 4-star mission was finally completed. This time the operation went smoother than expected. Of course, all of this was thanks to Zhu Cheng. If it weren't for Zhu Cheng's arrangements, he wouldn't have been able to collect the final fruits so easily. I wonder what Zhu Cheng's reaction will be when he re-enters the game and discovers that the task has been completed by someone else. The foreknowledge hadn't ended yet. As soon as you destroyed the formation on the Demon Emperor's coffin, the protective power of the Demon Emperor's coffin returned, causing the entire Sky Wolf Valley to shake violently. The earth moved and the mountains shook, and the huge coffin appeared in the sight of the powerful warriors fighting in the air. The great monster of the Skywolf clan knew that the formation had been broken. After all its hard work, it became furious. One old man charged directly at you, ignoring the attack from the powerful Dianxing sect members. In an instant, the Dianxing sect martial artists around you couldn't resist, and were all killed by the old man. You too couldn't escape and died. No wonder it's a Demon King realm monster. This is too powerful. Su Nan was secretly alarmed, and looking at the martial artists around him, he felt regretful. He regretted not having robbed Zhu Cheng's Kai luck earlier. He had avoided doing so for fear that Zhu Cheng would learn from the other Dianxing sect martial artists that someone had taken his appearance after the event, as only the wolf demon could rob Kai luck. But if he had known beforehand that everyone present would die, there would have been no need for him to be so cautious. While his inner thoughts rapidly turned, a look of anticipation remained on his face. He quickly caught up with Brother Zhang in front, appearing eager to proceed. The group arrived at the great pit where the Demon Emperor's coffin was located. Seeing the huge coffin, everyone was astonished. A moment later, Su Nan was standing on the coffin with Brother Zhang. At this point, he had already switched roles to Zhang Yang, ready to complete the task. Looking at the runes on the coffin, Su Nan frowned, seemingly unsure how to proceed. Brother Zhang, how do I break this formation? Brother Zhang studied the formation for a moment and said, Junior Brother Zhu, this formation is simple. Brother Zhang clearly had a deep understanding of the formation, having already figured out what to do after studying it for a while. Su Nan began to change the formation according to Brother Zhang's instructions. Finally, as the last part of the formation was changed, the huge coffin shook violently. At the same time, the game notification appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mainline task, Demonic Emperor's Bloodline. You wish to claim your rewards now. Claim. Congratulations, you have obtained a mortal level bloodline. Congratulations. You have obtained a mortal level Demon Sutra. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 demon points. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 drop of essence blood. The second phase of the mainline task has opened. Please check the task list. There was no time to check the rewards. The instant the task completion notice appeared, Su Nan thoughtlessly quit the game. He didn't want to be the unlucky one killed by the Demon King. Quit the game. Using the one-time unlimited logout opportunity, his figure disappeared. Junior Brother Zhu. Seeing Su Nan disappear, Brother Zhang was stunned. Before he could react, the ground shook suddenly, and the mountains where the great tomb was located cracked in half. Instantly, the powerful warriors who were fighting in the air above Sky Wolf Valley saw the situation inside the great tomb. Even though they had already received information from Zhu Cheng about the existence of the ancient Demon Emperor's tomb in Sky Wolf Valley, they couldn't help but feel a great sense of awe when they saw the huge coffin. It really is the tomb of an ancient demon emperor. The power protecting this coffin is so strong, there must be preserved essence and blood inside. It might not be just that. There might even be the complete corpse of the demon creature inside. Even the king-level warriors of Diangsing sect couldn't help but gasp when they saw the huge coffin. A corpse left behind by an ancient demon emperor was also a supreme treasure for them. If the demon creature inside happened to be of the same lineage as them, they might be able to use the essence and blood of the demon emperor to advance further. Even if they couldn't meld with the essence and blood of the demon creature inside, it would still be something they could sell for a sky-high price. You martial artists should all die. The great monster of the Skywolf clan roared with rage, rushing toward the great tomb. A powerful warrior from Diangsing sect tried to stop it but failed. The martial artists inside the great tomb finally came to their senses and wanted to escape without thinking. However, their struggles appeared futile against the existence of the Demon King realm. They died. More than 10 Diangsing sect disciples inside the great tomb were killed. An elder of Diangsing sect burst into anger upon seeing this. "You dare to kill the disciples of my Diangsing sect. You should die too." The elder reacted quickly and headed straight for the huge coffin. Although his apparent intention was to avenge the dead disciples, his real motive was to see if he could find a way to take the coffin for himself. But the great monster of Sky Wolf Valley saw right through the elder's intentions and immediately attempted to stop him. Naturally, the other powerful warriors of Diangsing sect wouldn't stand idly by and watch the elder be stopped. They all took action simultaneously, trying to break the blockade of the Skywolf clan's great monster. The battle instantly reached its most intense stage, with both sides fighting fiercely centered around the Demon Emperor's coffin. At the edge of the cliffs in Sky Wolf Valley, some players naturally noticed the abnormality in the valley. When they saw the huge coffin that appeared in the valley, they couldn't help but exclaim, "What a huge coffin! What's inside? It must be treasure. Didn't you see that the battle between the Diangsing sect and the Skywolf clan became even more intense after the coffin appeared?" Getting out of the game, Warehouse Su Nan opened the forum immediately. Now, the only way he could learn about the situation in the game was through the forum. However, this method couldn't provide real-time updates on the game's dynamics. Usually, by the time he saw a post, it was already several minutes or even more than 10 minutes after the event had happened. There was just too much delay. Just like this time, it took more than 10 minutes for Su Nan to finally see a post mentioning the situation of the Demon Emperor's great tomb. When he saw the powerful warriors of the Diangsing sect and the great monsters of the Skywolf clan fighting fiercely around the Demon Emperor's coffin, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. If he logged into the game now, he would probably be torn apart by both sides the moment he appeared on top of the coffin. What if the battle between the two sides doesn't end anytime soon? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to log into the game at all? In 1 or 2 more hours, it would be midnight, and the game would enter the final day of the survival task. His other mainline task, Demon Crisis, would also enter its final countdown. If he didn't log into the game, the survival task might not be affected, but the Demon Crisis task would definitely be deemed a failure. He didn't want to see that. Elsewhere, Zhu Cheng also saw the post on the forum. How could this happen? How did the Great Tomb open? Zhu Cheng felt like he was going crazy as this incident was completely unexpected. He wished he could log into the game immediately to see for himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that before the game refreshed. Su Nan kept refreshing the posts in the forum. A few minutes later, he finally saw the latest situation. The battle in the game had reached its most intense moment. A large number of monsters in Sky Wolf Valley were killed, and the Diangsing sect was also suffering heavy casualties. Both powerful figures were still fighting around the Demon Emperor's coffin. The strong men of Diangsing sect had tried several times to get hold of the coffin, but failed. Apparently, the massive Demon Emperor's coffin was not easy to take away. Otherwise, the Skywolf clan would have taken it away long ago. The battle continued. Not until 2 hours later did the battlefield suddenly undergo astonishing changes. Astonishing! A powerhouse beyond the king level has made a move. The Demon Emperor of the Skywolf clan has appeared. A newly posted post instantly attracted the attention of numerous players. Just the two words Demon Emperor alone were enough to shock many people. This was their first time knowing the realm above the king level. From the attached picture, one could see a burly middle-aged man appearing on the side of the Skywolf clan. Standing there, the robust middle-aged man seemed like a shiny sword. Headed by the great monster, Great Princess, the large demons were standing behind the middle-aged man in rows. Facing the middle-aged man, Dianxing sect was not afraid either. In front of a group of strong men of Dianxing sect, there stood an old man with white hair and a young face. The elder supported a small tower with one hand while confronting the burly middle-aged man. If the middle-aged man was considered a demon emperor-level powerhouse, then undoubtedly, this old man with white hair and a young face was also an emperor-level existence. However, what attracted Su Nan's attention was not the burly middle-aged man but the small tower in the old man's hands. This tower. Su Nan stared at the small tower in the picture, looking bewildered. The small tower was strange, with a big head and a small base. It was like an inverted cone. Looking at the small tower, Su Nan suddenly thought of something. Kun Tian Prison. Could it be the Kun Tian Prison? There were the most prison cells on the first floor of the Kun Tian Prison, and every time one went down a floor, 9 prison cells would be reduced. Even if he hadn't seen the outline of Kun Tian Prison, Su Nan could imagine that it must be an inverted cone shape. Looking at the small tower in the old man's hands again. Indeed, just like the Kun Tian Prison, there are 5 floors. If that really is Kun Tian Prison, I wonder how Zhu Lingyan is doing inside. Su Nan couldn't help but think. The standoff between the two emperor-level powerhouses didn't last long. Eventually, the old man with white hair and a young face from Dianxing sect took the first move. He threw the small tower in his hand into the air, and it instantly captured a king-level great demon from the Skywolf clan. Is this really the Kun Tian Prison? Can it be used like this? Su Nan was astonished. When the old man made a move, the demon emperor of the Skywolf clan naturally didn't stand idly by. The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out again. Both powerful figures continued to battle around the demon emperor's coffin, and their immense strength flattened the mountain where the demon emperor's tomb was located. The battle was terrifying. Every time either side made a move, it was earth-shattering. However, before the two sides could determine the winner, something strange happened. Under the bombardment of the two Demon Emperor-level powerhouses, the massive Demon Emperor's coffin suddenly soared into the air and shot straight to the east. The change was so sudden. Both the strong men of the Dianxing sect and the great demons of Sky Wolf Valley obviously did not expect such a situation to occur. Reacting quickly, the strong men of the Dianxing sect immediately steered their massive black wooden boat to chase after it. Not wanting to fall behind, the demons of the Skywolf clan also followed suit. Upon seeing their elder leave, the remaining disciples of the Dianxing sect also began to retreat and left the Sky Wolf Valley one after another, heading south. This time, the demons of the Skywolf clan were dissatisfied and chased after the martial artists of the Dianxing sect like mad. With both parties leaving by that time, the Sky Wolf Valley, which had just experienced a fierce battle, suddenly returned to its peace. Only the mess in the valley and the corpses of some demons were left, speaking of the just-ended great battle. Opportunity, a perfect opportunity. It's our turn. Quickly log into the game, the time to pick up treasure has come. The sudden change in Sky Wolf Valley was unexpected. No one could have imagined that the valley, which had been a grisly battlefield just a moment ago, would suddenly be deserted. However, this gave players an opportunity. The battle just now was too high level. They didn't even have a chance to intervene. Now it was different. Without the martial artists of Dianxing sect and the demons of the Skywolf clan, the players had no concerns. The sudden departure of the martial artists from Dianxing sect left some corpses of demons with relatively low realms in Sky Wolf Valley. These were mostly mortal level, but even mortal level was an invaluable treasure for players at the moment. Log into the game. Everyone quickly log into the game. All the players who had arrived at Sky Wolf Valley became excited and couldn't wait to log into the game. Sunan logged in the first moment as well. Unfortunately, from when a player left the game and posted about it, to when he saw the post and the departure of Diangsing sect in the game, several minutes had already passed. By now, Sky Wolf Valley had been almost cleared by hundreds of players like a raging storm. These players are really crazy. Sunan sighed. He stood at the spot where the Demon Emperor's coffin was originally located, which had completely changed by now. The pit holding the coffin had disappeared, and even the mountain forest within 1,000 meters radius had been leveled. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Sunan quickly left the spot and traveled to a hidden place outside of Sky Wolf Valley to watch from a distance. A large number of players were swarming towards the Wolf King Palace as if it would be filled with treasures. This was a great opportunity. Sunan looked at the Wolf King Palace with a smile on his face. Why did he spread the news about Diangsing sect attacking Sky Wolf Valley? Wasn't it to hunt players? And now the opportunity had arrived. However, it was not yet time to take action. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, he glanced at the time. After a 2-hour battle, there were only a few minutes left before the game was refreshed. Having used the Berserk Netherworld Body and Heaven-Breaking Strike, he now had only 3 law-controlling class powers available, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he were to be attacked by the players, he might not be able to compete. After all, most of the players who could come here now were individuals who had reached Demon Art Mastery. Moreover, some players now definitely had an unlimited exit opportunity. He would need to wait until the game refreshed before making a move. First, let's look at the rewards from the task. The personal space appeared before him, and all the rewards for completing the Demonic Emperor's Bloodline task were in his hands. He took out the Essence and Blood first. Double-Winged Snake Essence Blood, Law-Controlling Class, Mortal Ancient Demon Essence Blood. The ancient double-winged snakes possess powerful spellcasting abilities. They can control mana in an incredible way, merging different types of mana for use. By ingesting this essence blood, you will randomly gain mastery over one type of mana and have a chance to obtain the racial talent of the double-winged snake clan. It really is ancient demon essence blood. Even though he had guessed it earlier, seeing the game's introduction still filled Sunan's heart with joy. With this ancient demon essence blood, all 3 of his characters now had an ancient demon bloodline. Now, with no more worries, all 3 of his characters could be promoted to the spirit level. Most importantly, racial talents. This was what he wanted. It's a pity that there is no corresponding Demon Sutra for now. Otherwise, I could merge this bloodline right away. With the ancient demon bloodline, he naturally couldn't care less about the rewards of mortal-level bloodlines and demon sutras, so he looked at them briefly and put them away. Next, he looked at the demon power. After raising the Great Strength Ape bloodline to great perfection, he originally had 27 points of demon power remaining. He killed Zhu Cheng and completed a 2-star task, gaining 5 demon power points. Now, a 4-star mission rewarded a full 30 demon points, bringing his demon power to a total of 62 points. With 62 demon power points, it seemed like a breakthrough could be attempted. Wang Nan's personal information panel appeared before his eyes, and his gaze fell on the realm. Instantly, game prompts appeared before him again. Congratulations! Your character Wang Nan has achieved great perfection in all 4 bloodlines, meeting the conditions for a realm improvement. Would you like to consume 40 demon points and upgrade your realm to spirit level? Yes. He didn't hesitate at all. No matter how much demon power he had, if it couldn't be transformed into strength, it would be useless. Please select one of the following bloodlines as the main, and the other 3 as secondary. Mountain Elephant Bloodline, Iron Ape Bloodline, Wind Leopard Bloodline, Great Strength Ape Bloodline. 4 physique bloodlines appeared before him, and Sunan chose the Great Strength Ape Bloodline without a second thought. You have chosen the Great Strength Ape Bloodline as the main bloodline, with Mountain Elephant Bloodline, Iron Ape Bloodline, and Wind Leopard Bloodline as the secondary. Are you sure you want to confirm your selection? Warning: improving realm may cause bloodline conflicts and loss of control. Please choose carefully. Confirm: with the ancient demon bloodline present, if this still led to failure, he might as well find a block of tofu and bash his head in. Improvement of the realm has begun. Please wait patiently. As a full 40 points of demon power were consumed, Sunan noticed that the 4 demon sutras of the 4 bloodlines suddenly spun uncontrollably and rapidly. Following that, the 4 physique series bloodlines began to boil. Now, due to using the demon sword Feather Soul, his bloodlines were already agitated and it completely erupted at this moment. Mountain Elephant, Iron Ape, and Wind Leopard bloodlines seemed to want to compete against each other, colliding and clashing within his body. However, the Great Strength Ape bloodline, as an ancient demon bloodline, once again proved to be powerful at this moment. Facing the joint attack of the 3 bloodlines, the Great Strength Ape bloodline unleashed a powerful force, instantly suppressing the other bloodlines, and then proceeded to devour them one by one. Sunan was shocked. Fortunately, the Great Strength Ape bloodline was much more formidable than the other bloodlines. Otherwise, facing the joint attack, it would be the Great Strength Ape bloodline that would be devoured and fused instead. No wonder breaking through a realm is so prone to losing control. If it weren't for the ancient demon bloodline suppressing them, the fusion of 4 bloodlines would be a mutual devouring. Even if one side eventually prevails, the process alone would have a significant impact on the martial artist. The speed of the fusion of the 4 bloodlines was not fast. It took several minutes before Nan felt an unprecedented powerful force surging within his body. Now, of the original 4 bloodlines, only the Great Strength Ape bloodline remained. With the successful blood fusion, the strength consumed by the heaven-breaking strike was fully restored, and it was even several times stronger than before. This power, Sunan clenched his fist. The power on his fist once again astonished him. Although the power of this punch couldn't compare to the heaven-breaking strike, it was still 1/3 as strong. Moreover, his physique and speed had both been greatly improved. He couldn't imagine how strong he would be if he used the heaven-breaking strike now. It was probable that most spirit-level monsters could be killed by him in one punch. Congratulations, you are the first player to break through to the spirit level, and you are rewarded with 2 points of luck. Congratulations, your realm has been promoted to the spirit level, and your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, with the daily number of uses increasing by 3. Congratulations, your talent to foresee the future has reached 16 uses, fulfilling the advancement conditions. Your talent to foresee the future has advanced. Please explore the specific effects on your own. Could it be that there's an extra reward for being the first player to advance to the spirit level? I wonder if there's one for the second too. As one prompt after another appeared, surprise flashed in Sunan's eyes. But what really took him by surprise was the improvement of his foresight. Breaking through the realm actually increases the usage opportunities by 3 at once, and it has also advanced. Sunan looked at the extra 3 foreknowledge opportunities on the panel and immediately used them. Since the game was about to refresh soon, it would be a waste not to use them now. You disguised yourself as a wolf demon and headed towards the Wolf King Palace. 2 minutes later, you arrived in front of the Wolf King Palace, and the outsiders inside immediately noticed you. Many people feared your strength and fled from you in all directions. However, some people dared to charge at you, undaunted by death. You showed them no mercy and killed them with a single punch before hunting down the other outsiders. In 1 minute, you killed a total of 23 outsiders. When the 3 minutes of foreknowledge passed, there was no noticeable change compared to before. However, just as Sunan thought that this round of foresight would end here, another piece of information appeared on the panel. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue predicting? Continue predicting. Could it be? Sunan's eyes lit up, immediately thinking of a possibility. Continue. Having witnessed your strength, the remaining outsiders were afraid and dared not fight you anymore. However, you had no intention of letting them go and chased after them in the direction of the larger groups. In 1 minute, you killed 3 more outsiders. 2 minutes later, you killed another 2 outsiders. 3 minutes later, there were no more outsiders within your sight. End of your second foresight. You wish to continue predicting. As I thought, as long as I don't die during the prediction, I can continue foreseeing indefinitely. Now I have 16 foreknowledge opportunities, which means I can foresee the future for 48 minutes. Sunan was overjoyed. As his strength increased, the previous 3 minutes of foreknowledge time was no longer enough to satisfy his needs. The upgrade of his foresight ability was very timely. However, looking at the information from his foresight, he frowned. It took 2 predictions, 6 minutes, to kill only 28 players. That number is not enough. I still have a long way to go to complete the second phase of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch mission. Watching more and more players rushing towards the Wolf King Palace, Sunan pondered how to hunt down even more players. For a while, an idea formed. Since players fear me, I'll make them unafraid. With a plan in mind, a smile appeared on Sunan's lips. All he had to do now was wait for the game to refresh. He activated the life wheel scripture, switching roles to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's main mission appeared in front of him. Main quest: Demon Emperor's Bloodline. Second phase of the mission: open the Demon Emperor's coffin. Task difficulty: 4-star task reward. Mortal level Bloodline, Mortal level Demon Sutra, 30 demon points and a random spirit item. The first phase of the mission required me to destroy the array. Now I have to open it. But why? Sunan frowned. Not to mention the location of that sarcophagus now. Even if it were right in front of him, he would have no way of opening it. Protected by a force that even demonic emperors couldn't shake, it took Sky Wolf Valley more than 20 years to fail at opening it. How was he supposed to succeed? This mission is only a 4-star mission, so it shouldn't be too difficult. That's strange, isn't it? 4-star missions were impossible for ordinary players to complete. However, having seen several 4-star missions, Sunan understood that this level of difficulty wasn't enough to match that of opening the Demon Emperor sarcophagus. Could it be that the difficulty of opening that coffin has been lowered? Sunan speculated in his heart while thinking about it. Unknowingly, it was already time for the game to refresh. With the recovery of the secret power in his body, Sunan's gaze fell on the Wolf King Palace. When the game refreshed, everyone's chance of unlimited logout was gone, making it the best time to hunt players. Activating the life wheel scripture, Sunan transformed his character and appearance into a wolf demon, preparing to head toward the Wolf King Palace. However, as he was about to move, a series of game notices appeared before him. Detection of players reaching the spirit level, meeting the requirements for the second public test. The game will start the second public test in 3 days, with a quota of 10 million people for this test. In 2 days, the game bracelet will be randomly distributed to eligible players worldwide. After this public test, the item exchange between the game and reality will be enabled. After this public test, a 15-day all-area major mission will be launched. By completing different branches of the mission, players will receive contribution points, and the top 100 ranking players will receive numerous rewards. All players are encouraged to participate. Game notices appeared before all players, causing everyone to be stunned momentarily. Someone reached the spirit level, the second public test. Game items can be exchanged into reality. A series of messages shocked everyone. Immediately opening the ranking list, they saw Wang Nan, the only spirit-level player, at a glance. Really is Wang Nan. Wang Nan has actually reached the spirit level so quickly. Game items can be exchanged into reality, so that means we can use items from the game in reality. When the announcement for the second public test was released, it swept through like a storm. Not only in the game, but people in reality also went crazy. Ever since the Demon World game appeared in people's line of sight, many were looking forward to the next public beta test. The second public test, huh? The more players, the better for me. A glint flicked in Sunan's eyes. The existence of Lang 13's character meant that he would inevitably take a path of hunting a large number of players in the future. Too few players would only limit the development of this character. The more players there are, the better he can utilize this character. Without checking the daily tasks right away, he headed straight for the Wolf King Palace. Inside the Wolf King Palace, players who were originally hunting for treasure were still shocked by the news of the second public test. They didn't notice Sunan's arrival at all. Sunan approached a player and struck directly. With a punch, that player flew backward. However, the player wasn't killed but instead let out a scream, immediately drawing the attention of the other players. Not good, there's still a Skywolf clan demon left here. The faces of everyone changed as they instinctively wanted to run away. Then someone noticed something and said, "Everyone, don't panic. This wolf demon isn't strong and should only be at mortal level. We can defeat it if we work together." Hearing this, the crowd paused. Then looking at the player who was attacked, they saw that he didn't suffer any major damage after Sunan's strike, and even managed to get up from the ground. Seeing this scene, the tense atmosphere disappeared, and the crowd looked at Sunan with a hint of mockery as they quickly surrounded him. Sunan, disguised as the wolf demon, stared fiercely at the crowd. No one knew that he was actually laughing in his heart. Earlier in his foreknowledge, his overwhelming strength caused fear among the players who fled in all directions. This time he prepared to change his strategy, leading the players to believe they could kill him, and then have them try to do so. Players in the Wolf King Palace were closing in on Sunan. Sunan did not strike right away, instead waiting for the players to gather. Players from elsewhere were drawn to the commotion and began to converge. "A demon delivered to our doorstep. Let's band together and slaughter it." There were over 100 players in the Wolf King Palace, most of whom had achieved demon art mastery or even great perfection. Among them were even a few players who had integrated a second bloodline. If they were faced with a spirit-level monster, they would undoubtedly flee. But against a mortal-level demon, they showed no fear. On the contrary, they looked at the task on the panel, their eyes revealing anticipation. Not far away, a group of about 20 players watched the scene in silence, led by a strong man. He was the player from the Deification Guild who Sunan had killed once before. One of the players sidled up to the strong man and whispered, "Brother High, should we make our move?" The strong man, referred to as Brother High, waved his hand. "No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Once these guys have worn down the wolf demon a bit, we can make our move." As he was saying this, before anyone else could act, a deep voice echoed, "Stand aside, this demon is mine." A short, stocky, middle-aged man with a face full of stern expressions pushed through the crowd. Seeing the middle-aged man, many people were taken aback. It's Meng Feng, ranked 93rd on the ranking list. His second bloodline is close to perfection. It's him. When did he get here? With the appearance of the middle-aged man, many people automatically cleared a path. A player ranked in the top 100. Upon hearing the crowd's discussion, a subtle smile emerged at the corner of Sunan's mouth. The second phase of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch task not only required killing 60 players, but also 3 great luck persons. Upon returning from Whitewater Town, he had already killed Zhu Cheng once. Now, he needed to kill 2 more people. The appearance of Meng Feng was just in time. Meanwhile, Sunan's gaze inadvertently swept towards the strong man from the Deification Guild in the distance. He remembered that this strong man was also a great luck person. Meng Feng stared at Sunan with a cold smile. "Killing you will give me enough demon power to reach great demon art perfection." Saying this, he was the first to attack Sunan. Sunan paid no attention to Meng Feng. Instead, he looked at the gathered players surrounding him and nodded slightly. It's about time. Around him had already gathered hundreds of players. As long as he moved quickly enough, completing the second phase of the main line should not be a problem. Now he could make his move. Looking at Meng Feng, who was charging at him, Sunan threw a punch. Boom! Sunan's speed was too fast. Meng Feng didn't even have a chance to dodge and was directly blasted away. With the disappearance of Meng Feng's figure, the players who had been eager to watch Meng Feng's strength were stunned. "Congratulations, you have slain a great luck person. Do you want to plunder his Kai luck?" "Yes. Congratulations, you have gained 3 points of Kai luck. After blasting Meng Feng away with one punch, Sunan made use of the moment the players were stupefied to spring into action. He quickly charged towards the dozen or so players in the front. He was not holding back at all. Since Yu Cheng already knew he could utilize the three-system power, there was no need for him to hide it. He unleashed the power of all three systems. He wanted to kill these players in the shortest time possible, not giving them even a chance to flee. Meng Feng is dead. What's going on? How did this demon suddenly become so strong? Sunan launched a surprise attack, and in the blink of an eye, several players close to Sunan were killed without even having a chance to react. He was fast, too fast. Seeing this, everyone finally realized what was happening, and they all looked horrified. However, this was only the beginning. Electric serpents hissed, flames surged, players near Sunan were mowed down like wheat. This isn't a mortal level demon, we've been fooled, this demon is spirit level. Run, run, we can't handle this demon. The hundreds of assembled players instantly lost their nerve. The battle had just begun, but it was already veering in a direction they hadn't anticipated. The wolf demon Sunan had transformed into was too powerful. In a flash, more than a dozen players were killed. Law-controlling class, physique series, this demon can actually use two system powers. No, not just two, this demon can even use the secret power system. No one could withstand Sunan's attack. Many players were killed before they even had a chance to scream. The remaining players finally came to their senses. They no longer thought about hunting Sunan. Instinctively, they just wanted to run, but Sunan wouldn't let them get away. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, he killed another dozen or more players in the time it took to take a breath. I get it now, it was all a ruse. He purposely made us think he was mortal level so he could gather us and strike. He's so cunning. How can this demon be so cunning? If anyone was still saying that the demon in front of them was mortal level, they would undoubtedly be a fool. The crowd wanted to escape, but their speed was far inferior to Sunan's. The power of primordial Kai burst forth, and Sunan's speed surged once again. If, as he had foreseen, the players had scattered throughout the Wolf King Palace, he would have been powerless. But the players were clustered around him, which presented an opportunity. 20 players, 30 players, 40 players. In the time it took to take a breath, nearly half of the 100 players had been killed. This achievement had already exceeded his previous foresight. The remaining players were thoroughly frightened and scattered in all directions. Sunan ignored the ordinary players and headed straight for the strong man from the Deification Guild. Over 40 ordinary players, plus the 16 previously killed, were only one great luck person away from completing the mainline task. Damn it, with so many people here, why is this wolf demon coming after me? The strong man cursed as he realized Sunan was heading straight for him. From the moment Meng Feng was killed, he knew that something was wrong and immediately turned to run. However, Sunan's speed was too fast. Even though he reacted swiftly, he could not escape being caught. He died. His death was filled with resentment, as he could not understand why the wolf demon would ignore so many others and only chase him. Congratulations, you have hunted a great luck person. Do you want to seize their luck? Yes. Congratulations, you have gained 3 Kai luck points. Adding to the 100 Kai luck points from the first spirit level advancement reward, his usable Kai luck had reached 126 points. He could now actively trigger adventure events. Congratulations, you have completed the second phase, Wrath of the Demon Monarch, task of the mainline task. Do you wish to claim your rewards now? Claim. Congratulations, you have gained a mortal level bloodline. Congratulations. You have gained a mortal level Demon Sutra. Congratulations. You have gained 15 demon points. The third phase of the mainline task has been launched. Please check the task list. Another 15 points of demon power were added to his account. Together with the 11 points obtained from completing Lang 13's 3 daily tasks, he had gained 26 demon power points in just a short moment. He now had a total of 48 usable demon power points, enough to promote a demon art to the great perfection. If other players knew about this rate, they would be utterly shocked. Without checking the third phase of the task, Sunan already knew that it would still be about hunting players. In short, just keep killing. Sunan didn't stop and continued to chase after the remaining players. Where is God Zhang Yang? Wasn't it said that he also came to Sky Wolf Valley? Hurry up and save us. Even if Zhang Yang comes, he will still be defeated. Only if deity Wang Nan comes we might stand a chance. It's over. I'm just one daily task short of mastering my demon art. If I'm killed by this monster now, I won't be able to play this game ever again. The players wailed, doing their best to escape. They regretted not running away at the first opportunity. Sunan was unstoppable, and none of the players could withstand his attack. For many players, this was nothing short of an apocalypse. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Sunan had killed his way from the Wolf King Palace to Sky Wolf Valley. He continued to kill along the Sky Wolf Valley. This rare opportunity was something he did not want to miss. A few minutes later, there were hardly any players left in Sky Wolf Valley. At this moment, players in the valley heard a furious roar. Who is it? Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I, Zhu Cheng, will kill you at all costs. The furious roar was hysterical, and the remaining players were all stunned upon hearing it. Zhu Cheng. God Zhu Cheng has logged into the game. Great! Zhu Cheng is here to save us. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, their eyes filled with joy. They saw Zhu Cheng standing on a pile of rocks, staring intently at the leveled demon emperor's tomb in front of him with a gloomy expression. No one knew that at this moment, the demonic emperor's bloodline task had disappeared from his panel. All the hope he had left after being killed was completely shattered at this moment. A failure. Zhu Cheng gritted his teeth. He sacrificed 16 players to have the Diangsing sect arrive a day earlier and help him complete the 4-star task. In the end, at the crucial moment, all his efforts went down the drain. If the failure was due to the Demon King's actions, he would have accepted it. But he knew that this time, it was not because of the great monsters but someone who had completed the task before him. From the explosion of the great tomb, this could be deduced. If no one had completed the task, the great tomb wouldn't have exploded for no reason. It must be Wang Nan. It must be that Wang Nan. Wang Nan was the first to enter Sky Wolf Valley. Only he has the highest chance of encountering the task. Zhu Cheng glared at the only spiritual level player on the ranking list with gritted teeth. Even without direct evidence to prove that Wang Nan was behind it, he set his target on Wang Nan. God Zhu Cheng, save us. The cries for help from the players awakened Zhu Cheng. Only then did Zhu Cheng turn his gaze away and look towards the players who were desperately running towards him. When he saw the wolf demon transformed by Sunan, his already gloomy face instantly grew even more furious. He recognized the wolf demon transformed by Sunan. It's you, you damned wolf demon. I can't believe you're not dead yet. Having his task stolen by someone else already left Zhu Cheng with nowhere to vent his anger. Now, seeing the wolf demon transformed by Sunan, his anger clouded his judgment. At this moment, he had only one thought: kill this damned wolf demon in front of him. It's you. It's all your fault, this damned thing. If not for you, I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Zhu Cheng's hatred soared. In an instant, he blamed all the problems on the wolf demon transformed by Sunan. Why, if he knew that the wolf demon in front of him was indeed the chief culprit, one could only imagine how he might feel. Zhu Cheng stared at Sunan, who naturally saw Zhu Cheng as well. As their eyes met through the air, Sunan could not help but smile. He didn't expect to meet Zhu Cheng again. Yesterday, he refrained from using Kai luck to plunder for fear of exposing his identity. But now, things were different. It seems like God Zhu Cheng knows this wolf demon. Zhu Cheng looked at Sunan with hatred, which puzzled many players. Soon after, many people rejoiced. Who cares? As long as God Zhu Cheng is willing to deal with this wolf demon, it's good for us. In this critical moment, they wouldn't bother questioning why Zhu Cheng knew the wolf demon. All they cared about was whether Zhu Cheng could kill the wolf demon. God Zhu Cheng is not at the spirit level yet. Can he be an opponent for this monster? What do you know? God Zhu Cheng achieved great accomplishment in his 4th bloodline a few days ago, and he just used some method to hide his realm, says someone. That's right, God Zhu Cheng's realm must have been hidden. It's been several days since then. Maybe God Zhu Cheng has already achieved great perfection in all four bloodlines, or even reached the spirit level. Some people recall Zhu Cheng's change in strength on the ranking list a few days ago and couldn't help but discuss it. Hearing the players' discussions, Zhu Cheng felt like he had been slapped in the face. The burning anger on his face was painful. As the anger continued to burn, he blamed all of his troubles on the wolf demon transformed by Su Nan. In his eyes, it was the wolf demon who caused everything that happened now. Damned thing, you met your misfortune when you ran into me today. Zhu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot. The personal information panel appeared in front of him, and his gaze fell on the 30 demon PowerPoints. Ever since his Kai luck was plundered last time, he had been saving up his demon power. The plan was to raise his realm to the spirit level in one fell swoop on the last day of the survival task, giving everyone a shock. But now that the plan had failed, there was no point in holding on to it anymore. 10 demon PowerPoints were consumed, and the originally fallen third bloodline was restored to great perfection. Another 14 demon PowerPoints were consumed, and the fourth bloodline was also promoted to great accomplishment once more. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out a talisman filled with densely packed runes. It's that talisman. Su Nan recognized the item in Zhu Cheng's hand at a glance. Last time during the foreknowledge, Zhu Cheng had relied on the power of the talisman to kill him. According to the introduction of the foreknowledge, this was an artifact made by a powerful person from ancient times. What is that in God Zhu Cheng's hand? The nearby players also noticed the talisman in Zhu Cheng's hand and showed confusion on their faces. Some people speculated, it must be a treasure that God Zhu Cheng prepared to kill the wolf demon. That's right. Last time God Zhang Yang had the means to kill a spirit-level monster. I'm sure God Zhu Cheng has it too. Great, this wolf demon is as good as dead now. Looking at the talisman in Zhu Cheng's hand, the players around were even more confident in Zhu Cheng's ability to defeat the wolf demon. All kinds of stimuli caused Zhu Cheng to lose his reason. He didn't consider the value of the talisman in his hand, let alone the consequences of not being able to kill the wolf demon in front of him. He had only one thought now: kill. As he put the talisman on his body, it instantly burned without fire. In an instant, Zhu Cheng's power skyrocketed. His figure flashed, charging towards Su Nan at a speed that the surrounding players could not keep up with. The luck has come my way. Su Nan's transformed wolf demon revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. If it was before, he might have to put in some effort to deal with Zhu Cheng, who had used the talisman to increase his power. But now he didn't need to. With the assistance of the power of primordial Kai on his speed, Su Nan's speed also soared. At the instant Zhu Cheng arrived in front of him, the power of divine soul transformed into a soul spear and shot out as a punch burst out. Even though Zhu Cheng's strength and speed had increased, his movements were still sluggish when attacked by the power of divine soul. Su Nan's punch hit him. Zhu Cheng was knocked flying, fresh blood spewing from his mouth. Just a single hit, even using a talisman to boost his strength, Zhu Cheng suffered severe damage. This was not only due to the gap between the spirit level and mortal level, but also because Su Nan's strength was too strong. Seeing Zhu Cheng unable to defeat the wolf demon, the surrounding players who were full of expectations were instantly dumbfounded. They exchanged a glance and had the same thought: run. Having experienced their previous encounter in the Wolf King Palace, they knew very well that if they did not run now, they would not have a chance later. The players reacted quickly, instantly scattering in every direction at the fastest possible speed. They had no hope that Zhu Cheng would be able to kill the wolf demon at this point. They only hoped that Zhu Cheng could hold on for a little longer. How could this be? How could his strength have increased so much? As the pain of being torn of his internal organs spread throughout his body, Zhu Cheng, who had been blinded by anger, suddenly came to his senses. Staring at Su Nan with a mix of shock and anger in his eyes, he was filled with disbelief. Zhu Cheng had fought with the wolf demon before and was very familiar with its strength. In the past, the wolf demon that Su Nan had transformed into could indeed kill him, but it was definitely not as strong as it is now. In his view, using a talisman would not only ensure his self-preservation but also guarantee a safe escape. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Thinking of the consequences of being killed by the wolf demon, Zhu Cheng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, with a retreat emerging in his mind. Run. I can't continue entangling with this wolf demon. I am a player, and with my rate of improvement it won't be long before I can easily kill this wolf demon. There's no need to fight him to the death now. Zhu Cheng stepped out of his anger and dared not to fight Su Nan anymore. He turned and tried to run. However, Su Nan didn't give him any chance. As soon as Zhu Cheng tried to flee, Su Nan was already in front of him. Under Zhu Cheng's horrified gaze, Su Nan's punch landed. Bang! As a massive force hit, Zhu Cheng's figure disappeared before Su Nan's eyes. Congratulations, you have killed a great luck person. Do you want to plunder his Kai luck? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining 18 points of Kai luck. Perhaps because this time Zhu Cheng was not the first on the ranking list, the Kai luck that was plundered was 2 points less than last time. Looking at the ranking list again, Zhu Cheng's realm, which had just improved, had once again fallen. Dead. God Zhu Cheng was also killed by the wolf demon. As the fleeing players noticed the change in the situation, they were more frightened, and their speed of escape exploded to the extreme. In a moment, Sky Wolf Valley returned to its peaceful state. Looking at Lang 13's task, Su Nan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Main quest: Wrath of the Demon Emperor. 4th task: Hunt and kill 120 mortal-grade outsiders. Completed 33/120. Hunt and kill 10 top 100 Kai Luck outsiders. Completed 1/EO. Task difficulty: 4-star task reward. Mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon points, bloodline spirit fruit. The number of ordinary players needed to be hunted down in the 3rd round has doubled. Luckily, the level of the task has also increased to 4-star. This time I killed a total of 78 players, which should be considered as expected. As for this hunting, Su Nan was very satisfied. Taking a look at the completely unrecognizable Sky Wolf Valley, he turned around and left. At the same time, in the regional chat of the game and the real-world forum, the news of Zhu Cheng being killed by the demon quickly spread. What attracted everyone's discussion was not Zhu Cheng being killed, but the wolf demon who killed him. How could it be? After being killed by that wolf demon, why did my realm fall? The person who made the post was Meng Feng, the first great luck person that Su Nan originally killed. After being killed by Su Nan's transformed wolf demon, Meng Feng hadn't noticed anything. Only after a while, a friend he knew in the game told him that he had fallen out of the top 100 in the rankings. Did he realize what had happened? At first, he didn't think it had anything to do with the wolf demon that killed him. It wasn't until he saw another player's post that he understood the situation. Before I died, I saw the game prompt me that my Kai luck had been snatched. After my Kai luck was snatched, my realm fell. That damn wolf demon can actually plunder Kai luck. The person who posted this was called Sun Hai. Meng Feng knew that Sun Hai was the strong man from the Deification Guild. The 2 posts immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, both of them were top 100 existence, and they had some popularity. At first, many people didn't believe it. It was only after seeing the 2 people's rankings that they had no choice but to believe. Originally, both of them were at the top 100 existence, with 2 demon art mastery. But now their rankings were already outside the top 500, and the second state of their mastery had fallen to the beginner level. This was simply incredible. For a time, it set off 1,000 waves. After being killed by that wolf demon, Kai luck would be plundered and the realm would fall. This is too outrageous. I got it. God Zhu Cheng did not hide his strength last time, but was killed by that demon and had his Kai luck plundered. Someone thought of Zhu Cheng and immediately posted a screenshot of Zhu Cheng's strength changes. When they saw that Zhu Cheng's once great strength had once again fallen to the beginner state, everyone completely believed the fact that the wolf demon could plunder their Kai luck. Many people began to sympathize with Zhu Cheng. Twice his Kai luck was plundered. This was too tragic. Big God Yu Cheng has really suffered this time. Zhang Yang and Cayenne Yu haven't increased their strength for several days, so they must be accumulating demon power. If they both strike at the last moment, Big God Yu Cheng won't be able to stay in the top 3. It doesn't stop here. As far as I know, many people have been accumulating demon power without rushing to improve. They're all waiting for the last moment to make their move and sprint the ranking list. Just wait. In the last few minutes of the survival task, there will definitely be big changes in the ranking list. In the eyes of many, after Zhu Cheng was killed, he was bound not to log into the game today. This meant that Zhu Cheng's strength would not improve. However, for other players in the top rankings, that provided an opportunity. As some people rose and others fell, someone might overtake Zhu Cheng to take the second place. Not only that, the wolf demon that Su Nan transformed into can use the power of 3 different systems. It's definitely not simple. Maybe it has a big secret. Is anyone willing to form a team to hunt that wolf demon? You must be dreaming. That demon killed Big God Zhu Cheng with just 2 punches. We will all die if we go. In my opinion, only Big God Wang Nan has a chance if he goes, or maybe Big God Zhang Yang should make a move. Zhang Yang killed a spirit-level demon last time. The news that Su Nan's transformed wolf demon could steal players' Kai luck and cause their realm to decline quickly spread. It stirred up huge waves in the forum. Some even proposed the formation of an anti-demon alliance to eliminate the wolf demon Su Nan turned into as soon as possible. Su Nan had no idea about it in the game. Su Nan came to a hidden spot, confirmed it was safe, and then started checking today's tasks. He first checked Zhang Yang's tasks. 3 tasks, no changes. Hunt a mortal-level demon, hunt a spirit-level demon, and hunt a demon in a mysterious cave. On the other hand, because Wang Nan's realm improved, the tasks changed significantly. Daily Task 1. Hunt a mortal-level demon. Task difficulty 1-star. Task reward 5 demon power points. Daily Task 2. Hunt a spirit-level demon. Task difficulty 2-star. Task reward 15 demon power points. Daily Task 3. Hunt a Xuan-level demon. Task difficulty 3-star. Task reward 30 demon power points. The original 2-star task has become 1-star, and the original 3-star task has become 2-star. The task level has dropped by 1 grade overall. Su Nan was surprised, but at least the level of tasks was reduced and the rewards of tasks remained unchanged. Opening Wang Nan's personal information panel, his eyes fell on the only bloodline and demon sutra. Although the 4 bloodlines merged into one, the previously awakened bloodline combat skills did not disappear, and he could still use them. The original mortal-level Great Strength Ape bloodline became a spirit-level one, and even the Demon Sutra went from mortal level to spirit level. However, the current Great Perfection Demon Sutra has now become not yet started. Su Nan tried to improve the Demon Sutra with a thought. 4 points of demon power were consumed, and the Demon Sutra was raised to beginner. It takes 4 points of demon power just to reach beginner. According to the experience, that sutra requires double demon power each upgrade. It takes 62 demon power points to raise a spirit-level demon sutra from not yet started to perfection. And this doesn't even consider the demon power needed to awaken a bloodline. Su Nan was a little shocked. 62 demon power points required killing 6 spirit-level demons. Spirit-level demons were not that easy to deal with, especially some top-notch spirit-level demons. Even with his racial talent, Su Nan would still struggle against them. I can complete the 5 tasks of the 2 characters, except for the task of hunting Xuan-level demons. But now is not the time to do daily tasks. His eyes turned, and he looked at the survival task and Wang Nan's mainline task. Survival task, mandatory task requirements. Within 15 days, the number of deaths must not exceed 10, and 1 demon sutra must be raised to perfection. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task reward, a mortal-level demon sutra, a mortal-level bloodline, 15 demon power points. Failure penalty, permanently deprived of game qualifications. Countdown to task completion, 23 hours, Su Nan didn't need to worry about the survival task. His 3 characters were now all stable in the top 5. Even if the task ended now, it wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, he still had a bloodline that Lang 13 had just obtained. As long as he took it, Lang 13's 4 bloodlines would be complete, and the second position would be secured. The only downside was that Zhang Yang's character was destined not to enter the top 3. Although he had acquired the ancient demon essence blood, he didn't have the corresponding demon sutra, so it couldn't be fused temporarily. Main quest: Demon Crisis Task 3rd Phase, Optional Task 1. Escape to 100 miles away. Task difficulty: 4 stars. Task reward: Mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon power points, a treasure map. Optional task 2. Kill the demon beast. Task difficulty: 5 stars. Task reward: spirit grade bloodline, spirit grade demon technique, 45 demon power points, 1 spirit item. Divine ability seed. Task countdown: 23 hours, a 5-star mission. I guess no one has seen it except for me. Su Nan sighed. Looking at the 2 tasks, he had already made a choice. He was going to attempt to complete the task of killing the demon beast. This was not only because the second task, a 5-star mission, offered more rewards, but also because of his confidence in his own strength. According to my previous guess, that demon beast's strength should be Xuan level. If my guess is correct, there is indeed a possibility of killing the demon beast. Su Nan's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. If it had been before, he would not have been so confident. But now it was different. One of his characters was already at the spirit level, and the other one was not far away. He already had the demon sutra and bloodline, and it wouldn't take long to accumulate enough demon power to enter the spirit level. With 2 spirit level characters and 2 different racial talents, he dared to confront a Xuan level demon. Not to mention, he still had the demon sword. Although the cost of using the demon sword was too high, the cost was bearable for the rewards of a 5-star mission. Besides, he still had foreknowledge. Once I upgrade Lang 13's character to the spirit level, I will have 20 foreknowledge attempts. That's enough to consecutively predict for an hour. At that point, I can use my foreknowledge an hour in advance. If I really can't win, it's not too late to run. Su Nan murmured. With his current speed, as long as there were no accidents, running 60 to 70 miles in an hour would not be a problem. That was the reason he dared to choose the second task. Just as he was thinking about it, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Notice, the demon beast will arrive in Sky Wolf Valley in 6 hours. The demon beast is very powerful. Please choose carefully. The demon beast will arrive in 6 hours. It seems I need to take action now. Su Nan's heart tightened. He hesitated no longer, and with a flip of his hand, the demon sutra and bloodline he had just obtained from completing the second phase of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch appeared in his hand. It was the bloodline of a demon beast called the Blood Pattern Fox, a secret power system mainly controlling Primordial Kai. Primordial Kai is great. Su Nan's heart was filled with joy. Before experiencing the power of Primordial Kai, he had always hoped to acquire a demon bloodline with Divine Soul as the main control. But after witnessing the power of Primordial Kai, he no longer thought so. As long as he was willing, he could also use Primordial Kai to enhance his Divine Soul power, which was no different from fusing 2 bloodlines with Divine Soul as the main control. Moreover, Primordial Kai was not only capable of enhancing Divine Soul. Use it. The Demon Sutra and Bloodline were used. 1 to 2 minutes later, the 4th bloodline appeared on Lang 13's panel. This was not over yet. With 40 points of demon power consumed, the newly fused bloodline was upgraded to great perfection. The number of foreknowledge times increased by 1, reaching 17 times. At the same time, Lang 13 instantly replaced Zhu Cheng on the leaderboard, becoming second. Just like this is not enough, I need to keep upgrading. His gaze fell on his demon power, and at this moment he only had a pitiful 4 points. He needed 36 more demon power points to upgrade Lang 13 to the spirit level. If it were anyone else, it would be almost impossible to gain 36 demon power points today. However, Su Nan was different. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's characters hadn't even started their daily tasks today. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang had 6 tasks. 2 were to hunt mortal-level demons, and 3 were to hunt spirit-level demons. All 5 tasks could be completed. That would amount to a total of 55 demon power points. This would be more than enough to raise Lang 13 to the spirit level. Su Nan quickly took action. Unfortunately, due to the previous battle, there were no more mortal-level demons in Sky Wolf Valley, so he had no choice but to search for them along the mountain range to the east of the valley. It took him half an hour to complete the 2 tasks of hunting mortal-level demons. Next up is hunting 3 spirit-level demons. Su Nan returned to Sky Wolf Valley and went to the original location of Warm Moon Pond. He planned to hunt all 3 spirit-level demons from the mysterious cave. The battle between the 2 Emperor-level powerhouses had caused great damage to Sky Wolf Valley. The Warm Moon Pond, which used to have a waterfall, was now just a large pond. Fortunately, the entrance to the mysterious cave was still there. The demons in the cave are strong, and their speed is extremely fast. Even if I disguise myself as a demon, it would be difficult to kill them. I must use some other means. In order to maintain his peak state to face the demon beast, he couldn't easily use his racial battle skills. As such, if he wanted to hunt a top-tier spirit-level demon, he could only rely on external means. With a flick of his hand, the beast bone dagger he had obtained from Zhu Qing appeared, and at the same time he took out a blood-colored crystal stone. This was the mortal-level bloodline reward from completing the first part of the Demonic Emperor's bloodline task. With the ancient demon essence blood, this bloodline was of little use to him, but it was just right for replenishing the bone dagger. He slightly exerted force on the crystal, and the crystal, wrapped in the bloodline, instantly shattered, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out. Su Nan immediately used the bone dagger to catch it, and the moment the essence blood fell on the dagger, it disappeared into the dagger. With the absorption of that one drop of essence blood, the vanished bloodlines on the bone dagger reappeared. Now I can use it 3 more times. Su Nan was very satisfied with the change in the dagger. Everything was ready, and he jumped into the pond and entered the cave. This time he didn't use foresight, not only because he wanted to save all his chances for predicting the demon beast, but also because he was confident in his own strength. With the bone-shifting skill and the beast bone dagger, it would be a failure if he couldn't kill the demons in the cave. Upon entering the mysterious cave, his appearance immediately changed to that of the demons in the cave, and he headed towards a cave on the right. This time, instead of choosing a cave with many skeletons, he chose one with fewer skeletons. With fewer skeletons, there would be fewer demons, which actually made it easier for him to hunt without attracting other demons during the hunt. A few minutes later, he encountered the first demon. The demon didn't attack him. Su Nan approached it and used the beast bone dagger to stab it viciously. Feeling the danger, the demon instantly reacted and tried to dodge to the side, but in the next moment, Su Nan's divine soul attack arrived. The demon's movement paused, and Su Nan's bone dagger penetrated its body. Instantly, the effect of the bone dagger on the demon took effect, and the demon's speed was reduced. 2 minutes later, he successfully hunted the demon. Next, Su Nan replicated this method and quickly hunted 2 more demons. With the 3 chances to use the bone dagger exhausted, he had also completed the daily tasks. On his panel, his demon power points once again reached 61. Congratulations, your character Lang 13 has achieved great perfection in all 4 bloodlines, meets the conditions for upgrading the realm. Do you want to consume 40 demon power points and upgrade the realm to spirit level? Yes. Please select one of the following bloodlines as the main bloodline, and the other 3 as auxiliary bloodlines. Sky Wolf Bloodline, Nether Wolf Bloodline, Earth Tiger Bloodline, Blood Pattern Fox Bloodline. 4 secret power bloodlines appeared before him. Without a second thought, he naturally chose the Nether Wolf Bloodline. You have chosen the Nether Wolf Bloodline as your main bloodline, with the Sky Wolf Bloodline, Earth Tiger bloodline and Blood Pattern Fox bloodline as auxiliaries. Do you confirm your choice? Reminder: upgrading realms carries the risk of bloodline conflict and uncontrollable effects. Please choose carefully. Confirm. Upgrading realm begins. Please wait patiently. Just like when Wang Nan had advanced to the spirit level not long ago, the bloodlines in his body began to churn. With one experience already, Su Nan wasn't anxious and patiently waited. Finally, with the fusion of the four bloodlines into one, the power of his divine soul, primordial Kai, and essence energy surged dramatically within his body. Due to the fusion of two bloodlines whose main power was primordial Kai, the increase in primordial Kai was the greatest. Great, now I have two spirit-level characters. When the demon beast attack happens, I might not need to foresee it an hour in advance. Half an hour should be enough. That way, I can use the 20 foresight chances for two separate predictions, increasing the chances of success. Feeling the power within his body, Su Nan thought it was time to change his plans. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. If he used all 20 foresight chances at once, even if his foresight showed that he had hope in defeating the demon beast, he wouldn't dare to risk it without a second foresight chance. On the other hand, splitting the chances into two separate foresights would be safer. If neither foresight predicted success in defeating the demon beast, he could still run away. With that, Su Nan decided to change his plan. Congratulations, you are the second player to break through to the spirit level. You are rewarded with 80 fortune points. Congratulations, your realm has been upgraded to spirit level. Your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and the daily usage limit has been increased by 3. Now he had 20 foresight chances. The fortune points reward for the second spirit level breakthrough is 20 points less. That's not bad at all. His gaze fell on the life wheel scripture, and now his Kai luck value appeared in front of him. Current total Kai luck value: 456 points available Kai luck, 206 points, 3 rolls, 1 first, 1 second, and 1 fourth. A total of 250 points of Kai luck from the ranking list, more than twice as much as before. It seems that the Kai luck from the ranking list has increased with the improvement of the realm. Su Nan understood what was going on. Compared to the Kai luck from the ranking list, he was more concerned about the available Kai luck. 206 points were enough for him to actively trigger 4 ordinary level adventure events. Even if it was to trigger rare level adventure events, he still had enough for 2. Should I give it a try? He was somewhat tempted. With the demon beasts about to attack, if he could add some more means, it would be best. With that in mind, he made a decision. Please choose the level of adventure event to trigger rare level. Since he had to trigger it, he naturally wanted to trigger high-level events. As 100 points of available Kai luck were consumed, a prompt popped up. Rare level adventure event has been triggered. Will take effect in 3 minutes. Please return to Sky Wolf Valley and wait patiently. Go back to Sky Wolf Valley and wait. Will adventures come to me? Su Nan was surprised. He had thought that after triggering the adventure event, he would find a treasure like he did last time at the Earth God Temple in Whitewater Town. At the very least, he should have found a solution to a problem like he did in the mysterious cave. But he never thought that an adventure would come to him. Whether it's alive or dead, whatever can come to me on its own probably won't be simple. Su Nan's expression became slightly serious. After thinking about it just in case, he decided to use a foreknowledge opportunity to predict it. However, he would wait a minute. A foreknowledge opportunity lasts only 3 minutes. If he predicts it now, even if the adventure happens, the prediction will be over. With demon beasts about to arrive, he did not want to waste too many foreknowledge opportunities before that. A minute later, he began predicting. You return to Sky Wolf Valley, coming to the place where the 1,000-wolf cave used to be. You feel like you're about to experience an adventure here. A minute later, nothing special has happened, and you continue to wait. 2 minutes later, still nothing happens, and you begin to wonder if you made a mistake. Just as you are puzzled, you suddenly see a red figure breaking through the sky in the distance, heading towards Sky Wolf Valley. The red figure arrives at Sky Wolf Valley, seemingly losing all its strength, and falls to the ground a few hundred meters away from you. You carefully approach and discover that the red figure is familiar. She is the Skywolf clan princess. The Skywolf clan princess. Is this my adventure? What kind of adventure is this? Sunan looked puzzled. At this point, the princess is obviously severely injured, barely alive and unconscious. Your thoughts race, and you suddenly have a bold idea. You decide to take this opportunity to kill the Skywolf clan princess. As the idea comes to mind, you immediately take action and carefully approach the unconscious princess. However, as soon as you get close to the unconscious princess suddenly opens her eyes and a cold light shoots towards you. You are dead. Dead. What kind of adventure event is this? Sunan was stunned. A rare-level adventure is just to be killed. This seemed wrong. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. This princess was a king-level great demon. What kind of great battle happened to cause her such a heavy injury? What happened between Diangsing's sect and the Skywolf clan experts chasing after the demon emperor's coffin? Sunan was curious, but now was not the time to think about these things. After looking carefully at the prediction again, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps this adventure is really about me hunting the princess. A king-level great demon is severely injured in front of me. If this isn't an adventure, what is? Unfortunately, my strength is not enough to catch this adventure. Sunan's expression turned somewhat ugly. 100 points of Kai luck were spent, but the unexpected encounter he got was one he couldn't handle at all. That's just too pitiful. However, if he were to let go of this unexpected encounter just like that, he would feel unwilling as well. After all, it was 100 points of Kai luck, a reward he got when he first broke through the spirit level. Was he going to waste it like this? Sunan's thoughts were racing, thinking about a solution. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes brightened. I shouldn't think about hunting the princess. Perhaps I can change my mindset and think about how to gain benefits from her. As the princess was heavily injured, she would definitely need help. If he could seize this opportunity to benefit from her, the chances of success would be very high. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes shone with brilliance. We'll see if this works after trying. Of course, he couldn't do it with his current player identity. He needed to transform into a demon from the Skywolf clan. The life wheel scripture started turning, and he switched his role to Lang 13. At the same time, he used bone shifting, and his appearance once again changed into the wolf demon's form. After waiting for the 1-minute cooldown to end, he immediately tried the foreknowledge again. You transform into the appearance of a wolf demon, standing at the location of the former Thousand Wolf Cave in Skywolf Valley, where you know an unexpected encounter will happen in 1 minute. Sure enough, a minute later, you see a red figure breaking through the sky from afar, heading towards the Skywolf Valley. The red figure arrives at Skywolf Valley, loses all of its strength, and falls to the ground several hundred meters away from you. You cautiously approach and find the heavily injured and barely breathing Skywolf clan princess. You get in front of the princess, and she suddenly opens her eyes when she is unconscious. When she finds out that you are a demon from the Skywolf clan, the cold light in her eyes fades. Seeing that the princess didn't see through your true identity, you boldly step forward, pretending to be both shocked and angry, and ask what happened to her. The princess looks at you hesitantly for a moment before telling you that she was heavily injured by a human expert and urgently needs your help. You nod and agree, but suddenly, you feel a sharp pain in your head and lose consciousness. You are attacked by the power of divine soul from the princess. The princess grabs you but doesn't kill you. Instead, she drops a drop of essence blood on your forehead and casts a strange method on you. This is a taboo method from ancient times called the bloodline coexistence technique. It can only be cast on those with the same bloodline. After it is cast, your life will be continuously extracted by the caster to maintain their vitality. At the same time, as time goes by, you will gradually be controlled by the caster in a subtle way. However, this method has a drawback. If the caster suddenly dies, they will suffer backlash. End of the first prediction. Do you want to continue your foreknowledge? Bloodline coexistence technique, being subtly controlled. Sunan was shocked in his heart. Having his life force extracted wasn't too concerning. Based on the information from the foreknowledge, the caster would not die from the loss of life force. But being subtly controlled was a bit too absurd. If he were really controlled subtly, there would be no point in playing this game anymore. Fortunately, unraveling this coexistence technique was simple. Just die once. If the caster dies, how strong will the backlash be? Sunan's eyes flickered. As a player, death wasn't a big deal to him, as he could revive the next day. What would happen if he utilized his death to cause a backlash on the princess? As he thought about it, Sunan's eyes brightened once again. The princess was heavily injured and on the verge of dying. If she were to get hit by a backlash at this time, would it be enough to kill her directly? In a flash, a bold idea came forth. Continue the foreknowledge. Sunan decisively chose to continue. Although he wanted to save his foreknowledge for predicting demon beasts, the current situation was worth him continuing to predict. The Skywolf clan princess, severely injured and close to dying, had no choice but to cast the bloodline coexistence technique on you, intending to use your life force to sustain her own. Under the attack of the princess' divine soul, you temporarily lose consciousness and are unable to resist. You can only let the princess cast her spell. 2 minutes later, the bloodline coexistence technique of the princess is finally successful, and you regain consciousness. The princess tells you that she used her secret technique to temporarily borrow your life force, but it doesn't have a big impact on you. Additionally, due to the consumption of a drop of her essence blood, her injuries worsened, and she is on the verge of falling into a coma. It will take at least 10 days for her to wake up. The princess then hands you a ring and tells you to use it to store her body after she falls into a coma and deliver her to Lai Mansion in Tianyang County. After she finishes speaking, the princess falls into a deep coma, unconscious for 10 days. Sunan's smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With 10 days, even if his death couldn't directly cause the great princess to die from backlash, it would be enough time for him to do many things. Even if he was weak, he had ways to kill her. Ascertaining the feasibility of the plan, Sunan sighed with relief and gazed into the distance. Indeed, it didn't take long for a red figure to rush over and eventually fall hundreds of meters away from him. Seeing the great princess fall, Sunan didn't hesitate and walked forward. At this moment, the great princess's red skirt was torn, fresh blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her long hair was disheveled. She looked miserable. Gone was her previous pride. Sensing Sunan's approach, the great princess suddenly opened her eyes with cold light flashing in them. Upon seeing that Sunan was also from the Skywolf clan, the cold light in her eyes faded and she sighed in relief. "Your Highness, what happened to you? Who hurt you like this?" Sunan pretended to be shocked, angry, and questioning. The great princess's eyes flickered. She looked up and down at Sunan, apparently not noticing anything abnormal. "I was injured by some powerful humans. Now I need your help." The great princess's voice was cold, sounding emotionless. "It would be my honor to help your highness." Sunan played the role of a sincere and excited person. The next things were simple. Just like in his foreknowledge, the great princess suddenly attacked him. If not for his foreknowledge, Sunan wouldn't dare to take such a big risk in letting the great princess use the bloodline symbiosis. But now he had nothing to worry about. How could there be gains without risks? 4 or 5 minutes later, the great princess successfully performed the symbiosis technique. Afterwards, she instructed Sunan to take her to Lai Mansion in Tianyang County and then fell unconscious. Sunan felt the changes in his body. He could clearly sense that an invisible connection had been established with the great princess. Gushes of vitality in his body were continuously flowing into the great princess through this invisible connection. Fortunately, he had essence power. As his vitality ebbed away, his essence energy was constantly being replenished, barely maintaining a balance with little impact on him. After confirming there were no major issues, he picked up the ancient silver-white ring given by the great princess. Cosmic Ring, a treasure made by an ancient powerhouse. It contains a universe within and can accommodate living creatures. Although the description of the cosmic ring was short, it made Su Nan's eyes light up. Being able to accommodate living creatures proved its high value. Just at the beginning, I got such a treasure, truly a rare adventure event. Su Nan was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't help but want to trigger another adventure event himself. However, a system prompt popped up, voluntarily triggering an adventure event, limited to once per day. It could not be helped. There was a limit to the number of times that he could trigger them, so he couldn't do it again today. Su Nan shook his head and continued to examine the ring in his hand. The mark on the ring seemed to have been removed by the great princess. Su Nan could directly leave his own mark. To his disappointment, there was nothing in the ring. It was completely empty. Picking up the unconscious great princess, he activated the cosmic ring, and she was instantly drawn into it. Just to be on the safe side, he didn't make a move on the great princess right now. With the demon beast onslaught imminent, dealing with the demon beasts is his top priority. The matter of the great princess could wait. 5 more hours until the demon beast's attack. I must adjust my condition. Su Nan decided not to wait idly. He quit the game, set the alarm clock, and went to sleep. He slept well for a few hours. A few hours later, the alarm clock woke him up. It was now 5 a.m., and there was still 1 hour before the demon beasts were due to arrive. Not in a hurry to log into the game, Su Nan opened the forum and started reading forum posts. Last time, the public beta test was triggered because a player lost control, and now the game has started its public beta test since deity Wang Nan reached the spirit level. Will the next public beta test involve a player reaching the Xuan rank? I agree with the person above. This possibility is very high. The public beta tests of this game seem to be triggered by certain conditions being met. The last public beta test had 1 million players, and this one had 10 million. So, does that mean the next public beta test will have 100 million people participating? The hottest topic on the forum was undoubtedly the game's second public beta test. This was eagerly awaited by countless people who spent a lot of time on the forums, preparing to enter the demon world. Su Nan wasn't interested in these posts, so he ignored them and continued scrolling down. He came across several posts discussing Lang 13. Most of the players on the leaderboard's top 10 are from the first batch of players. Lang 13, as a public beta test player, already caught up with deity Wang Nan. His rise has been too fast. Deity Wang Nan's first place is in danger. Given Lang 13's rise, it won't be long before the first place changes hands. I wonder if Great God Lang 13 has a guild. I really want to join his guild. Lang 13 followed Wang Nan and became the second spirit level player, attracting the attention of countless influences. The difference with Wang Nan was that Lang 13 was a player who started during the public beta test, which was truly impressive. Several of those influences even invited Lang 13 on the forum. Su Nan wasn't interested in this either, so he kept scrolling down. Suddenly, a post discussing predictions about the upcoming all-area major mission caught his attention. I have a blind guess. The mission may be related to the recent invitation from the Great Yu dynasty to the 3 sects and 6 religions to discuss repairing the heavenly dome divine prohibition. That's right. Considering the current situation of the various major forces in the game, only this matter could involve the entire region. I received the news that the major forces will take action in 3 days, which coincides with the timing. Repair the heavenly dome divine prohibition. Su Nan nodded secretly. If it was as the players on the forum said, the so-called all-region task might indeed be related to this matter. Without browsing further, he logged out of the forum and logged into the game. In the game, Su Nan still maintained his wolf demon's appearance, waiting silently. About 10 minutes later, he looked at the mainline task. The countdown to the arrival of the demon beast in Sky Wolf Valley was surprisingly only 35 minutes left. No need to rush, wait a little longer. I only have 17 foreknowledge times left. I can split it into 2 predictions. The first one can use 9 chances consecutively, which allows me to predict 27 minutes, and the second one can only use 8 chances consecutively, which allows me to predict 24 minutes. I also need to leave enough time to fight against the demon beast, which means I can only start predicting when there are 24 minutes left in the countdown. Su Nan silently calculated. Time passes. Soon, the countdown to the arrival of the demon beast was only 24 minutes left. Su Nan knew that he couldn't wait any longer, took a deep breath, and immediately started the foreknowledge. You know that a demon beast will come to this Sky Wolf Valley, so you try to hunt it. You wait silently. A minute later, the valley is calm and nothing happens. 2 minutes later, a mortal-level demon enters the valley. The demon sees you, doesn't dare to approach, and stands on a huge rock looking at you. 3 minutes later, the demon sees that you haven't made any moves and turns around to leave. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue predicting? Yes. End of second prediction. Do you want to continue predicting? Yes. You don't give up and continue to wait. Foreknowledge is used continuously. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. The number of foreknowledge times is used up one by one, and the time in foreknowledge progresses rapidly. The content of the foreknowledge is empty and of no value. Finally, when he predicted for the 8th time, something different appeared in the foreknowledge. You have a premonition that the demon beast is about to attack, and you become fully alert. 1 minute, the wind starts in the valley, the breeze blows, and the green leaves of the distant mountain forest rustle. 2 minutes later, the wind gradually grows stronger, blowing up fallen leaves. 3 minutes later, you suddenly see a middle-aged man quietly appearing a kilometer away from you. End of the 8th prediction. Do you want to continue predicting? Yes. Su Nan's spirit is lifted, and his eyes are fixed on the information on the panel. The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man gives you an inexplicable oppressive feeling, and you immediately realize that he is the demon beast you have been waiting for. The demon beast possesses a special ability, and even if you change your appearance, he knows that you are the person he is looking for. His originally expressionless face turns ferocious in an instant, and he directly grabs at you. You are not afraid, and you, who have long been prepared, burst out with all your strength and meet the demon beast's attack with a punch. As soon as you start the fight, you realize that, as you expected, the demon beast at this moment is indeed of the Xuan level. Just looking at the strength, the demon beast is not too strong, and it's not enough to leave you without resistance, but the power it controls makes your face change dramatically. You feel that in the moment of fighting against the demon beast, a violent evil energy invades your body and begins to erode your bloodline. As the evil energy invades, the bloodline in your body becomes restless, and there is a faint sign of conflict and loss of control. You don't know that it's the unique demonic Kai of the demon beast, and this power has a strong restraint on both martial artists and demons. The more we fight, the deeper the erosion, and the higher the probability of the bloodline conflict going out of control. How can we fight if demonic Kai restrains martial artists? Su Nan's face instantly turned ugly. At this moment, he finally understood why the task of killing demon beasts was rated 5 stars. The demonic Kai is running rampant in your body. You dare not hold back any longer and immediately use your racial talent Berserk Netherworld body. The power of primordial Kai and essence energy are all added to the power of your divine soul, causing your divine soul strength to increase by 6-fold. However, when you use your divine soul power, you find that it has little effect on the demon beast, and instead, you are once again heavily injured by it. You don't know that demon beasts are a collective of evil energy, and their divine souls have been contaminated by it, making them highly resistant to divine soul-based attacks. Even the power of the divine soul is useless. Su Nan's expression turned solemn. Fortunately, he has foreknowledge now. If he didn't know this information and faced a demon beast, he might not even know how he died. The demonic Kai quickly eroded your bloodline. Continuing like this, the one who dies will surely be you. With no other options, you resorted using your other racial talent, Heaven-Breaking Strike. With the Heaven-Breaking Strike activated, your strength surged, and when the demon beast attacked you once more, you threw a punch. Congratulations, this blow successfully injured the demon beast, but unfortunately, it did not kill it. The demon beast's face twisted as it savagely attacked you again, leaving you no choice but to take out the feather-shattered demon sword and fight a life-or-death battle against it. Seeing the demonic sword in your hand, the demon beast not only was not afraid, but even got more excited. It looked at the sword with eyes filled with greed and desire. The demon beast rushed towards you, attempting to take your demonic sword. You slashed out with your sword, and your already minimal bloodline power was instantly drained. The demon sword erupted with glorious light, but as it fell, it did not have the same obvious effect as it did when you killed the demon last time. The demon beast was not afraid of the demon sword's attack. You died. Before dying, you realized that with your own strength alone, it was impossible to kill the demon beast. Perhaps you could seek help from other powers. Is the damage from the demon sword not significant against demon beasts? Su Nan's face looked ugly, and after a brief contemplation, he understood what was happening. The reason the demon sword dealt major damage to demon beasts and martial artists was because of the evil energy in it. However, demon beasts wielded evil energy themselves, so naturally, they weren't afraid of the demon sword's attack. I am completely restrained when faced against demon beasts. The power of the divine soul and the demon sword were his two biggest trump cards. If he faced other Xuan-level beings, he might not be able to kill them, but he could definitely injure them heavily. But when facing demon beasts, he felt like punching Khan. With my strength alone, there is no hope of killing the demon beast. The foreknowledge suggests that I should seek help from other powers, but where? Su Nan frowned, racking his brain. He still had one chance for foreknowledge, but if there was no conclusive method, continuing to use it would be pointless. It would be better to just run away now. What other powers can I borrow? Su Nan looked at the final piece of information from the foreknowledge with a sense of helplessness. If it were before, he might have sought help from Zhu Lingyan, but now he couldn't. His gaze quickly scanned the information given by foreknowledge. He didn't have much time. Each passing minute made him more endangered. If he couldn't think of a method when the foreknowledge cooldown ended, his only option would be to flee. His thoughts raced. Suddenly, he thought of something. His attention fell on a piece of foreknowledge and his eyes lit up. It seems Sky Wolf Valley does have a power that can help in dealing with demon beasts. The mysterious cave. That cave has that power. Su Nan immediately looked at the mysterious cave's location. Inside the mysterious cave was an altar for offering sacrifices to the demon monarch. As long as one stepped onto the altar, they would be watched by the demon monarch. If something was taken from it, it would result in being struck down by the demon monarch, except for demons who would be spared. If the demon beast strongly desires the demon sword, I can just throw it on the altar. The demon beast will most likely go and take it. In that case, the demon beast might be struck down by the demon monarch. With this thought, Su Nan's eyes shone bright. That was the demon monarch. Even if countless miles separated them, he believed that it should be more than enough to deal with a Xuan-level demon beast. However, there was still one problem. If the demon beast was truly struck down, would his task be judged as a failure or success? I can't think about it too much now. I'll start with a foreknowledge of the plan's feasibility. Not having time to think when the time was almost up, he decisively started the second foreknowledge. Sky Wolf Valley will be visited by a demon beast. With your current strength, you are still no match for it. You decide to use the power within the mysterious cave to deal with the demon beast. Coming to the pond at the entrance of the mysterious cave, you know that the demon beast has a special means of finding you, no matter where you hide. Directly transforming into the appearance of a demon within the cave, you enter the cave with the intention of waiting for the demon beast's arrival. 1 minute later, you encounter a demon, which pays no attention to you, and you continue to move forward. 2 minutes later, you arrive at the end of the cave, familiar with the path, and see dozens of demons in the cave and the blue stone altar in the center. You don't act rashly, but you find a corner with relatively fewer demons to wait. 3 minutes later, the cave is calm, and nothing happens. Similar foreknowledge information keeps appearing, and Su Nan's foreknowledge times are also constantly being consumed. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, until it comes to the 7th time. You have a premonition that the demon beast is about to attack, and you gather all your energy. A minute later, the cave is still unusually quiet. 2 minutes later, still nothing happens. 3 minutes later, suddenly, the demons in the cave seem to sense something and start to become restless. End of 7th foreknowledge. Do you want to continue the foreknowledge? Yes. The most critical moment has arrived. It seems that they have sensed an aura that disgusts them, and all the demons in the cave look towards the entrance, ready to attack at any moment. Half a minute later, a middle-aged figure appears in the cave. His gaze falls on you instantly. Even when you change your appearance, you are still spotted by the demon beast in an instant. The demon beast enters the cave, and instantly, all the demons inside go berserk and attack the demon beast one after another. Dozens of demons have spirit-level strength, but the demon beast is powerful, and they can't handle it. 1 minute later, most of the demons in the cave have been killed, and the remaining demons flee in fear of the demon beast's power, leaving only you in the cave. The demon beast tries to grab you, but you don't plan to fight it directly. At the critical moment, you quickly take out the feather-shattered demon sword and throw it at the altar. The moment the demon beast sees the feather-shattered demon sword, it is immediately attracted by it, with greed and desire filling its eyes, and it rushes towards the sword without any hesitation. The demon sword falls on the altar without any abnormalities occurring. However, the moment the demon beast steps onto the altar, you suddenly feel an oppressive aura that makes it hard to breathe. The demon beast is frightened by the terrifying aura and finally realizes the danger, daring not to touch the demon sword and turning to leave the altar. However, the owner of that aura seems to be very disgusted by the demon beast and doesn't intend to let it go. Suddenly, half of the demon beast's body explodes and falls down from the altar. It's still not dead after losing half its body. Sunan was shocked by the tenacious vitality of the demon beast. However, his eyes soon lit up. It's good that it didn't die. The demon beast was seriously injured, and although it did not die, it definitely had its skin peeled off. This was a great opportunity to kill the demon beast. The demon beast is severely injured, and its tenacious vitality is quickly recovering. You know this is a good opportunity to kill the demon beast. You react quickly, using the berserk netherworld body directly, coupling the power of primordial Kai and essence power onto your physical strength. Your physical strength increases fourfold, and at the same time, your bloodline talent heaven-breaking strike is used. The demon beast, missing half of its body, senses the danger but has a slow reaction. Your punch hits the half of the demon beast's body, the massive force piercing through its body and shattering the other half. After taking this hit, the demon beast finally loses all its vitality and collapses. Congratulations on successfully killing the demon beast. I did it. Sunan is overjoyed and excited. If this were a 4-star mission, he wouldn't be so thrilled, but this is a 5-star mission. No one has ever heard of a 5-star mission, let alone completed one. But now, this nearly impossible task has been completed by him. The demon beast is killed, but the foreknowledge has not ended yet. You operate the life wheel scripture, transform into the appearance of a wolf demon, and come to the altar to pick up the demon sword. An unknown existence gazes at you from the void. Fortunately, as a member of the demon clan, the unknown existence doesn't attack you, but it is only unhappy with you possessing the demon sword. After putting away the demon sword, you quickly leave the cave. You don't know that, although the demon beast has been killed, the evil energy condensed by the demon beast has not dissipated and has escaped into the void. One day it will come back for you again. It will come for me again. Sunan is startled by the information of the foreknowledge and is once again shocked by the demon beast's ferocity. Even with its physical body destroyed, the concentrated evil energy could still exist and even find him again. This was extremely bizarre. However, he doesn't take it too seriously. It doesn't matter if it comes again. If I can kill it now, what can it do to me? Sunan didn't care with his current speed of acquiring demon power, As long as he had 10 days or half a month, even if the demon beasts came at their peak state, he would not be afraid. Once he confirmed that the plan was feasible, he immediately took action. Arriving at Warm Moon Pond, he transformed into a demon's appearance and entered the mysterious cave. 2 or 3 minutes later, he was already back at the end of the mysterious cave in the cave area and found a corner with fewer demons to wait patiently. On the task panel, the countdown to the arrival of the demon beasts was constantly decreasing. 20 minutes or so later, when the countdown reached 0, all the demon beasts in the cave area sensed something and woke up at the same time. In just over 10 breaths, the roars of the demon beasts were heard in the cave leading to the cave area. After a few more breaths, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the cave area. "Ignorant ants, do you think that hiding here I can't find you?" The middle-aged man said coldly, his gaze passing over the many demon beasts and falling upon Su Nan. Su Nan's whole body was tense, ready to fight at any time. The middle-aged man was in his early 40s, and on the surface, he looked no different from a normal martial artist. However, Su Nan could faintly feel a terrifying aura lingering around the middle-aged man. The aura was filled with brutality and coldness, making him uncomfortable, and it was the same as the aura in the demon's sword. Is this demonic Kai? Su Nan suddenly realized. The demon beast roared, and about 20 or 30 demon beasts in the cave area suddenly attacked the moment the middle-aged man stepped into it. "A bunch of insects daring to block my path, ignorant of life and death." Faced with the demon's siege, the middle-aged man's gaze was filled with nothing but contempt besides coldness. The middle-aged man attacked, and in just a few breaths, 2 demon beasts were already killed during the skirmish. Su Nan watched with a pounding heart. Although there were no Xuan-level demons here, every single one of them was at the top level of spirit level, with incredible speed. But against these demon beasts, the middle-aged man still stood his ground, taking them down one punch at a time. The gap between the spirit and Xuan levels was just too huge, not to mention that the opponent was also a demonic beast. In just a moment, the 20 or 30 demonic beasts were either dead or had fled, leaving more than a dozen demon corpses in the cave. If it had been any other time, Su Nan would have been delighted to see so many demon corpses, but now he couldn't feel happy at all. There were only Su Nan and the middle-aged man left in the cave, and Su Nan no longer pretended, directly revealing his true appearance. The middle-aged man was not surprised, staring at Su Nan with an icy gaze, saying, "Wretched ant daring to kill my son, today I will skin you alive." As the middle-aged man stared at him, Su Nan's whole body felt a chill. Now's the time. Without paying any attention to the middle-aged man, he responded swiftly, taking the demon sword out of his personal space. "Ancient demon sword. You actually have the ancient demon sword. Give it to me. Give it to me." Upon seeing the demon sword, the middle-aged man's eyes, originally full of murderous intent, were instantly filled with greed as he suddenly reached out to grab Su Nan. "You want it? Go get it yourself." Su Nan was already close to the altar, and with a slight force in his hand, the demon sword steadied itself on the altar after tracing an arc through the air. Seeing this, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate to change directions. Su Nan smiled, a look of anticipation in his eyes. As expected, when the middle-aged man stood on the altar, a terrifying aura descended upon the altar. Even Su Nan, who was below the altar, was suffocated. That aura! The middle-aged man was horrified, finally realizing the problem. His face suddenly changed. At that moment, he didn't care about getting the demon sword anymore, instead instinctively trying to escape. However, just like in the foreknowledge, in the next instant, half of his body suddenly exploded, falling straight from the altar. "Ah, damned ant, you dare to trick me." The middle-aged man's face was twisted, his eyes bulging, and even with only half of his body left, he still tried to grab Su Nan. But what met him was Su Nan, who had used 2 racial talents and made a massive increase in strength. Feeling Su Nan's change, the middle-aged man's face changed again. "How is it possible that you have such strength?" In both shock and anger, the middle-aged man tried to dodge but failed to do so in time. A blow hit the middle-aged man's body, and the remaining half of his body exploded instantly. The middle-aged man was dead, and in his eyes before his death, there was nothing but resentment and unwillingness. He was a powerful demon, the nemesis of both demons and martial artists, and he couldn't believe that he would eventually die at the hands of a martial artist with a lower realm than him. Congratulations, you have completed the third round of the mainline task, Demon Crisis. Do you want to claim the reward now? Yes. Sunan couldn't wait any longer. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit-grade bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit-grade demon technique. Congratulations, you have obtained 45 demon power points. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit object, live fire essence. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine ability seed, all heavens teleportation. Your mainline task, Demon Crisis, has been completed. You can trigger a special event to restart the mainline task. With 5 rewards in hand, Sunan was in high spirits, and the pressure brought by the demon beast was completely gone. Without taking time to check his gains, he quickly took action looking at the corpses in the cave. This was not a good place to stay for long. He collected all 19 demon corpses, while the middle-aged demon's corpse was burned to ashes by his blaze. On the middle-aged man, he found 2 items. Without looking at them closely, he directly put them away. Then he activated the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Lang 13, transformed into Lang 13's appearance, and only then went up to the altar to take the demon's sword. After doing all this, he quickly left. In the cave leading to the outside world, there were demon beasts killed by the demon beast when it arrived. On his way out, Sunan collected 4 more demon corpses. With the demons I hunted earlier, I now have a total of 26 spirit-level demon corpses and 1 king-level demon corpse. This is definitely a huge fortune. Sunan was excited. The higher the risk, the greater the catch. Although the arrival of the demon beast brought him great pressure, the harvest was immense. After leaving the mysterious cave and returning to Sky Wolf Valley, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. It was only now that he began to check his gains. The task rewards appeared in his hands. First of all, the spirit-grade bloodline and demon technique. It was the bloodline of a spirit-level demon called Two-Headed Crocodile, a physique-based demon that primarily controlled physical constitution. Now, I still have 1 character who hasn't reached the spirit level. The main goal is to naturally upgrade it to the spirit level, and I won't consider fusing the spirit-grade bloodline for now. After looking at it, Sunan put away the bloodline and demon technique, then took out a crystal the size of a chicken egg. The crystal appeared in a silver and clear color, with a clear flame burning inside. Like a living thing, it flickered and drifted as Sunan gazed at it. Live fire essence, spirit object, a strand of flame remaining from the ancient divine fire, Southern Ming detachment fire after burning a divine tree. After burning for tens of thousands of years, it eventually formed an essence. After refining, it can greatly enhance the power of the fire it controls. A flame left by an ancient divine fire. Sunan's eyes lit up. Just by reading the introduction, he knew this was a good thing. Unfortunately, the introduction only mentioned that refining it can enhance the power of the flame, but it didn't say how to refine it. He could only put it away temporarily and check relevant information in the future. Picking up the last divine ability seed, the relevant information instantly appeared before him. Divine ability seed, all heavens teleportation. After use, a seed carrying the power of all heavens teleportation will condense within the body. Do you wish to use it? Use it. Sunan didn't hesitate. With a burst of light, similar to the last time he used in Technique Seed, the divine ability seed melted in his hand and entered his flesh and blood. The moment the divine ability seed completely disappeared, a new line appeared on his personal information panel, just below the techniques list. Divine ability. All heavens teleportation activation possible. Just like techniques, using divine abilities also requires ancient scriptures. Sunan was not surprised. It was obvious that both divine abilities and techniques were from ancient times and needed the power of ancient scriptures. Activate. With a thought, the life wheel scripture began to turn involuntarily. In an instant, Sunan seemed to have mastered a new ability. It was an ability independent of bloodlines, like techniques and talents. Divine ability, all heavens teleportation, first level. Uses available today 2/2. Divine abilities need to be upgraded too. Sunan was surprised. Looking at the available uses behind the divine ability, he understood that to increase the number of uses, he would need to upgrade the divine ability.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.